3:35. After the sun set over the western mountains, the twilight deepened. Borrowing the last bit of lingering light, the green-robed visitor, who was playing around with the little cripple, stopped and looked toward the end of the road to the south. The little cripple took the opportunity to punch him on the shoulder. The downtrodden scholar swayed and ignored him. The little cripple was a little better. He followed the scholar's line of sight and looked into the distance. He didn't see anything and thought the scholar was deliberately interrupting him. The little cripple was about to continue punching him so that he wouldn't dare to tease the lady boss in the future. The young man's heart suddenly trembled. He lay on the ground with his ears pressed to the ground and his expression grave. It was a cavalry, and their numbers were not small. In Hooer Town, other than the occasional courier who passed by, there had never been a large cavalry troop that showed up. The young people of Hooer Town, in order to admire the Yao family's iron cavalry, often went to the distant Guizhou army town in groups. Iron armor, war horses, light crossbows, and war sabers. In the eyes of the poor children of Hooer Town, these were the most manly objects in the world. The little cripple was no exception. It was just that his peers in Hooer Town didn't like to play with him. At this moment, the little cripple left the green-robed visitor to the side and went to the main hall to report to the lady boss. The lady yawned and only said that she understood. These soldiers definitely looked down on their inn and Hooer Town. They were most likely marching through the night to the Guizhou army town in the north. There was no need to pay them any mind. The little cripple made an "oh" sound and immediately ran out of the inn. He climbed onto the roof of the inn and reached out to cover his forehead. He raised his eyes and looked into the distance. Taking advantage of the fact that the sky wasn't completely dark and he could barely see things, he wanted to see the attire of the Border Army Iron Cavalry up close. The next time the lady boss ordered him to go to Hooer Town to buy oil and rice, he would be able to show off to his peers. Dust could be faintly seen in the distance along the road. The heavy tremors of the earth became clearer and clearer. However, the sky waited for no man. The little cripple was a little anxious and quickly climbed down the roof. He went to the main hall and asked the lady boss if he could hang up lanterns. The lady glared at him. Who would pay for the candles if he hung up the lanterns so early? The little cripple patted his chest and said, "I'll pay for it. If not, the old hunchback will pay for it." The lady nodded. The little cripple happily went to hang 2 large red lanterns outside the inn. Just as he was about to climb up the roof, he saw a rider slightly detour from the official road and silently appeared outside the inn. He was wearing bright and gorgeous armor, different from the plain style of the Yao army. The rider took his helmet and held it in front of his chest and asked indifferently, "Do you sell green plum wine?" The little cripple. The cavalryman said in a deep voice, "In the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, get the innkeeper to empty the entire inn, then prepare 5 tables of food, and bring out the best green plum wine. You will be reimbursed for all expenses. If the green plum wine is really as good as the rumors say, there will be a great reward. Remember, after entering the inn, we will send people to check the rooms. If anyone dares to linger, kill them without mercy. After we leave, all the guests can go back to their rooms." The rider put on his helmet again, turned his horse around, and galloped away. The little cripple's face was lifeless. The green-robed traveler squatted alone at the entrance of the inn. The dog had already returned to its nest, but he still didn't have a place to stay. Seeing that the youth was still in a daze, he reminded him, "Hurry up and tell Jinyang. If you anger these nobles, the inn won't be able to continue operating." The little cripple hurriedly ran into the main hall and found that the woman had already met with the old hunchback and was discussing something. Once the little cripple arrived, he would be the one to take the lead and explain the situation to the guests in the inn. He would have to trouble them to quickly leave the inn to avoid a bloody disaster. The little cripple was in a difficult position. The lady waved her hand and said that the candles were waved. The little cripple immediately rushed to the second floor. The first room belonged to Chin Pingan. The little cripple explained the situation to the guest, who opened the door. Chun Pingan didn't care. He smiled and said that he would come to the other two rooms to greet them. The little cripple thanked him and hurriedly left. Pei Qian opened the door. An oil lamp was lit on the table, and a book was spread out. She smiled and said, "I'm reading." Chun Pingan didn't expose her little trick. In fact, Pei Qian had been eavesdropping on Zhu Lian and Chun Pingan. When she heard the knock on the door, she took out the book from her bag and pretended to read it in front of Chun Pingan. Chun Pingan asked her to pack up and leave the inn temporarily. In the room next door, Zhu Lian had already opened the door. He smiled at Chun Pingan and said, "Wei Xian went back to sleep after opening the door. Should I wake him up for the young master?" Just as Zhu Lian was about to turn around, Wei Xian, who reeked of alcohol, sat up and rubbed his forehead. He said to the two, "He's awake." Ma Ping and the other two constables of Huer town heard that the cavalry was passing by. They cursed and swore, but still obediently left the room. The girl with a ponytail stood outside the railing. She lived in the room at the end of the corridor on the second floor. At this moment, she stared at the lady on the first floor of the lobby. "Is this how your inn treats its guests? I've really learned something. At the border, there's actually someone who dares to be so unreasonable under the eyes of the Yao family's cavalry. I'd like to see who it is that can chase people out of the inn with just a few words." The girl supported herself with one hand on the railing and directly jumped down from the second floor. Ma Ping and the other two's eyelids twitched. Where did such a tough little girl come from? The lady smiled bitterly, wanting to say something but hesitating. The old hunchback held his pipe and thought for a moment. "I'll go tell them. We open the door to welcome guests. There's no need to distinguish between rich and poor." The old man walked straight out of the inn, his figure disappearing into the boundless night. The lady faced the two groups of guests on the second floor and said apologetically, "Later on, all of you can stay in your rooms. Tonight's matter is our inn's fault. After this, we'll give each of you a jar of 5 years old plum wine." The girl rose from the ground and returned to the second floor, slamming the door shut. Ma Ping and the other two resentfully returned to their rooms. Chun Pingan had Wei Xian and Zhu Lian sit in his room for a while. Pei Qian naturally didn't need to be mentioned. The lady had the little cripple go out, but had the scholar surnamed Zhong pick a room on the second floor, so that he wouldn't be an eyesore. The green-robed traveler picked a room on the second floor, and then leaned against the railing. The lady stretched out a finger and waved it at him. "Get in the room." The scholar said worriedly, "Junyang, you're so beautiful. Won't those soldiers be tempted by you? After drinking wine, it's easier for them to lose their minds after drinking." The lady smiled. "When the time comes, you'll be the hero who saves the beauty. If I'm blind, maybe I'll repay you with my body." He waved his hand. "Taking advantage of others is not what a gentleman would do. Junyang, don't worry. We scholars are all righteous and have a stomach full of wisdom. As long as I stand here, no matter how much wine they drink, they won't have any evil thoughts." Ooh. Before the lady could say anything, the girl surnamed Yao in the distant room had already opened the door. She unsheathed her saber halfway, making a melodious sound. She sternly said to the scholar, "Pervert, shut up." It was obvious that the girl's saber was much more effective than the little cripple's fists and feet. The scholar immediately entered the room without saying a word. The more this was the case, the more disappointed the girl was with the lady downstairs. All year long, she hung out with these men, drinking and laughing with them. What was the difference between her and those brothel girls? After entering the room, the girl leaned against the table and started sobbing. The lady stood behind the counter and sighed. She poured herself a bowl of plum wine. Plop. The lady looked up and saw the scholar jump down from the second floor and fall to the ground. After getting up, he walked to the counter and smiled. Junyang, just think of me as the bookkeeper. I'm worried if I'm too far away from you. The scholar smiled gently. The lady was stunned and replied, But you're so ugly. If you get too close, I'll feel disgusted. The scholar looked as if he was struck by lightning. He squatted on the ground and held his head. It turned out that the whisperings of those scholars and beauties novels were all lies. There was no need to care about them at all. The hunchbacked old man took the lead and walked into the inn. A group of people followed behind him. Probably because the other party was reasonable, they didn't chase away the guests on the second floor, nor did they rush into the 5 tables. The person in the lead was a middle-aged man wearing a red python robe. He had a pale face and no beard, and he had an imposing aura. There were 2 people behind the man in the python robe. One of them was wearing a silver armor with cloud patterns. When he walked, the armor clanked. The other person was 70 years old. He wore a brocade robe and a laurel on his head. He had the air of a transcendent being. The 7 or 8 people behind him should be his trusted retainers. The 3 of them sat at one table while the other retainers sat at 2 tables. Among the retainers, there was an inconspicuous young man with a jade pendant hanging on his waist. When he saw the lady, he smiled. Outside the inn, there was a total of 700 to 800 elite cavalrymen and a dozen carriages. In each carriage, there was a prisoner and 2 people watching over them. Without exception, the people watching over them were all level 5 Qi refinement warriors from the Great Quan dynasty. The hunchbacked old man frowned. The old man truly did not expect these people. This group of guests was not giving face to an old man like him. They were giving face to the Yao clan. As for the 80,000 Yao clan cavalry and the southern conquering general's face, they had only reduced the number of people from 5 tables to 3 tables. That was all. As for why the guests on the second floor were not chased away, it was because a young retainer casually mentioned that the more people there were, the livelier it would be to drink. After that, the insufferably arrogant eunuch in the python robe agreed with a smile. The general in the silver armor looked towards the lady and ordered, "Serve the green plum wine first. Hurry up and follow up with the food." The hunchbacked old man lifted the curtain and went to the kitchen to get busy. The little cripple began to serve the wine to the 3 tables. On the first floor of the inn, the atmosphere was heavy. There was almost only the sound of wine being poured. Suddenly, someone raised his hand and greeted the lady, smiling. "Lady boss, may I trouble you to pour a bowl of wine for our brothers personally? I heard that the green plum wine was passed down from your ancestors and was brewed by you personally. Of course, you have to pour the wine personally." With the young man taking the lead, the retainers at the table instantly lost their scruples and burst into laughter. The lady picked up a jar of green plum wine and was about to pour it with a smile. However, for some reason, the lady's body tensed up. After running the inn for so many years, she had seen all sorts of people in the pugilistic world. She had even seen many immortals and Qi refinement warriors. However, when she met the eyes of the young retainer, she actually felt a little fearful. It was as though an ordinary person had encountered a ghost in the dark. A sense of helplessness arose from the depths of her heart. Suddenly, the green-robed guest grabbed the lady and laughed loudly. "Junyang is not feeling well today. As the accountant, can I pour the wine for our distinguished guests?" The young retainer seemed to have heard the funniest joke in the world as he looked around. "Brothers, what do you think?" Everyone said no. Only then did the young retainer look at the green-robed scholar. "No, what should we do? Or should we let the lady boss pour the wine herself? It's just pouring wine. We don't need your Junyang to accompany us to the Hang Troops town, right?" The eunuch wearing the red python robe turned a deaf ear to him. On the other hand, the old immortal master wearing the laurel robe smiled slightly. The young lady, Yao Lingji, opened the door and said with an ashen face, "No." The young retainer stood up, appearing to be a crane in a flock of chickens. He raised his head and asked with a smile, "Why?" The young lady only had to look at this person to feel a little anxious. She subconsciously held onto the hilt of her saber and said without thinking, "This is the Yao family's territory." Yao Lingji did not know that the moment she held onto the hilt of her saber, all the retainers on the first floor had a murderous intent. The silver-armored general sitting beside the eunuch in the python robe, and the laurel robe was even more murderous. The young retainer had been craning his neck to look at the second floor, but he seemed to have seen everything on the first floor. He stretched out his hand and pressed it down lightly, indicating for everyone not to act rashly. Then he smiled and said, "But the entire Great Quan dynasty is my family's territory. What should we do? Does your Yao family want to rebel?" The woman carried the wine jar and walked out of the counter. She first said to the young lady in a deep voice, "Lingji, return to your room." Then she bowed to the young retainer and said, "Junyang will pour the wine for the young master." The young retainer smirked and stared at the woman's face. He pointed at the young lady on the second floor and said, "How about you and your mother come together?" The woman's face turned pale. A door opened on the second floor, and a young man in a white robe walked out. "I don't think so." The young retainer turned his head and looked at that person with a playful expression. "Oh, who do you think you are?" This time, someone on the first floor helped Chun Pingon answer. "Who do you think you are?" It was that down-and-out scholar with the surname Zhong. The young retainer sighed. "All right, tonight there are so many people who want to make things difficult for me. The tavern owner who doesn't want to drive away the guests, the lady boss who doesn't want to pour wine, the young lady of the Yao family who speaks arrogantly, the foreigner who wears a white robe and thinks he's a sword immortal, the scholar who wears a green robe and thinks he's a Confucian sage." He suddenly looked at the woman and then at the young lady on the second floor. He smiled and said, "It doesn't matter. The two of you can try to save the Yao family tonight. If I'm in a good mood, I might be able to help pull the Yao family out of the fire pit." The woman took a deep breath and seemed to have made up her mind. She turned to the down-and-out scholar and said, "Zhong Kui, this matter has nothing to do with you. I know you have some skills, so you can leave now. Don't worry about us." Then she looked up at Chun Pingon and was about to speak. Chun Pingon smiled and asked, "Lady boss, what was the saying earlier?" The woman was somewhat puzzled and fell silent for a moment. Chun Pingon muttered to himself, "The road of the human world is narrow, and the wine cup is wide." The road was narrow, so they would meet the Yao family who had something to do with the locust tree leaf. The road was narrow, so they would also meet these fellows who couldn't wait for others to die. But it didn't matter. The plum wine here was delicious. Chun Pingon said softly, "Today I'll have to trouble the four of you," under the watchful eyes of the crowd, for people walked out from the room behind the white-clothed young man on the second floor. The founding emperor of the Nanyuan kingdom was the first to walk out. He said with a straight face, "No need to be so polite." The martial madman Zhu Lian then walked out with a bow and stood on the other side of Chun Pingon. He put his hands behind his back and said with a smile, "Young master, your words are unnecessary." A beautiful woman carrying the sword infatuation on her back stood beside Wei Xian. She was the woman from the lotus flower-blessed land. "Sword immortal sway you," she said with a cold expression. "Thank you for lending me the sword." Finally, the burly founder of the demon sect, Lu Baisheng, stood beside Zhu Lian with a saber in his hands. He smiled and said, "My lord, this saber is not bad. Stopping snow, the name is also good." Finally, a soft and weak voice sounded, "Father, what about me?" Chun Pingon was somewhat helpless and said, "Go back to your room and read." The skinny little girl made an "oh" sound. After gently closing the door, she loudly read the teachings of the sages in the book to her. The scholar on the first floor listened to the sound of reading on the second floor. Other than the sound of reading, there were also Chen Pingon, Wei Xian, Julien Suiyu, and Lu Baixiang on the second floor. 336. The small inns at the border were filled with all sorts of people tonight. After the 5 people walked out of the house, Yao Lingji's breathing became heavy. This made her feel incredulous. Her fear of the young retainer was more of an intuition that was mixed with many complicated emotions. When a weak woman faced a man with evil intentions, the inferior woman would revere the invisible power. There were also those who were kind by nature, who would instinctively avoid evil people. However, when Yao Lingji looked at the 5 people on the same floor, her suffocation was very direct. In the same forest, the rabbit and deer would flee when they saw the tiger. In the same river, the fish and shrimps would meet the dragon. Yao Lingji had been a scout for the border army for 3 years and had been in 2 life and death battles. Yao Lingji had never thought of backing down. Logically speaking, she should not feel this way. She was the most outstanding martial arts genius in this generation of the Yao family. She was only 14 years old but had already reached Realm 4 and had the potential to break through the bottleneck. Regardless of whether it was a 15-year-old Realm 5 martial artist or a 17-year-old Realm 5 martial artist, they were all worthy of the word genius. In the Great Quan Dynasty, regardless of whether it was the army or the pugilistic world, Yao Lingji was a top-notch, unpolished jade. With a little polishing, she could shine brightly. No one doubted that she could successfully reach the wind-controlling realm in the future and become a powerful martial arts master. Especially experts who were born in the army, their killing power was especially great. This was undeniable. In the pugilistic world, grandmasters often fought in pairs. Most of them were evenly matched. On the battlefield, the pursuit was to fight against 100 or 1,000 people. Yao Lingji clenched an item that looked like a silver ingot in her hand. It was the invaluable armor of the military school. Furthermore, it was the Du armor that was ridiculed by the Qi refinement warriors in the mountains as the pond armor. It was the pond armor Golden Crow warp and weft armor that was a grade higher in quality. It was a true immortal treasure. From this, it could be seen that the Yao family of the border army had high expectations of Yao Lingji. The young retainer looked at the 5 people on the second floor. He slammed the table and pretended to be angry. "Are you trying to scare me because you have more people?" When the young man said this, there was a smile on his face. There were 3 tables of people in the inn and hundreds of elite cavalry outside. Probably because he felt that he was a little shameless, he could not help but laugh out loud. The 2 tables of elite retainers who looked like retainers also laughed along. They did not take the commotion on the second floor seriously, although the people on the second floor had a strong aura and were even a little intimidating. So what? He was just a boorish man. The Jianghu people of the Great Spring Dynasty had long lost their backbone. They were just a bunch of lackeys lying in front of the temple, wagging their tails and begging for mercy. And the person who had personally broken the backbone of the entire Jianghu happened to be sitting at a table in the inn today. Those who came did not come with good intentions. The innkeeper, nicknamed Junyang, didn't let out a sigh of relief because of Chun Pingin's appearance. Instead, her mood became even heavier. Third Master had already announced his name. Yet the other party was still so overbearing. It was obvious that they were here for the Yao character. Once there was a dispute, he was afraid that the other party would take action. At that time, the Yao family would be in a difficult position. The old hunchback nodded to the woman behind the curtain. The woman smiled bitterly. The other party clearly had ulterior motives. Perhaps he wanted to stir up trouble and wanted to drag the entire Yao family down with him. She clearly knew that the Yao family was currently in a state of turmoil and that it was better to be quiet than to move. As for her and the inn, They could only endure as much as they could. However, she couldn't persuade the people on the second floor to retreat. The other party was kind enough to stand up for you, but you wanted him to be a coward instead. This woman really couldn't do such a thing. The green-robed scholar was puzzled. These people are... The woman smiled bitterly. They are nobles from the capital. We can't afford to offend them. The scholar hesitated for a long time and was about to speak. The woman said helplessly, "Zhong Kui, I beg you, don't make trouble. Things are very troublesome now. I'm not in the mood to deal with you." The scholar sighed and shut his mouth. Chun Pingan looked down at the lobby on the first floor and asked, "Bullying a woman like the innkeeper, isn't that not very kind?" The young retainer smiled and said, "We're here to do business and pour a few cups of wine for our customers. How is that bullying?" Chun Pingan pointed at the young man's heart. "Ask yourself." The young man was stunned at first. Then he picked up the wine bowl and drank a big mouthful. He wiped his mouth and smiled. If Master Chu of the Academy said this, I would definitely think twice. As for you, are you worthy? Chun Pingan said with a smile, "Logic is logic. Is there a need to talk about who says it? Aren't you bullying the weak and fearing the strong? I believe that as long as your fist is hard, you'll listen to reason no matter what, right?" The young man nodded. "I've heard these words. They do make sense." Then he threw the wine bowl and raised his arm high. He opened his fingers and gently clenched his fist. "Then whose fist is harder? I'd like to see how many people in the Great Spring region dare to arm wrestle with me." The woman was worried that Chun Pingan was young and impetuous. He would be in the wrong if he made the first move. She quickly reminded him, "Young master, don't be impulsive. These people were ordered to leave the capital. They have an imperial edict. If you make the first move, you won't be able to explain yourself." The young retainer's eyes were gloomy. He turned to the woman. "Shut up. What right does a broken widow have to interrupt? Do you know who I am?" The woman's face was pale. The young retainer pointed at Junyang and then at Chun Pingan and the others on the second floor. He sneered. Junyang of the Yao family secretly colluded with the Jianghu people of other countries and tried to steal the prisoner carriage. She is guilty of the most heinous crime. The woman was inconsolable. Finally, she cursed, "Who are you, you little bastard?" The young man pointed at himself and said innocently, "Me, little bastard?" He coughed and straightened his clothes. He smiled and said, "According to what Madame Yao said, Gao Shizhen is really an old bastard." "Ha ha! Don't you think it's funny? When I get home, I'll tell this joke to Gao Shizhen." Madame Junyang and the hunchbacked third master looked at each other. They were both shocked. Duke Shen, Gao Shizhen, he was the only remaining duke of the great Quan dynasty, and was highly relied on by the current emperor. The great Quan dynasty had been peaceful for a long time. The Lu family had ruled for 200 years. At the beginning of the dynasty, they were bestowed with nobility from outside the family. In total, they were bestowed with the titles of 3 princes and 7 dukes. However, only the line of Duke Shin remained hereditary. The others had already lost the rice bowls that their ancestors had fought for with their lives. Duke Shin only had one son, an old one. It was the junior Duke Gao Shi. This guy was famous in the capital for being a domineering prince. He enjoyed a good reputation in the court. Time and time again, he relied on the shadow of his ancestors to get into big trouble. However, every time he came out unscathed. The emperor treated Gao Shi with tolerance that none of the other princes and princesses could compare. Therefore, there was a saying in the capital's officialdom: when the junior duke left the manor, the earth would shake and the mountains would shake. How could such a notorious disciple participate in this trip to the south? Although the emperor favored the line of Duke Shin with the emperor's wisdom, he would never treat it so lightly. In the great Quan dynasty, the person who was least afraid of getting into trouble was probably this lawless Gao Shi. After Gao Shi bullied his eldest grandson, The General Song Shao, who was also the Minister of War, could only curse Gao Shui as a shit-stirrer. On the second floor, Wei Xian softly explained the background of Duke Shen to Chen Pingan. Chen Pingan nodded. When everyone thought that he would retreat in the face of difficulties in the blink of an eye, he shrank from the second floor and arrived in front of the junior duke. On the road outside the inn, a horseman who sat behind a coachman was chewing dry food that was hard to swallow. Occasionally, he picked up the water bottle and drank a few mouthfuls. He raised his head and saw a carrier pigeon fly up from behind the inn. Immediately, someone rushed over and waited for the horseman's order. A handsome, snow-white falcon perched on the man's shoulder. The horseman waved his hand. "Don't bother." The man silently retreated. The horseman was the one who first came to the inn to deliver the message. The coachman beside him straightened his back and did not dare to move. An old man lifted the curtain and asked with a smile, "Your Highness, why don't you follow us into the inn?" The man smiled and shook his head. Self-discipline was a great skill. For people who were born in the royal family, it was not difficult to control people. They had been influenced since childhood and could learn from history. Two qi cultivators, one old and one young, were sitting cross-legged in the carriage. They were responsible for escorting the most important prisoner to the Mirage City in the capital of the Great Quan Dynasty. The person who spoke to the horseman was an old man wearing a purple Taoist robe and a fishtail crown. He held the end of a rope in one hand and a horsetail whisk in the other. The prisoner's hair was disheveled, and his body was covered in blood. He lowered his head and did not speak. His face could not be seen clearly. His golden robe was tattered. His wrists and ankles were nailed with a vajra pestle. In addition, his neck was tied with a black rope. One end of the rope was held in the old cultivator's hand. The most miserable part of the prisoner was between his eyebrows. A flying sword pierced through his head. The tip of the sword came out from the back of his head and stabbed into his head. This prisoner was an orthodox god of mountains and rivers. He was once a qi cultivator at the peak of the seventh realm. In his territory, his cultivation was at least at the eighth realm. He was the king of mountains and rivers and had the power to fight against a ninth realm golden core. However, he did not know why he was reduced to such a state. In addition to the old man from the Taoist sect, there was also a young woman in the carriage. She looked at the horseman with eyes full of love. Although she did not speak, her meaning was obvious. The woman's appearance could only be considered delicate. However, her temperament was outstanding, and her skin was whiter than snow. She was a beauty in the eyes of ordinary people. After all, in the eyes of mountain cultivators, beauty in the mortal world was ultimately a stinky skin bag. Her skin was rough, and there were all kinds of strange smells. If one looked carefully, they were all flaws. The horseman suddenly turned his head and looked in the direction of the inn. He seemed to be a little surprised. The old man revealed a hint of surprise. What a shocking martial aura! And there are so many of them. A small inn at the border has so many hidden talents. Could it be that the young High Duke has hit the jackpot? Are the masters of the North Jin Kingdom going all out to kidnap the prisoner? The woman asked tentatively, "Do you want me to remind the High Duke?" The horseman shook his head and smiled. "We are already in the territory of the Daquan Kingdom. Unless the Yao family is rebelling, there is no danger." The old man in the Taoist robe's eyes flashed, but he did not say anything. After a while, just as the old immortal master was about to speak, the horseman had already jumped off the carriage and went straight to the inn. After the horseman left, the young woman from the mountain deity family asked softly, "Master, the young High Duke is forcing the Yao family. His Highness did not restrain them. Is it really okay?" The old man waved his hand and said, "Everyone in the world can rebel, but not the Yao family. They have been loyal to the country for a long time." The old man sneered, "But it will be addictive." The prisoner still had his head down and laughed happily. when it comes to loyal officials and the cornerstone of the border. You actually treat them as a joke. Even if the Daquan kingdom is temporarily in power, what can you do? How dare you still be so stubborn? The old immortal master shook his wrist, and the rope instantly tightened around the prisoner's neck. The prisoner trembled all over and clenched his teeth, refusing to make any sound. In the inn, a strange phenomenon suddenly occurred. A man in a white robe appeared in the hall without warning. The young High Duke Gao Shi sensed that something was wrong and was about to retreat in fear. But in a flash, his shoulder was already grabbed by the man. The three people at the other table, except for the eunuch who was still drinking, turned a blind eye to this. Immortal Master Laurel and the silver-armored general had already stood up abruptly. They wanted to save Gao Shi, but they both stopped. This was because there was a scarlet long sword from the second floor that was suspended between the two tables. The tip of the sword was pointed directly at Immortal Master Laurel. The silver-armored general stopped and turned his head to look. Someone on the second floor had moved a few steps to the side with a smile on his face. The narrow blade in his hand stopped in the snow and was about to be unsheathed. The short man jumped over the railing and landed on the threshold of the inn on the first floor. It seemed that he was going to stop the hundreds of riders outside by himself. The stooped old man squatted on the railing and lowered his head with a smile, staring at the eunuch who was the calmest. The middle-aged eunuch in the red robe looked like he was in his 30s, but in fact, he was already 80 years old. He was one of the martial arts grandmasters of the Great Spring Dynasty and was known as the pagoda scholar of the Great Spring Imperial City. After he became famous, there were no longer any strange rumors in the Great Spring Imperial City, which had always been haunted by ghosts. However, the real power of the senior eunuch was that he had recruited a large number of Jianghu henchmen and wiped out more than a dozen top martial arts sects in the Great Spring Dynasty one by one. In 3 years, the whole Jianghu was set off a bloody storm. Both the good and the evil had tried to assassinate this old eunuch many times, but without exception, none of them returned. There were 2 people at the same table with the eunuch. Immortal Master Laurel was called Su Tong. He was the current master of the Tsamu Nunnery, the first immortal sect in the Great Spring Dynasty. He was good at thunder magic and could order ghosts and gods for his own use. He was also a medical expert and proficient in refining elixirs. The elixirs he refined were crazily sought by the rich and powerful officials of the Great Spring Dynasty. The silver-armored general, Su Qingzhou, was one of the few top masters in the Great Spring Army. He was less than 40 years old, but his Henkung Fu had reached the peak. The saber, Da Qiao, on his waist was also a military treasure. It could be said that it was good at both offense and defense. Every time he broke through the enemy lines on the battlefield, he would take the lead and be invincible. Gao Shi ran his qi and struggled for a while, but it was useless. Instead of being afraid, he smiled even more. Is your Yao family really going to rebel? The man slightly increased his strength. Gao Shi felt a burst of pain, but he still tried to maintain his smile. The man said to him, I'm just a passerby. Since you like to provoke me so much, then after I kill you, I'll just escape to the northern Jin kingdom. As for whether the Yao family belongs to the Yao family or not, you can slander me however you like. I don't care. Who would believe such a nonsense? Gao Shi grimaced, sweat oozing from his forehead. Kill me if you can. Chun Pingon stared at him. Gao Shi whispered to Qin Pingon in an extremely soft voice, Do you know that the mother and daughter are lucky? Otherwise, after the Yao family's property was confiscated, they would be sent to the musical house soon and become promiscuous official prostitutes. At that time, you can also have a taste of it. As soon as the young duke finished speaking, Chun Pingon's fist arrived. It directly hit Gao Shi's forehead. It was so powerful that it was like a boulder attacking a city. Gao Shi's head swung back. Although the jade pendant on his waist lit up with a burst of colorful brilliance and instantly gathered on his forehead, he was still hit by this punch and fainted on the spot, foaming at the mouth. After the punch, cracks appeared on the amulet jade pendant. Because his shoulder was always held by Chun Pingan, Gao Shuyi's head swung back and forth like a swing. Chun Pingan's second punch hit the man. Pull one hair, and the whole body will be affected. There was a bang. The young eunuch put down his chopsticks heavily and said in a soft voice, "Young man, it's about time." Although he didn't have a good impression of Gao Shuyi, he couldn't let Gao Shuyi beat him to death, right under his nose. After the eunuch spoke, the immortal master Su Tong and the military generals Su Qingzhou were relieved. But the man still didn't stop his punch. Gao Shuyi's ancestral jade pendant shattered with a bang. As the jade pendant shattered, Gao Shuyi woke up. His face was flushed, and his eyes were bloodshot. He said with a ferocious expression, "Son of a bitch, I will definitely make you and the Yao family die without a burial ground." The eunuch in a bright red robe suddenly stood up, furious. How many years had it been since someone dared to be so presumptuous in front of him? The lady boss screamed, "Stop!" Chun Pingan turned his head to look. The woman shook her head lightly. Her eyes were full of anxiety. She wanted to say something, but didn't dare to. She could only mutter, "Young master, if you have something to say, let's sit down and talk. I believe that the young duke was just joking with us." The young eunuch, who was angry out of humiliation, concluded, "There's no need to talk. Your Yao family collaborated with the Northern Jin dynasty to rebel. Death is not enough." As he spoke, the eunuch put two fingers together and wiped the table. Chun Pingan's blade, strengthening gourd, flew out of his waist and smashed the pair of chopsticks that were as fast as lightning. The third punch sent Gao Shuyi flying. Wei Xian, who was at the door, moved aside, allowing the young duke's corpse to fall outside the inn. The horseman happened to be not far from the door. Looking at the corpse on the ground, he was still in a daze. Obviously, he didn't dare to believe that this was real. Chun Pingan turned to the woman and said, "Do you know why old General Yao almost died in an assassination attempt? It's because you guys are too easy to talk to. It's obvious that someone thought that the old general was dead, so none of the Yao family dared to be angry or say anything." The woman didn't seem to hear Chun Pingan's words. Her expression was blank as she muttered, "Dead. If he was killed by you like this, Duke Shen will definitely go crazy. His Majesty the Emperor will also be furious. The Yao family is finished." The hunchbacked old man who worked as a cook in the inn was also at a loss. The young girl, Yao Lingji, was even more shocked. In the inn, there was only the sound of the little girl reading weakly on the second floor. At this moment, the down-and-out scholar patted the woman's shoulder. His back was clearly facing Chun Pingan, but his voice clearly sounded in Chun Pingan's heart. "You only need to kill. I'll take care of burying." 337. Chun Pingan was skeptical about the scholar's words. The old Taoist had once brought him to the lotus blossom-blessed land to see all kinds of people. Chun Pingan was more or less familiar with the structure of the officialdom. With such a mess, Chun Pingan had already planned to flee to the south. He might even be chased by the Qi cultivators of the Great Spring Empire. Even if the abject scholar was from one of the four major sects in the Tongya continent, such as the Tongya sect, the Yugui sect, the Fuyao sect, and the Taiping sect, it would still be difficult for him to deal with the current situation. As for whether the scholar was from a certain Confucian academy, Chun Pingan was inclined to think otherwise, because in his impression, the sages of the academy were not willing to and could not casually interfere with the family affairs of the secular dynasties unless it involved the orthodoxy of the country. Regardless, Chun Pingan still appreciated the scholar's good intentions. However, Chun Pingan did not recklessly look at the scholar in order to avoid revealing any clues, because the person that Chun Pingan was most wary of was the palace eunuch wearing a red python robe. His aura was so condensed that it was said that not even a drop of water could leak out. Only his dantian was like a lantern hanging in the residence of Qi. With each long breath, it would brighten and darken. The light lasted for a long time, and the darken was short-lived. It was not able to stay bright for a long time. Even if he was not a real Jindan Earth immortal, he was probably only a step away from it, although the difference of one step was like the difference between heaven and earth. Only those who had reached the Jindan realm were of my generation. However, only the mountain immortals who had reached the earth immortal realm were qualified to say such words. For all the Qi cultivators of the 5 states and pure martial artists below the wind-controlling realm, this kind of half-formed Jindan realm was still high and mighty, outside the inn, or rather, the entrance Wei Xian's vision. One by one, the Qi cultivators flew over and landed beside the young rider. The old immortal master in the carriage held a horsetail whisk, and the young female cultivator. Behind the dozens of Qi refinement warriors, hundreds of elite cavalry quickly spread out in formation, surrounding the inn so tightly that not even a drop of water could trickle through. Every time the bows and crossbows specially made by the imperial court left the armory, they had to be reported to the Ministry of War. Regardless of whether they were damaged or lost, they had to be checked and inspected carefully. The young rider squatted down. His friend of many years died with his eyes wide open, full of shock and confusion. The young man gently touched the face of the young duke and asked him to close his eyes. Obviously, he was the master. The corpse on the ground, Gao Shi, who had drowned in the Jianghu, was actually this person's study partner. In fact, other than Gao Shi, there were 2 other young men in the inn. They were the study partners of the princes who had no official position and no salary when they were young. They were the descendants of noble families, so that one day they could change the title of prince to crown prince. It would be better if they could change the title of prince directly from prince to emperor. The young rider was the 3rd prince of the great Quan dynasty, Lu Mao. Although the elder brothers of the 1st and 2nd prince had high prestige in the officials and generals, Lu Mao was the most favored prince of the current emperor. Moreover, it was rumored that this prince liked to sneak out of the palace to travel when he was young. Every time he returned to the palace, he would bring back a basket of stories of the Jianghu and interesting stories of the countryside, which always made the emperor laugh. Moreover, Lu Mao's birth mother was the emperor's most beloved concubine. She died early, so the emperor Lu Zhen cared for Lu Mao very much. Probably because he loved the house, he also treated the study partners of Gao Shui and the other old officials who were sent to the 3rd prince's residence very well. Lu Mao stood up and ordered people to carry away Gao Shui's corpse. He said to the inn, "I'm very curious. Since you want to save the Yao family, why did you insist on killing the son of Duke Xin? Why didn't you wait until the inn's messenger pigeon sent the news to the Yao family and let old General Yao come out to solve this matter? Is there any room for discussion after killing Gao Shui?" Wei Xian leaned against the door, feeling that this was a bit interesting. The great general of the southern expedition, Yao Shun, had just been ambushed and suffered heavy injuries. Even if he received the news from the inn, he might not be able to come in person. Most likely, he would send a direct descendant of the Yao family or a trusted aide to mediate with Gao Shui, who was biting like a mad dog. The reason why this hidden descendant of the Great Spring imperial family purposely stopped at the inn and drank the plum wine was obviously a scheme to take advantage of the situation. The sheep he wanted to take advantage of was naturally the leader of the Yao family's iron cavalry, Yao Shen, who was far away at the border and controlled the army. Gao Shui's arrogance and domineering attitude was not completely faked. He jumped out and made enemies with all of the Yao family's descendants except for Yao Zhen. If Yao Zhen came in person, Gao Shui would not be suitable. After all, he was not Duke Xin Gao Shui, and there was a difference in seniority between him and Yao Zhen. However, other than Yao Zhen, everyone else was a soft persimmon that Gao Shui could easily bully. Therefore, no matter how many people came from the Yao family, they would only add fuel to the fire and exhaust their own vitality. The situation would only worsen. Wei Xian dared to say that Emperor Lu Zhen, who had already missed several ceremonies this year, such as the Zhuangyuan banquet and the spring and autumn sacrificial ceremonies, had not made an appearance. This meant that Lu Zhen was either critically ill or very likely to have encountered some unforeseen event. He had completely lost control of the imperial court. Originally, the competition for the position of crown prince required the various princes to spread their feathers like peacocks. Now, it had become a competition for the dragon throne. Naturally, it would become cruel and bloody. If Lady Yao had not married her daughter into one of the major clans in the capital and had not tried to establish a relationship with the Minister of Appointments because of her son-in-law, Li Shilling, she would have followed the teachings of her ancestors. She would have had a chance to continue to sit on the border and wait for the battle to come to light in the treacherous capital. When the time came, Yao Zhen would either have sent his legitimate son to the capital to meet the new emperor to express his loyalty, or the new emperor would have directly patrolled the border to the south to buy Lady Yao's support. Outside the inn, the third Prince Lu Mao's words were not for Qin Pingan to hear, but for Jinyang and the old hunchback who were inside the inn. Once they heard it, the situation at the inn became even more interesting. You, Qin Pingan, risked your life to protect the Yao family. If Lady Yao did not understand the situation and turned around to complain that your actions were unnecessary, framing Lady Yao as disloyal, would Qin Pingan, who acted in a righteous manner, still be hot-blooded? A chivalrous heart had always been able to withstand the ravages of mountains of swords and seas of fire. Jianghu affinity, a promise of 1,000 pieces of gold, could be exchanged for life and death, but it could not withstand a cup of ungrateful wine. Lu Mao laughed coldly and said, "Are you trying to force Lady Yao to rebel? You only know how to take revenge for a moment. Are you really a hero of Jianghu?" Just as expected, the human heart could not withstand scrutiny and probing. Furthermore, people were often like this. Before things were completely rotten, even if they were in a hopeless situation, they would still hold on to a sliver of hope. Although the head of the family, Yao Zhen, had encountered a treacherous assassination attempt, he had only been injured in the end. As for the Yao family's in-law, old Minister Li of the Ministry of Appointments, when he had submitted a letter to resign, the emperor had replied with a rather humorous reply in his memorial. "You're only halfway there. It's too early to resign." Then, the emperor had ordered people to send a few tributes to the Li manor. The combat strength of the Yao Iron Cavalry was still one of the best in the south, and no one dared to underestimate them. The Yao cultivators that had secretly infiltrated North Jin with the imperial court had probably returned to Yao Zhen's side. The son-in-law of the Yao family, Li Shilling, was said to have a chance to enter the Confucian Academy in Tongye Continent. The Yao family and the Li family were the pillars of the country in the Great Spring Dynasty. They were noble families. Even if the two families were to be connected by marriage, the people would not think that it was ambitious. Instead, it was a match made in heaven. It was the icing on the cake of the Great Spring Dynasty's prosperity. It was a well-deserved story. Since that was the case, how could Lady Yao have died? Junyang's expression changed slightly. Old Hunchback's expression was uncertain. The girl on the second floor, Yao Lingji, looked at the white robe. Her beautiful face could not help but reveal a bitter expression. There was gratitude from the bottom of her heart, but there was also uncontrollable resentment. It was not that she was like this because she was afraid of death. Instead, it was because ever since the Lu family of Daquan had established the country in the Yao family's border army within the Yao family's ancestral hall, there were layers upon layers of memorial tablets and memorial archways. Each and every one of them had the surname Yao. These ancestors who had died on the battlefield, other than giving their descendants the courage to face death, also gave their descendants a formless pressure. The purity of the Yao family could not be allowed to be tarnished in the slightest by their descendants. This was human nature. The descendants of the Yao family could die, but the reputation of the Yao family could not be tarnished. Otherwise, how could they face their ancestors? It was tragic and respectable. Chun Pingan did not respond to the third Prince Lu Mao's 2 questions. Lu Mao spoke for the 3rd time. Since it seems like you will not change your mind, then how about we ask the unrelated people in the inn to leave? These young people are the descendants of the nobles of the Great Spring Lu family. They did not lie in the shadows of their ancestors and enjoy the benefits. Instead, they personally went into the enemy's territory to kill the enemy. They should not die here. Reason, emotion, and Jianghu ethics. The young retainers at the 2 tables in the inn were all filled with righteous indignation. They glared at Chun Pingan, especially the 3 people sitting at the same table with Gao Shi. Their eyes were burning with anger. They could not wait to chop off Chun Pingan's head and bring it to Gao Shi's grave as an apology. Wei Xian turned to look at Chun Pingan, waiting for his answer. Should he let them go or kill them? Chun Pingan ordered Wei Xian, "Don't let anyone go. As long as they don't go near the gate, don't bother." Wei Xian smiled and nodded. The eunuch was the only one who could act on his own in front of the 3rd Prince, Lu Mao. He said coldly with a feminine voice unique to eunuchs, "Your Highness, this is a group of ungrateful people. I beg you to allow me, General Su, and Mr. Su to take down this group of North Jin Kingdom thieves. So what if they are swordsmen? They are just trash with 1 or 2 more flying swords." The woman was about to speak when the scholar comforted her. "Junyang, things have already come to this. Anyway, it can't get worse. Why don't we wait and see? No matter what you say now, it's meaningless." The little cripple, who was hiding behind the curtain of the kitchen, nodded vigorously. This Zhonggai's words make sense in this lifetime. The old hunchback turned and said angrily, "You are already a cripple. Do you still want to be a mute?" The crippled teenager kept quiet out of fear and immediately shut up. In the inn, the 5 people, including Chun Pingan, were all pure martial artists who were good at close combat. On the other hand, other than the General Su Qingzhou, the eunuch and Su Tong were Qi refinement warriors. There were also 2 tables of young retainers who belonged to them. They would only be restrained. On the 2nd floor, Yao Lingji suddenly shouted at Chun Pingan, "Stop killing people, otherwise our Yao family will be destroyed by you." The door on the 2nd floor opened. Pei Qian stared at the young girl and said angrily, "Stupid girl, shut your stinky mouth. If you dare to order my father around again, I will stab you to death with the supreme swordsmanship that my father taught me." Then the little girl asked the 1st floor, "Father, I have finished reading the book once. What should I do?" Chun Pingan's back was facing the 2nd floor. "Read it again." Then Chun Pingan added, "If you dare to shout again, I will make you eat books instead of reading." Pei Qian nodded vigorously. "Okay, Father, I will listen to you." The moment Pei Qian closed the door, everyone from both sides attacked almost at the same time. On the 2nd floor, Sui Yu controlled the long sword infatuation, which looked like a magic weapon, and used the crescent moon style to slash the neck of the immortal master Su Tong. Su Tong used the dipper steps, which was dazzling. Not only did he dodge infatuation time and time again, but he also made a gesture with his 2 fingers. His sleeves were filled with spiritual aura, and on his robe, a scene of 5-colored cloud seal appeared. At the same time, several black-armored generals appeared around him. They had armor but no body, but they were very agile. Although infatuation could easily pierce through those armors, it did not seem to damage the combat power of these talisman soldiers at all. Once, the long sword pierced through the face of an armored soldier. It actually raised its arms and clenched the blade tightly with its 10 fingers. Sizzling sounds were heard, and a large number of sparks splashed out. Su Qingzhou, who was protected by the military school's armor pill, and Lu Baisheng, who was holding a narrow saber, stepped forward at the same time. Their sabers collided, and a silver thread seemed to flow out from the tip of their sabers. In an instant, the two of them swapped positions after striking each other with their sabers. Outside the inn, 7 or 8 immortal spiritual weapons in the hands of qi cultivators were smashing toward Wei Xian, who was blocking the door. It was especially bright in the night. Wei Xian suddenly grasped the armor pill of the deity and infused it with his spiritual aura. In an instant, he was covered in armor, which was exactly the same as Su Qingzhou, the general of Daquan. His fists were like dragons and as fast as thunder. His body was condensed like a waterfall, and with the protection of a low-grade dew armor. Wei Xian did not directly hit the weapons of the immortal masters. Instead, he just deflected them. Between the two sides, the fireflies that were drawn by the magic weapons slanted in front of Wei Xian, making clanging sounds. In the blink of an eye, Wei Xian was wrapped in the light. However, the more he fought, the braver he became, and his momentum soared. In the inn, the woman of Lotus Blossom Blessed Land was on the right side of Sword Fairy Sui. She looked indifferent. She put 2 fingers together in front of her chest and controlled the infatuation to attack Su Tong. Her other hand was as white as mutton fat. She gently twisted her wrist. Half of the chopsticks on the first floor turned into flying swords, as if they had received a military order. They flew past the soldiers and assassinated Su Tong. The remaining half flew to the second floor and hovered around her to deal with the unpredictable thunder art under Su Tong's palms. Every time they collided, a chopstick would turn into powder. Martial madman Zhu Lian squatted quietly on the railing, not saying a word. In his eyes, there were only Qin Pingan and the eunuch in the official's robe. These 2 people who could really decide the outcome had a tacit understanding. They went all out when they attacked. Using the mind talisman, Qin Pingan's first punch was the deity drum-beating style. The guardian of the great Quan dynasty, Huai Guang, used his yin spirit and yang spirit at the same time. The 2 dharma forms were illusory, but they had the majesty of a deity. Not only was Qin Pingan's punch blocked, but the eunuch's yin spirit also reached into his chest. Fortunately, he was wearing a golden robe. Although there was a heart-wrenching pain in his chest, Qin Pingan was still as immovable as a mountain. He stomped his foot. He stomped on the ground. His soul separated, and 3 Qin Pingan appeared. The other 2 once again used the deity's drum-beating style. After the first punch, there were countless punches. 338. When they arrived at the door of the room on the second floor, Pei Qian had already run past Qin Pingan and opened the door first. Qin Pingan strode in. Pei Qian hesitated whether to follow him in. Qin Pingan turned his head and ordered, "Go to the inn and ask for 3 more rooms. Let Jinyang put the money on the bill first. At the same time, tell Wei Xian that I will be in seclusion for a few days. During this time, I won't see anyone. The 5 of you better not stray too far from the inn." Pei Qian looked at Qin Pingan and asked, "Are you okay?" Qin Pingan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Did he look like he was okay? He casually said, "I won't die." Pei Qian carefully closed the door and said, "Call me if you need anything. I'm right next door." Qin Pingan nodded. The 2 flying swords, number 1 and number 15, hovered in the room. Qin Pingan first took out a stack of dust-cleansing talismans and pasted them all over the room. Then he took out 2 porcelain bottles. The quality of the materials was worlds apart. One was a red porcelain bottle given by Lu Tai. It could grow bones. Qin Pingan had personally experienced the miraculous effects of this bottle of elixir in the forest outside the Flying Eagle Fortress. The other bottle was a secret elixir unique to the Yang family pharmacy. It could stop the pain no matter how great it was. Qin Pingan didn't have the chance to use it during his 2 travels, and encountered so many monsters and demons. He didn't expect that he would take it out in a small border town. Chun Pingon took off the severely damaged robe on his body. It involved a lot of his flesh and bones. Chun Pingon was in so much pain that he broke out in cold sweat. He sat at the table and reached out his trembling hand to open the plain, white porcelain bottle of the Yang family pharmacy. He poured out a pitch-black elixir and forced it into his mouth. He even took off the wine gourd and drank a mouthful of green plum wine. Then he began to apply the thick ointment in the red porcelain bottle. His hands, arms, and shoulders were another round of torture. The strength of the eunuch in the python robe was beyond Chun Pingon's expectation. In order to deal with this crisis, Chun Pingon had been cautious enough. In addition to the martial madman Zhu Lian, he also invited the other two people in the picture scroll, Sui Yuyu and Lu Baixiang. However, he did not expect Li, the palace guard of the Great Spring Dynasty, to be so unreasonable. Apart from the realm of Qi cultivator, his body was actually comparable to a pure martial artist of the sixth realm. Previously, Chun Pingon only had 3 pieces of grain rain money left. Following the thoughts of the old Taoist and the Taoist child carrying the golden blade strengthening gourd, Chun Pingon took a small gamble. He threw 1 piece of grain rain money to the picture scroll on the right of Sui Yuyu, which was the least likely to be touched. As expected, with just 1 piece of grain rain money, the female sword fairy of the lotus flower blessed land slowly walked out of the picture scroll and came to this world. Obviously, the Taoist child had predicted that Chun Pingon would be the last to invite the right of Sui Yuyu. If it were not for the little figure of Lotus Lake's guidance, according to Chun Pingon's order of choice, he would invite the martial madman Zhu Lian, who lost to Dinging first, followed by the founding Emperor Wei Xian, the devil cult's Lu Baixiang, and the right of Sui Yuyu. Then, Zhu Lian, who cost a total of 15 pieces of grain rain money, was a great show of strength. Perhaps Chun Pingon would really put the other 3 picture scrolls on the shelf. Chun Pingon sat at the table and closed his eyes. His hands hung naturally, but he visualized himself sitting in the posture of a sword furnace. His breathing gradually calmed down like an old monk in meditation or a Taoist in forgetfulness. At noon 2 days later, Chun Pingon changed into a clean set of clothes and finally walked out of the door. He stood by the railing and found that the lobby on the first floor was a little strange. The strange thing was that the inn was too peaceful. The old hunchback sat on the bench on the other side of the curtain and puffed out smoke. The little cripple was wiping the tables and stools. The landlady was taking care of a table of guests who were drinking heartily. The down-and-out scholar in green sat by the door with a sad look in his eyes. If Chun Pingon had not sensed the 4 long and subtle breaths of Zhu Lian in the rooms on both sides, he would have mistakenly thought that nothing had happened, and that he had not met the son of Duke Xin or the eunuch dressed in a python robe. Chun Pingon only felt that it was a lifetime ago. In this battle of life and death, Chun Pingon's gains were even smaller than his battle with Dinging, but he was more emotional. It probably had something to do with his state of mind and winning or losing. The first person to walk out of the room was the old man Zhu Lian. His body was still stooped, but he showed a smiling face. He saluted Chun Pingon with his fists clasped and shook them twice. He said, "Young master, it is a blessing in disguise. Congratulations." Chun Pingon nodded and asked, at that time, what about the cavalry and the Yao family outside the room? Zhu Lian moved closer to Chun Pingon's side and laughed softly. That gentleman from the De Fu Academy managed to subdue the 3 parties as soon as he made his move. The prince outside the door immediately left with his men. He only took the body of the junior duke Gao Shui. As for the imperial horse directorate head eunuch's body, he didn't even dare to mention it. As for the older prince, he and the border troops of the Yao family who rushed to the inn did not even dare to come. They turned around and left. When the lady boss of the inn and the others woke up, this gentleman came up with an excuse, saying that young master had killed many people and won them over with his fists. With the intervention of the other prince, the matter was resolved. The gentleman then continued to stay here to eat and drink. If the world were filled with such scholars, it would be too interesting. Zhu Lian then talked about the details of the disturbance. Chun Pingan walked towards the stairs and asked doubtfully, "Junyang and the others are still in the dark? How is that possible?" Zhu Lian laughed. The gentleman from the academy must have informed the three parties not to reveal his identity. He deliberately hid it from the people in the inn. Chun Pingan asked, "What about Pei Qian?" Zhu Lian pointed in the direction of Hu-Er town. He borrowed some copper coins from someone and is having a good time in Hu-Er town. Chun Pingan frowned. When he reached the first floor, he went straight to the scholar at the door. Zhu Lian did not follow him. He looked like an old housekeeper of a small family and sat at the table closest to the door. Chun Pingan sat on the doorstep, took off his wine gourd, and handed it over. The scholar in green shook his head and stared blankly at the woman, who was laughing with the guests. "I'm not drinking. If it's not given to me by Junyang herself, it's tasteless." Chun Pingan retracted his hand and drank a mouthful of wine. Who was the prisoner that Gao Shui and the others were escorting back then from the northern Jin state in the south? The scholar named Zhong Kuei didn't hide anything and said casually, "It seems to be the remnants of the water god temple in Pine Needle Lake, as well as the followers of the Orthodox mountain god, His Excellency Jin Huang, and his wife." In any case, the third prince of the Great Spring Empire caught all of them in one fell swoop. If you hadn't interfered, I'm afraid there would have been many Yao family members in the prisoner carriage. But don't worry, I promised you that I would clean up the mess. You don't have to worry about the Great Spring Empire seeing you as an enemy. But whether it's the third prince or the Duke Shin's mansion, I can't stop them if they hate you. If you can't even deal with this." Chun Pingan laughed. "It's okay to deal with this. I believe that the Great Spring Empire will not have a second pagoda scholar." The Great Spring Lu Empire was indeed much stronger than the Combe country and Tsai country in the central part of the Aquarius continent. As for Y Excellency Jin Huang, who had a good impression of Chun Pingan, suddenly became a prisoner of another country from a mountain god. It was clear that the green water buffalo great demon beast had died in Chun Pingan's hands, and his property had been confiscated after that. Chun Pingan wasn't interested, and he wouldn't get to the bottom of it. When Chun Pingan mentioned the imperial horse supervisor Li Li, the scholar's face turned gloomy, as if it was a big worry. Chun Pingan saw that the scholar was silent and turned to look outside the inn. He was still worried, so he stood up and walked to the side of the official road. He looked in the direction of Hu town, worried that Pei Qian would cause trouble there. When Chun Pingan returned to the inn, he ordered a table of food from the housekeeper and asked Zhu Lian to call Lu Baixiang and the other two downstairs. After the meal, Pei Qian swaggered back to the inn, looking very happy. When she saw Chun Pingan, she felt a little guilty and her eyes wandered. Chun Pingan did not ask her in detail. He only asked her if she had eaten. The little girl with a round belly shook her head and said no. Then she ate the leftovers on the table. Chun Pingan walked out of the inn alone and took a walk to relieve his boredom. In the end, when Chun Pingan returned to the inn, he found that the entrance was blocked by people who were cursing at the inn. It was very lively. 3:39. Sorry to keep you waiting. There were at least 20 men and women cursing at the entrance of the inn. The young, strong men had angry looks on their faces, the women had their hands on their hips, and the children were heartless. They were either licking the candied haws with their heads tilted to one side, or secretly shooting at the drunkard with their slingshots. Chun Pingan stayed in the crowd for a while, but he still couldn't figure out the reason, because they were speaking in Hu-Er town's dialect. However, when he saw Pei Qian on the second floor panicking when she saw him, Chun Pingan had an idea. Pei Qian was originally squatting by the railing on the second floor, either picking her nose or picking her ears. She didn't take it seriously, and even deliberately made a disgusting gesture. The fiercer the cursing outside, the happier Pei Qian was. Fortunately, the men and women of Hu Town didn't dare to enter the inn. The little cripple found the noise too annoying, so he gloomily cleaned up the leftovers on the table. The old hunchback sat in the distance, smoking a pipe. Junyang sat behind the counter, eating melon seeds, and didn't mind making a big deal out of it. The abject scholar, who was half an accountant, originally wanted to be a peacemaker, but he was pushed hard by a man and staggered back to the inn. He resentfully returned to the woman's side and pretended to pick up the snow-white account book. Junyang rolled her eyes at him. When Chun Pingan crossed the threshold with a straight face, Pei Qian wanted to sneak back into the house, but she was stopped by Chun Pingan, who asked her to go downstairs. Pei Qian timidly went down the stairs. Without waiting for Chun Pingan to ask, she confessed everything. According to her story, she went to Hu Town to look for a pharmacy to buy some herbs for Chun Pingan. Then her peers there bullied her and ganged up to bully a foreigner like her. At first, they snatched the stick of candied haws that she intended to leave for Chun Pingan. She tolerated it, saying that she had read a lot of books and understood that harmony was the most important thing. Those people also liked to follow behind her and say nasty things. They formed a group and even threw stones at her, but she ignored them. Later, when she bought a dragonfly kite, someone was jealous and pulled it over and let it go. With a whoosh, the kite floated out of Hu Town and completely disappeared. She was so angry that she fought with them. 5 or 6 people couldn't beat her, and she even cried and went home to call her parents and elders to beat her. She wasn't stupid, so she quickly ran away. Besides, the dragonfly kite cost 20 copper coins, and it was gone just like that. She was so heartbroken that she had to search for it outside Hu Town for half a day. Although Pei Qian didn't have much confidence, she had been paying attention to Chun Pingan's expression when she lied, ready to be beaten at any time. When the time came, she just needed to protect her head. It didn't matter if her stomach or arms were kicked or pinched a few times by Chun Pingan. After eating a full meal, she would be a good man again. However, Chun Pingan only listened to Pei Qian's explanation quietly before saying, after lying, "Tell me the truth again. It's okay if you don't want to. You can stay at the inn in the future. You won't starve to death." Pei Qian didn't speak. Chun Pingan went to the counter. Junyang glanced at the skinny little girl at the top of the stairs and chuckled softly. "Young Master Chun, how did you raise such a little devil?" She almost turned an alley of Hu Town upside down. First, she cheated the children of their food and scared the little guys who were playing with mud. They all believed that she was a princess from Great Springs' capital city who lived among the common people and would sooner or later return to live in the palace. After getting familiar with her, she played with those children all day long and became the king of the children over there. Later, they had a falling out over a kite and fought fiercely. It seems that she was beaten twice by an adult who rushed over. If it were an ordinary person, he would have stopped after suffering a loss. But your girl claimed to be my distant relative and relied on this to hire a few ruffians in Hu Town to beat that man up in the dark. After that, she became even more lawless. Most of the children were neighbors in the alley, and when ghosts appeared at night, not to mention the children, even the adults were so scared that they did not dare to turn off the lights at night. Young Master Chun, you know that Hu Town is really haunted now. Because of this, several constables guarded the place for a whole night before they found the little girl who was pretending to be a ghost. Guess what the result was? Your girl was stunned and politely sent her back after saying something to them. You have to say, a group of constables in the guise of officials escorting a little girl into an inn really does look like a princess. Chun Pingan nodded and said, "Young Master Chun, you know that Hu Town is really haunted now." Because of this, several constables kept watch for a whole night before they found the little girl who pretended to be a ghost. Chun Pingan felt a headache coming on. He turned his head to look at Pei Qian, but he did not see him. He only saw a pair of legs. He must have been sitting at the top of the stairs. Junyang covered her mouth and laughed. Spending money to avert disaster is not a big deal. It's just a small amount of money, at most 10 taels of silver. You must not get involved in this matter. Just leave it to me. Young master, with your good temper, those people will be even more motivated. It's just a small matter, but they can make it sound like a disaster that pierces through the sky. Chun Pingon helplessly said, "Put it on the tab. I'll settle it with the room later." Junyang stopped laughing and said seriously, "Young Master Chun is the benefactor of our Yao family. If I still have to fuss over such a trivial matter, won't I, Junyang, be ashamed?" Chun Pingon shook his head and said, "It's not the same thing." Junyang still wanted to say something, but Chun Pingon had already said, "I'll have to trouble madam with today's matter." Junyang agreed and walked out of the counter leisurely. She elbowed the bookkeeper and took out some money from the drawer. She then went to the entrance of the inn to settle the matter. Hu'er Town, located at the border, was a place where good and bad people were mixed together. Not everyone was capable, but they were certainly insightful. With so many people coming and going, there was nothing new that they had not heard before. There were still some people who had some ambition. Moreover, there might be some experts who concealed their identities, such as Junyang and third master of the Yao family. Previously, there was such a big commotion at the inn, especially the fight between Wei Xian and the Qi cultivators, which was very eye-catching. It was truly a scene of immortals fighting. Looking from afar at Hu'er Town, other than the commotion, of course, there was awe. Later on, there was a valiant cavalry detouring to the north, and all kinds of rumors began to spread. Some said that the inn's Junyang was a vixen who liked to seduce men. She was really a vixen. Most of the people who believed this were the Annies of Hu'er Town. There were also some who said that Hu'er Town had not been peaceful all these years because of demons and devils. This time, there was a real dragon crossing the border. Junyang swayed her waist and stood at the entrance. The atmosphere outside was suddenly reduced. The scholar Zhong Kui laughed and asked, "Since when did Tongye continent have such a big sect in the pugilistic world?" "A sect in the pugilistic world that is equivalent to a clan of immortals?" Speaking of this, the scholar laughed to himself, as if he felt that his theory was very novel and interesting. The strong man who guarded the pass alone, the bloodthirsty and violent hunchbacked old man, the man who used a saber to feed the martial general Su Qingzhou, and the beautiful woman who suppressed the immortal master Su Tong with her sword-riding skills. The most important thing was that these four people, whether it was their aura or cultivation, were all improving in the battle. Of course, there was also a young man who was not a Qi refinement warrior but could ride a sword. He was just a little handsome and had stolen his limelight from Junyang. Otherwise, he would definitely hold arms with this person and call him brother. Chun Pingon hesitated for a moment, but still chose to be honest. "We are not from Tongye continent." Zhong Kui nodded and said, "Are you from Hassa continent?" The Hassa continent was very famous. Even though the Tongye continent was a place that liked to look down on the heroes of the world, they were still convinced by the Hassa continent that was closest to the inverted mountain. That was because the Chun family of Yingyin lived there, and Qin Shunan, who was almost the only one who had the title of mellow scholar. Zhong Kui had admired Hassa continent for a long time. It was only because of his status in the academy and the teachings of his teacher that he could not travel there for a long time. Other than the Chun family of Yingyin, Hassa continent had many famous places. Zhong Kui wanted to visit all of them. Tongye continent was too boring. Both the people at the foot of the mountain and the cultivators on the mountain did not like to walk around. Chun Pingon pointed to the north. Zhong Kui's eyes lit up. "Do you know Mr. Qi from Cliff Academy?" Chun Pingon choked and did not know how to answer. Zhong Kui laughed and said, "Most likely you know Mr. Qi, and Mr. Qi doesn't know you. It's okay. We are the same." As for the nearest neighbor to the north, Baoping continent, Zhong Kui did not think much of it. There were probably only a pair of brothers, Qi Jingchun from Cliff Academy and Cui Dong from Dali's imperial tutor. However, it was said that Lizhu Cave fell, and Mr. Qi died. Even Zhong Kui's teacher felt sorry for him. He told Zhong Kui in private that if Qi Jingchun was in Tongye continent, he would not have been humiliated like this. At the very least, he would not have been alone and hated by the whole world. Chun Pingon smiled and asked, "Shall we chat over a drink?" Chun Pingon was willing to drink with Zhong Kui just because of the words Mr. Qi. Zhong Kui looked at the woman at the door and said in a low voice, "We can drink, but if Junyang complains, you have to help me." Chun Pingon nodded and said, "Of course." Zhong Kui carried 2 jugs of green plum wine. As the accountant, he ordered the little cripple to bring them a few dishes to go with the wine. Zhong Kui sat cross-legged on the bench and did not look serious. Chun Pingon asked, "I heard that you are from the Fu Academy?" Zhong Kui did not take it seriously and said casually, "Yes, I am. I am a gentleman. Impressive, right?" Chun Pingon toasted a bowl of wine. "Respect for gentlemen." Zhong Kui quickly reached out to stop him, but Chun Pingon had already finished it. This gentleman from the Jianghu Academy sighed and said, "Is this worth a toast? I think you just want a drink, right?" Chun Pingon remembered the sage from the academy that he met in Shu Shui country, Shouju. He was very different from this gentleman in front of him. Shouju was at old Senior Song's Swordwater Villa. He could decide a person's life and death just by reciting poems. Scholars, after reading different books, would probably have different graces. Zhong Kui suddenly thought of something. The man who blocked the Qi refinement warriors outside that night was wearing the dew armor. If I am not wrong, it should be the West Peak recorded in the ancient books of the military school. It is one of the 8 ancestral armors of the dew armor. Is it passed down from your ancestors? Chun Pingon's heart trembled slightly. He shook his head and said, "I bought it from Lingji's shop in Inverted Hanging Mountain." Zhong Kui asked, "How much did you spend on it?" Chun Pingon shook his head and said, "I only spent some money on it. It is not expensive. I plan to give it away in the future." Zhong Kui smiled and said, "Lingji's shop did not know the value of the goods and let you pick up a big bargain. But it is normal. The West Peak set up a restriction for the expert. If not for the fact that the Academy had the secret manual that was about to be broken into pieces, and was familiar with the inside story of the military school of the armor pill, I would not have recognized it. I advise you to keep it. It is such a valuable item. Moreover, it has so many stories. It is a pity to give it away." Chun Pingon did not say whether he would give it away or not. He asked curiously, "The 8 ancestral armors?" Zhong Kui picked up a peanut and threw it into his mouth. "The full name of the dew armor is Deity Dew Armor. Let me ask you, what deity? What do?" Chun Pingon shook his head and did not know. Zhong Kui smiled and said, "In addition to the West Peak, the other 7 earliest dew armors are Buddha Land, Flower Bud, Mountain Ghost, Narcissus, Sunglow, Colorful Clothes, and Sea of Clouds. Most of them were destroyed in the war and completely disappeared. There are not many left. Only the Mountain Ghost and Colorful Clothes are left. Although the West Peak in your hand is very shabby, it is considered good compared to the other 2 that were left in the world. If you meet someone who knows the value of the goods, you just have to ask for the highest price. I guarantee that you will make a lot of money. However, these ancestral armors have lost their foundation. Their supernatural power to protect the owner is less than 1 in 10. It is really regrettable. For this, I have to drink a glass of wine." "Ooh." Zhong Kui lifted the bowl and drank it up first. Chun Pingon had to drink a bowl. Zhong Kui took the initiative to talk about the storm. "Those 2 princes are not good people. If you still stay in the Great Spring, take it easy. There are rules at the foot of the mountain, and there are many masters at the foot of the mountain. For example, when the third prince met you, he was drenched in dog's blood because there is always someone better than him. Chen Pingan nodded and said, "That's true." Zhong Kuei suddenly smiled and said, "Thinking about the fight between you and the pagoda scholar of the Great Spring that night, and seeing you agree with me at the table today, I am not used to it." "What's wrong?" "You have suffered at the hands of the academy in your hometown, so you are afraid of such a gentleman title?" Chen Pingan could not help laughing. Zhong Kuei said again, "That day you said that everyone's reason is reason. I think you said it very well. As for asking the young marquis to ask himself, although it sounds more domineering and reasonable, in fact, it is a little impolite." Chen Pingan drank a mouthful of wine and said, "It can't be helped." Zhong Kuei nodded and said, "Indeed, the world is like this. When you are in a cesspool, you think it is natural to eat shit. When someone serves you a dish, you are not willing to eat it." Chen Pingan was speechless. Was this the reason that a Confucian gentleman would say? Zhong Kuei sighed and said, "But even if the world is rotten into a cesspool, it is not a reason for us to eat shit." At this moment, Chen Pingan was holding a dish with one hand and a bowl of wine with the other. He felt a little awkward. Zhong Kuei noticed Chen Pingan's strange behavior and hurriedly comforted him. "We are not eating shit and urine. It is good wine and good food. Don't worry and eat." Chen Pingan ate and drank in silence. He could not keep up with this guy's thoughts when chatting with him. For a moment, Chen Pingan missed Little Treasure Bottle. At the door, Jinyang came out and quickly solved the problem. In the eyes of Hu Town's residents, the inn was mysterious and evil. Therefore, they did not even have the courage to enter and complain. Chen Pingan thanked the woman and went to the stairs. Pei Qian was still sitting there and drawing. When Chen Pingan told her to follow him, she obediently followed behind him. She looked embarrassed and downcast, as if she had made a mistake and was repentant. However, Chen Pingan did not need to think to know that the little girl behind him was secretly delighted. He could even imagine Pei Qian's arrogance the next time she went to Hu Town. When they reached the room, Chen Pingan sat down. Pei Qian did not dare to sit down. She closed the door and stood across the table. Chen Pingan went straight to the point and said, "You will stay here from now on. I will give thee in a sum of money." Pei Qian suddenly looked up angrily. She was about to speak when she saw Chen Pingan's cold expression. She lowered her head again and said, "I know I was wrong. I won't do it again. I'll go to He Town later and give Xiao Mei a curtain. I'll buy her a big butterfly that costs 40 copper coins. It's colorful and much prettier than a dragonfly. Xiao Mei and the others have been eyeing it for a long time, but they can't afford it for a bunch of poor kids who eat tonghulu as if it's the new year." Chen Pingan asked, "Where did you get the money?" Pei Qian looked up and blinked. "I borrowed it from Jinyang. It's not much. Together, it's only 2 taels of silver." Chen Pingan asked, "How are you going to pay it back?" Pei Qian said timidly, "I will put it on the tab first. I will be your slave in the future and pay you back bit by bit." Chen Pingan said, "You will stay here from now on. You can do odd jobs for the inn and pay Jinyang back slowly." Pei Qian frowned and looked like she was about to cry. Chen Pingan pointed at the door and said calmly, "Get out." Pei Qian wiped her eyes hard and said loudly, "I know. You have always liked that little bookworm called Chao Qingleng. You've always been worried about him. If you could, you wouldn't want me. You would only keep Chao Qingleng by your side. He made a mistake, but you wouldn't be like this. You would only reason with him. You would even tell him not to be like me in the future. Chen Pingan, you always want to cast me aside." Pei Qian turned and ran out. She slammed the door and went back to her room. Chen Pingan began to think about the route to the north of Tongya continent. After all, the immortal ferry to Baopian continent's old dragon city was in the north of Daquan. If they took a detour, they would have to travel another 2,000 to 3,000 miles. Now that they were on bad terms with the third prince of the Liu family of Daquan, it was almost an irreconcilable relationship. If he were the third prince, he wouldn't be able to endure it either, even if the third prince was scared by him and the gentleman from Dafu Academy, a prince who could lead an army to the hinterland of the enemy country and kill His Excellency of another country and the water deity temple. Even if the third prince wasn't determined to kill him, he would most likely cause a lot of trouble for him. If it didn't work, they could only take a detour. On the same floor, not to mention Pei Qian, who was in seclusion, Wei Xian was flipping through a miscellaneous book bought from Hure Town. The founding emperor didn't treat him badly. There was wine and meat on the table, and there was the military armor pill on the table. After the battle, Wei Xian pondered for a long time. He couldn't help but marvel at the immortal methods of the Qi cultivators in the world and the heavenly materials and earthly treasures in this world. Further away was the room of martial madman Julien. He was walking in circles around the table with his hands behind his back and his waist bent. Liu Baixiang stood by the window of his room and looked into the distance. The narrow saber, snow-stopping, was hanging on his waist. It was said to be a relic of an earth immortal of the nascent soul level. It was indeed not comparable to the so-called divine weapons in his hometown. Sui Yu sat cross-legged on the bed and breathed in and out. The infatuated sword was on the table. Chun Pingon took out a blank picture scroll. Thinking of the killing intent that flashed by that night, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. One shouldn't have the intention to harm others, but one should always guard against others. In the dusk, Chun Pingon went downstairs for dinner. Of the 4 people in the painting upstairs, only Julien was on time. He sat with Chun Pingon and even helped to pour wine. Liu Baixiang and the other 2 didn't go out. As for Pei Qian, he stayed in the room and didn't make any movements. Chun Pingon went out alone and walked slowly along the official road to Hure Town. Walking on the bumpy yellow mud road, Chun Pingon turned his head and looked to the west. Then he turned around and walked back to the inn. He arrived at the entrance of the inn at about the same time as a group of people. Unexpectedly, there was the injured head of the Yao family, Great General Yao Zhen. He brought along the youth who was in danger with him. In addition, there was also the martial arts genius Yao Lingji, who personally experienced the incident at the inn, as well as a young woman with a curtain on her head. Behind these people were 5 or 6 riders. They were no longer the Yao family's side riders, but rather the accompanying cultivators who didn't need to deliberately wear armor. In Dali, these mountain people who joined the army should be called Secretary Wu. After seeing Chun Pingon dressed in a long green robe, the dispirited old general who still insisted on personally going to the inn immediately dismounted from his horse and walked quickly to Chun Pingon. He cupped his hands and said, "Righteous man, you've saved us twice. Our Yao family is moved to tears. Tonight, we've come to visit our benefactor. Please accept my Yao Zhen's bow." After the old general finished speaking, he was about to bow deeply to Chun Pingon. Chun Pingon could only stop the old general's arm and dispense with this grand bow. He had only stopped Yao Zhen. The rest of the Yao family disciples and the cultivators who were on the same side as the Yao family had already bowed in unison. The old general's face was pale. He had a forthright personality that had been honed on the battlefield. He asked straightforwardly, "How should my Yao family repay you?" Seeing Chun Pingon remain silent, the old general smiled and said, "It's not that I'm looking down on young master's chivalrous heart. It's just that if the Yao family were to turn a blind eye to such a great kindness, the Yao family would be too ashamed to hang the Yao character on the border army's banner." Chun Pingon was also not polite. He asked, "Does old general have a way for me to avoid the eyes and ears of the imperial court and go to Tiancai Peak on the northern border?" Yao Zhen asked, "Benefactor, how many people are there?" Chun Pingon originally wanted to say 6 people, but when the words reached his mouth, he immediately changed his mind and said, 5 people. Yao Zhen thought for a moment, then nodded and said, "That's fine. If Benefactor trusts the Yao family, just wait here for a few days. After that, we will definitely let Benefactor's group of 5 safely reach Tian K Peak in the northern border." Chun Pingon asked, "Will it cause trouble for you?" Yao Zhen laughed heartily and said, "We've already survived all the trouble as big as the sky. Right now, there's nothing that can be called trouble." When the old general said these words, his entire body was relaxed, although his injuries were not light, and the bumpy ride made things worse. His words were as if a heavy burden had been lifted off his shoulders. However, the people behind Yao Zhen all had heavy moods, and their expressions were filled with unwillingness. Yao Zhen did not seem to want to enter the inn, so he suggested that he and Chun Pingon take the official road. Chun Pingon did not object. The two of them distanced themselves from the crowd by a dozen steps. Yao Zhen revealed the secret and said softly, "I don't dare to lie to Benefactor. I've fought and killed my entire life. This time, His Majesty has shown mercy and allowed me to retire in the capital and take up the post of Minister of War. I can bring my family and retainers with more than 100 people, so Benefactor can stay with them. I need to spend a few days to arrange a suitable position for you in the army. Truth be told, the imperial court will definitely investigate these 100 people carefully. They will investigate them one by one, so Benefactor, and you will have to suffer some grievances." The old general felt somewhat guilty. After thinking about it, Chun Pingon nodded in agreement. Being able to escort the Yao clan elder to the capital allowed Chun Pingon to feel a little more at ease. The old general's first words did not conform to the rules of officialdom. Entering the capital to take up the post of Minister of War was a transfer, and it was not even a demotion. The Minister of War of the Great Quan dynasty was an important position in the imperial court, a seat that many great generals could only dream of. But for Yao Zhen, if there came a day when he had to dismount, he would be retiring. Moreover, he would need to leave the southern border where the Yao clan had been rooted for generations and go to Mirage City, which could be considered leaving his home. Given Yao Zhen's age and his status as the stabilizing force of the Great Quan dynasty, Emperor Lu Zhen's actions caused the entire court to ponder. But one thing was certain. The imperial court was prepared to protect the Yao clan. Or perhaps His Majesty had already made up his mind to throw the Yao clan out of the maelstrom, granting Yao Zhen a pretty good ending where he could protect himself and live out his remaining years in comfort. Although the Great Quan Lu clan's War of the Princes was abnormally intense in this generation, the current 3 princes, even the first prince who had been presiding over the northern border at such a young age, placed great importance on their reputation in court. To put it bluntly, it was not strange for Yao Zhen to die of old age on the border, on the battlefield, or inexplicably on the battlefield, but it was impossible for him to die at the feet of the Son of Heaven in Mirage City. This was because it was rumored that a highly qualified gentleman of the Fu Academy had left the academy and taught in Mirage City for many years. Yao Zhen did not want Chun Pingon to think that they were going to Mirage City together, so that Chun Pingon's group could protect the Yao clan as they went north. Thus, he helped Chun Pingon organize the Great Quan Imperial Court, explaining in detail the Yao clan's current situation and how they had managed to escape danger. This was partly due to the efforts of that gentleman of the Fu Academy in the capital, and partly due to the invisible deterrence of that young gentleman at the inn. Chun Pingon said almost nothing, mostly listening to the old general's explanation. The only question he asked was regarding the third prince's matter of escorting prisoners. Yao Zhen had always been a rigid and inflexible person, paying even more attention to the relationship between ruler and minister, father and son, but after this calamity, his heart had been completely broken, and his style of doing things had changed. Many of the secrets of the Great Quan Imperial Court, that he would not have told anyone even if he was beaten to death were now casually spoken of. Presumably, other than being sad, the old man was also somewhat relieved and able to retire in peace. The conflict between Excellency Jin Huang of the Northern Jin Kingdom and the water god of Pine Needle Lake had resulted in both sides suffering losses, destroying the foundation of the Northern Jin Kingdom. The number 1 mountain god of the Northern Jin Kingdom, second only to the 5 mountain gods, had been imprisoned in the 10-some prison carriages. The third prince had plotted for 7 or 8 years, mobilizing many secret factions of the Great Quan Imperial Court. As long as he could successfully escort Excellency Mountain God back, in the eyes of Mirage City, he would have made an unparalleled contribution, no different from a general opening up a vast frontier. Alas, all his efforts had been for naught in that inn on the border. Imperial Horse Supervisor Lili had died, and so had Duke Shun's only son. After 10 years of hard work, he had only gained face and suffered losses. Yao Shun casually chatted with Qin Pingon as they walked down the official road. He regarded Qin Pingon as his benefactor and did not feel awkward because of Qin Pingon's age. While Qin Pingon and the old general were chatting outside, the atmosphere in the inn was strange. Junyang was leaning against the door, the old hunchback was drinking wine for the first time, and the scholar Zhong Kui was sitting on the doorstep looking up at the woman's side profile. There was only one table of guests in the entire inn. The beautiful woman with a sword on her back, the dignified man with a saber, and the lean man who claimed to be a huge drinker did not drink. They casually ordered 3 dishes from the inn. The little cripple was also starving. When he saw that there was still an empty table, he sat down with the 3 of them and ate. He did not take any food, only eating the white rice in his bowl. The little cripple stole a few glances at the woman opposite him from time to time. She was much prettier than the lady boss. How could there be such a beautiful woman in the world? She carried a sword on her back. She must be a heroine. He did not know if she would pass by the inn in the future. By then, he should be able to be a chef and would no longer need to sweep the floor, wipe the table, and serve tea and wine. At the thought of this, the young man felt that the rice in his bowl was no worse than the delicacies of the scholar Zhong. When Qin Pingon returned to the inn, it was already closed. Only Zhong Kui was left on the first floor, waiting to close the door. After closing the door, Zhong Kui took the initiative to invite Qin Pingon to drink, but they did not chat much. They drank separately. After drinking, Zhong Kui made a bed on the floor near the counter, and Qin Pingon went to the second floor to rest. In the end, Zhong Kui laughed and said that the money for the wine would be recorded on the bill. Qin Pingon felt somewhat helpless at that time. He did not understand why a Confucian gentleman with a high cultivation base would live under someone else's roof and live such a cowardly life. Qin Pingon had seen and heard many so-called experts along the way, but none of them were so unparticular. The hidden Madame Gouet, the sword-wielding guard at the inverted mountain, and the old Jean Dan, sword cultivator who served as his infant heir's coachman, were all not very approachable. In the end, Zhong Kui said, "In the Jianghu, money is hard to earn and shit tastes bad. As long as you don't spend money to buy shit to eat, it's a good life." On the main road, the Yao family and the inn were getting further and further away. There was a woman riding alongside Yao Zhen. It was the woman wearing a veil hat. She lifted the veil hat, revealing a face that was naturally bewitching. She should be the Yao clan's femme fatale that Zhong Kui had mentioned. Although her appearance was charming, her temperament was cold. Her pair of peach blossom eyes were innately flirtatious throughout the year. Because the old man was injured, he didn't ride his horse. This old general, who had been on the battlefield his entire life, was becoming more and more convinced of his old age. The young woman softly asked, "Grandfather, why don't you go in and see Ninth Aunt? So many years have passed, and we still have to go to the capital this time. Don't tell me we can't even see her once?" Yao Zhen shook his head. "Forget it. The young woman turned to look at the saber-wielding girl, and the silent youth. Lingji and Xianji aren't feeling too good right now. Yao Zhen smiled. They don't have to think that they are number one in the world every day. This is a good thing. Once they arrive at Mirage City, they will have to suffer. The young woman hesitated to speak. The old man was silent for a moment. This is good. She couldn't help but ask, Grandfather, do you not blame little aunt and little uncle at all? The old man didn't answer. In the darkness of the night, the old man suddenly smiled. I heard you say that they are profound, intelligent, eloquent, and upright heroes. What are their aptitudes? Although the young woman was puzzled and didn't know why her grandfather would mention this matter, she still replied, they are first, third, and second. The old man smiled and asked, then what do you think their benefactor is? The young woman shook her head. I don't dare to say that they are benefactors. The old man nodded and turned his head. Jinji, you shouldn't have gone to Mirage City. Don't you want to reconsider? It's not too late to regret now. The young woman named Yao Jinji smiled and said, since the fortune teller said, before she could finish, Yao Zhen glared at her and said, you can't say it. When we arrive at the capital, you can't say it. Yao Jinji giggled and put down the veil again to cover his face. For the next 2 days, the inn and Hu town were peaceful. The little girl, Pei Qian, rarely went out. Even if she went out to look for food, she would deliberately avoid Chen Pingan. During this time, Chen Pingan accompanied Zhong Kui to sit on the threshold and drink. The scholar said that he had to keep an eye on Hu town, but this wasn't the most important thing. He wanted to see Jinyang every day. Chen Pingan asked him why he liked Jinyang so much. Zhong Kui thought for a long time and could only say that he was obsessed with her. Chen Pingan jokingly asked him how much he liked her. Zhong Kui sighed and said that he didn't like her much, so he always felt sorry for Jinyang. Chen Pingan was at his wit's end. He was a weirdo. Before the Yao family's team arrived at the inn, Sui Yu knocked on Chen Pingan's door and said that he had a few words to say. The two of them sat opposite each other. Sui Yu said slowly, after the longevity bridge is rebuilt, if you want to ascend to the upper 5 realms, you will need to refine 5 magic treasures that correspond to the 5 elements. The better the quality of the items you refine, the higher your cultivation achievements will be. Chen Pingan asked, for example? Sui Yu seemed to have expected this. Or rather, the person who asked her to pass the message had calculated everything. She answered Chen Pingan almost exactly as he said. For example, the metal of the 5 elements could be the bag of refined gold coins or the golden gall. For example, the wood of the 5 elements could be the locust tree from Pearl Cave or the divine bamboo from Green Mountain. For the water of the 5 elements, it could be the water character seal. For the earth of the 5 elements, it could be the dragon beheading platform or the earth of the 5 mountains of the Dali dynasty. For the fire of the 5 elements, it could be some snake gallstones, or even a fire dragon on the wrist. Finally, Sui Yu said, these are just examples. As for what to refine, how to refine, and when to refine, you still have to decide for yourself. After Chen Pingan sent Sui Yu out of the room, he began to practice the sword furnace stance. That night, he slept soundly with 1,000 years sleeping stance. Chen Pingan had a strange dream. In the dream, someone was blocking in front of him. Both of his arms were broken and dripping with blood. This person bent his back, with his back facing Chen Pingan. He bit the hilt of his sword with his mouth and performed an unimaginable horizontal sword stance. Chen Pingan woke up and opened his eyes. He tried hard to remember the dream, but he could only remember a vague back view. And when Chen Pingan was lying on the bed in a daze, far outside the inn, one big and one small were piling up a small mound. Zhong Kui and Pei Qian, the former squatted there, and looked at it. The latter added soil after filling it with soil, building a mound that looked like a small grave. He also specially found a wide and thin stone and inserted it in front of the grave. After completing the task, the little girl whose face was covered with mud turned her head to Zhong Kuei and said solemnly, "This is Chun Pingan's grave. From now on this day every year, both of us will come to pay our respects." Zhong Kuei was puzzled. "What is this?" Pei Qian sat on the ground and crossed his arms. He gritted his teeth and said, "In my heart, Chun Pingan is already dead." Zhong Kuei made an O sound. "In that case, this small grave can be called a cenotaph." Pei Qian frowned. "What do you mean?" Zhong Kuei rested his chin on his arm and stared blankly at the small grave and small tombstone. Actually, he was looking at Pei Qian's bright eyes from the corner of his eyes. The scholar seemed to be deep in thought and seemed to have understood something. First, set a small goal, such as 1 second to remember. Book guest residence. 3:40. Chun Pingan lay on his bed. That strange dream was still lingering in his mind. The last time was when he was reading in his dream on the ferry on Osmanthus Island. He didn't know what deeper meaning it had this time. Or was it just a dream? Was he being too paranoid? Chun Pingan sat up. Since he couldn't sleep, he went to the table and began to count his belongings. During the day, Junyang sent a message that the Yao clan's entourage would pass by Here Town tomorrow morning. At that time, the two parties would travel together to the Mirage City and part ways at a famous ferry outside the capital, Chun Pingan, and his party would continue to head north to visit the Immortal Heaven Fault Peak. The old General Yao Zhen had already arranged 2 identities for them. The latter half of their journey would be smooth and unimpeded. Chun Pingan lit the oil lamp and placed the blade-strengthening gourd on the table. The 15th flying sword flew out. Chun Pingan took out the golden wine robe. He was a little distressed. He was distressed about the damage to the golden wine robe. He was even more distressed about the copper coin used to repair the golden wine robe. He had already used up the Guyu money. It wasn't some small summer money or snow money. It was one of the small bag of golden wine coins that Chung Dafeng gave to Chun Pingan as a reward for his breakthrough in Old Dragon City. Chun Pingan touched the neatly folded robe and sighed. No wonder people said that cultivation was a job that required mountains of gold and silver. No one should say that they had too much money to spend. However, Chun Pingan couldn't help but think of Lu Yuzhou from the Upside-Down Mountains Ape Raven Prefecture. Lu Yuzhou's father was probably the same age as the god of wealth of the Snow Mountain continent. That was why he had the right to worry about having too much money. Chun Pingan took out the bag of golden wine coins again and gently poured them on the table. They piled up one by one and formed a small building that was less than the height of a palm. Chun Pingan smiled knowingly. It was just that the building was a little small and short, otherwise he would be happier. None of these invaluable gold and fine copper coins had the same color. Instead, they were all betting coins. On the front and back of the coins were engraved the words "Eliminate Evil" and "World Peace." The characters were different from the betting coins that Chun Pingan had first encountered in the Liju Cave. It seemed that every 60 years there would be changes in the coins that were made. When Chun Pingan was at the Upside-Down Mountain, he learned a seemingly shallow but actually extremely orthodox refining chant from the golden wine coins. Previously, when he refined the golden wine coins, it only took him the time to drink a cup of tea. The golden wine robe was torn in many places, and the warp and weft threads were like willow branches sprouting. It was very magical. Chun Pingan estimated that the robe would be restored to its original state in, at most, 10 days. Another unexpected surprise was that Chun Pingan discovered that the golden dragons on the robe were acting strangely. The pearl held by the largest dragon and the eyes of the 2 smaller golden dragons were not shining with a golden light. After eating the gold essence copper coins, it was like adding a finishing touch to a dragon's painting. In particular, the spiritual energy contained in the golden pearl was as thick as water. This discovery made Chun Pingan, who had never been obsessed with magic weapons in the world, somewhat moved. because the appearance of this golden wine robe was the same as Wei Xian and Zhu Lian's martial arts realm. It was rising. One had to know what was above magical treasures, immortal weapons. The wealthy Fu family of the old Dragon City, which had thousands of years of accumulation, did not have a true immortal weapon. However, Chen Pingon did not expect the golden wine robe to grow into a magic robe with the appearance of an immortal weapon. After all, only God knew how many golden wine coins were needed to supplement it. Moreover, now that the Pearl Cave no longer existed, the 3 types of golden wine coins were very likely to be cut off and never appear in the world again. Even if he was lucky enough to cultivate the longevity bridge, he still had to refine the 5 magic weapons of the 5 elements. It was not an exaggeration to say that it was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. However, for Chen Pingon, this was actually not too bad. It was just practicing a million punches after practicing a million punches. As long as he could see the road under his feet clearly and know where he should go next, it would be fine. As for how far it was and how difficult it was, he did not need to think about it. Chen Pingon continued to take out some of the items that he had kept for a long time. The golden script gallbladder that Lord Xingwang, Shunwen, gave to him. It was a fragment of the golden body that was left behind after the god's death. There was a pile of green bamboo slips that could be traced back to the green immortal mountain. Most of them had been carved with poems by Chen Pingon. There was also the snake gall stone that Huang Guan, He Xiaoliang, returned to him. Finally, Chen Pingon took out the water seal carved by Mr. Qi himself and gently placed it in the center of the table. Chen Pingon lay on the table. As the saying goes, mountains and rivers are inseparable. The mountain seal had been destroyed in the flood dragon ditch, and the water seal seemed a little lonely. Chen Pingon was in a daze. A thought came to his mind. On the way back, he would find a chance to buy a white jade hairpin. The material was normal. After carving the words, he could put it in his hair bun. It was not to show off. It was purely because he felt that with his current outfit, even if he did not wear the golden robe, he would still wear a long green robe and a jade hairpin. He was not a scholar, but he could still pretend to be one. Then, when he returned to the Baoping continent, he would go to the Cliff Academy of the Great Sui to find Li Baoping and the others. He would finally not have to worry about implicating them and causing them to be looked down upon by their classmates. After reading so many books and seeing so many sages and sages, Chen Pingon still liked those words the most. The words of a gentleman were as gentle as jade. However, when he thought of the gentleman sleeping on the floor of the inn, Chen Pingon was a little curious about the Dafu Academy. If it was not for the fact that it was inappropriate to delay his journey in the Tongya continent, Chen Pingon really wanted to visit the academy. One by one, Chen Pingon kept everything back into the square-inch object. Zheng Dafeng wanted to settle the old and new debts. Other than a bag of gold and copper coins, there was also a legendary item close to him. It was a piece of jade without any seal characters. It was extremely simple and elegant. However, Chen Pingon was used to dealing with the 15 flying swords. It was convenient for him, so he did not touch the items close to him. Even earth immortals of the nascent soul realm might not have a treasure. Chen Pingon just hid it away. The dew armor West Peak was temporarily given to Wei Xian. The narrow saber Still Snow was hung on Lu Baixiang's waist. The sword of infatuation was carried on Sui Yu's back. The golden demon binding rope made from the old flood dragon's long beard could be used as a belt, if it was not for its color being too eye-catching. Regardless of whether it was the usual snow-white color of the golden necklace or the 2 green robes bought from the marketplace, it did not match. After putting away his rich belongings, Chen Pingon was in a good mood. The only way to ease his worries was through money and wine. He stood up and walked to the window to open it. Suddenly, he found that Pei Qian next door did not move at all. The walls of the inn were not soundproof. The little girl often snored when she slept. Chen Pingon thought that Pei Qian was like before, acting like a mouse in the middle of the night and stealing food from the kitchen on the first floor. However, after waiting for about half an hour, he heard the sound of the inn's door opening and closing. Chun Pingon casually flicked his finger and instantly extinguished the light. Soon, he heard the sound of Pei Qian going upstairs. When the door next door closed, Chun Pingon calmed down. He lit the oil lamp again and took out 3 books to read. They were borrowed from Gu Ken, given to him by Li Shixing, and given to him by Zheng Dafeng. By now, he had already memorized the chapters in the book by heart. However, other than the mountain quaking fist sleeping stance, 1,000 years, which he had recently started studying, there was almost no progress in talismans and sword techniques compared to before he accidentally entered the lotus flower blessed land. He really could not afford to be distracted. Chun Pingon believed that he could try writing some of the talismans that were slightly higher in quality than the demon-suppressing pagoda talisman. There was a chance that he could finish them in one go. Chun Pingon read until dawn. Before the sun rose, he heard a light rustling sound coming from next door. Not long after, there was a knock on the door. Chun Pingon put away the 3 books and got up to open the door. In the end, he saw Pei Qian, who seemed to be ready to go. She had a cotton bag on her back and a walking stick in her hand. She looked up with a bright smile and asked, "When are we leaving for Mirage City?" Chun Pingon asked, "Didn't I tell you to stay in the inn?" Pei Qian's smile did not change as he continued to play dumb. "Do you want me to wake up the little cripple to cook for us? We can only set off when we are full. I heard that Hure Town is 2,000 to 3,000 kilometers away from Great Spring City. It is very far." Just as Chun Pingon was about to speak, a down-and-out scholar yawning appeared at the top of the stairs and walked over to the 2 of them. Zhong Kui slapped the back of Pei Qian's head and asked Chun Pingon with sleepy eyes, "The Yao family came so early? Yao Shen wants to be the minister of war so much." Pei Qian, who was slapped for no reason, was furious. She raised her walking stick and was about to cut Zhong Kui in half. But after seeing Chun Pingon, she immediately stopped and complained in a low voice, "A gentleman uses his mouth and not his fists. How can you be a scholar? You deserve Jinyang to look down on you. Little cripple is right. Poor scholars like you are the most hateful in the world." Zhong Kui ignored the little girl's nagging and pressed Pei Qian's head with his palm. He smiled and said, "Chun Pingon, you'd better take her with you. I don't want to face such a girl every day. It's too tiring. I reckon that the plum wine will be tasteless. Besides, Hure Town is not peaceful. If you keep her here, it will go against your original intention." Pei Qian immediately stood up and straightened her chest. She looked down and tried to make herself look well-behaved. Chun Pingon did not immediately give an answer. "Let me think about it." Zhong Kui nodded and smiled. "You have to think about it." Chun Pingon went downstairs for a walk. Just as Zhong Kui opened the door to the inn, Junyang and the others were already up and busy with breakfast. Zhu Lian and the other 3 opened the door to the 2nd floor almost at the same time. It became lively all of a sudden. When Pei Qian and Zhong Kui went downstairs, she secretly tugged on Zhong Kui's sleeve. When he turned around, Pei Qian whispered, "I will put in a good word for you in front of Junyang. Is this returning the favor?" Zhong Kui gave her a thumbs up. "You are so righteous." Chun Pingon went out for a walk for a few miles. He walked slowly on the official road with the 6-step walking stance. He felt refreshed. He looked at the silhouette of Hure Town in the distance. Chun Pingon almost could not hold back. He wanted to take out the Yang lighting talisman, the only one made of golden material. He wanted to see what kind of deity was hiding in Hure Town. If it was really a demon with a high cultivation level, the ordinary lighting talisman might not be able to reveal it. If it could make the gentlemen of Dafu Academy stay here to guard, it could not be some great demon of the 5 realms from Colorful Clothes Kingdom. However, Chun Pingon forcibly extinguished the thought. If he really took out the golden lighting talisman, If there really was a demon lurking in Hure Town, the talisman would burn. It would be a warning and also a provocation. Chun Pingon would not find trouble for himself if he had nothing better to do. Besides, it was a rare golden talisman. Every time he used it, there would be one less. He would not be so wasteful. After Chun Pingon returned to the inn, he sat by the door and felt a headache coming on. It turned out that Pei Qian and Zhong Kui were sitting at the same table. Zhong Kui had drunk a little wine and was misleading the other students. Pei Qian listened attentively with a look of enlightenment. Zhong Kui asked, "Do you know why a gentleman uses his mouth and not his fists?" Pei Qian replied, "Scholars can't fight." Zhong Kui lowered his voice and said mysteriously, "The true meaning of this saying is that a gentleman only needs to use his mouth, and the other party is already dead." Pei Qian was puzzled. Gentlemen are so good at arguing. Can they scold each other to death? Zhong Kui put one leg on the bench. His face was full of pride. He raised his eyebrows and signaled the little girl to pour wine for him before telling the truth. Pei Qian rolled her eyes, full of disdain. She looked at Zhong Kui from the corner of her eyes. Her tan little face clearly said, "Who do you think you are?" Zhong Kui was not angry. He stretched out a finger and poked the charcoal-like little girl. He laughed and said, "Only you don't like to be taken advantage of." Pei Qian was angry. She stood up and bent over to slap Zhong Kui's finger away. Zhong Kui moved his body and was about to point at Pei Qian, but Pei Qian kept waving her hand. Junyang looked at Zhong Kui from the counter in the distance. She didn't think that a man's childlike innocence was worthy of a woman's respect, but since Zhong Kui could do this, he shouldn't be a bad person. Pei Qian had never met such a shameless scholar. She was so tired that she panted and sat back down. She sneered, "Since a gentleman is so powerful, why do they say it's better to offend a gentleman than a villain?" Zhong Kui smiled and said, "That's because you didn't meet me." Pei Qian's mouth twitched. "You're just making things up. How could you have read more books than my father?" Zhong Kui slapped his own face. He was speechless. It was as if he didn't have the face to face the sages and teachers on the altar. "Consider it my loss." Chun Pingon walked over to Junyang and took out the silver he had prepared. Junyang didn't refuse this time. The silver was only 20 to 30 taels. Since this benefactor of the Yao family was willing to give it, she could only accept it. She smiled bitterly and said, "Young Master Chun, I hope you can help me take care of Lingji in the capital. She is arrogant and not likable. Young Master, please accommodate her. Take it as me asking for a yard after getting an inch." Chun Pingon nodded and agreed. He then smiled and stretched out his hand. Junyang was confused. Chun Pingon smiled and said, "The reward for taking care of Miss Yao is at least 20 to 30 taels." Junyang hadn't laughed so happily for many years. She slapped the silver into Chun Pingon's palm. The woman was overjoyed. "Oh, I didn't expect young master to be such a shrewd businessman." Chun Pingon kept the silver and joked, "You need to know how to make money when you are away from home." Zhong Kui turned his head to look at Junyang and Chun Pingon, who were happily interacting with each other. He shouted towards the kitchen, "When breakfast is served later, remember to bring me a bowl of aged vinegar. I want a big bowl." After breakfast, the sound of horses galloping on the road outside the inn became clearer. Farewell was imminent. Chun Pingon suddenly thought of something and asked Zhong Kui tentatively, "Can you help me write a spring festival couplet?" Chun Pingon thought that the scholar in green robes in front of him was a gentleman from the academy. He must be good at writing. It would be a good omen for him in the coming year. Zhong Kui's eyes lit up. "Will you pay?" Junyang laughed angrily. "Do you only care about money?" Zhong Kui was resentful. He ran to the counter and rubbed his hands. "Junyang, give me a brush and ink." Junyang rolled her eyes. "You are an accountant. Can't you find it yourself?" The inn had a brush, ink, and red paper cut into blank spring festival couplets. This was because the old hunchback had always done it himself during the past New Year's. He was Yao Zhen's third brother after all. Although the Yao family was one of the wealthiest families at the border, they were not negligent when it came to poetry and writing. If the Yao family's disciples were really unrefined martial artists, they would not be able to do it. Chun Pingon said that there was no need to prepare a brush and ink. He had it. Before he said this, he had already flipped his wrist and took out a small snowball from his feng shui object. Pei Qian very flatteringly took the pair of red paper couplets and spread them on a wine table. She did not forget to remind Zhong Kui, who was standing in front of the table with his sleeves rolled up, "You have to put in more effort and write better. You have to hang it on the wall of my house in the future." Zhu Lian and the other three gathered around, curious about what this gentleman would write. As for where Chun Pingon got the brush and how he could write without dipping it in ink, Junyang pretended not to see anything. After Zhong Kui took the brush, he concentrated his qi into his dantian. His expression was solemn. With a light shout, his brush moved like a dragon and snake as he wrote down 5 words. The words were proper, but they did not seem to have the strength of character or charm. The content was the brush drops to shock the wind and rain. It was obvious that this was not a spring festival couplet. Instead, it was as if Zhong Kui had finally found an opportunity to show off his scholarly identity. Zhu Lian had been bending over and carefully looking at the words with a smile on his face. Sui Yu had already turned his head to look at the inn's entrance. The Yao family would be arriving soon. Junyang expressionlessly said, "Little cripple, go get a broom. Someone is itching for a beating." Zhong Kui innocently said, "Don't. I wrote it with all my heart. If it doesn't work, I'll write another one. The cost of these 2 spring festival couplets on the table will be on me." Chun Pingon smiled and said, "It's pretty good. I'll take this one. Just write another 5 words. Junyang glared at Zhong Kui. The latter quickly pushed the gloating little cripple away. "Go to your master's room and get another pair of couplets. Forget it, I'll just write 2. If Junyang is not satisfied, I'll change it." Zhong Kui wrote the first couplet. The poem after the first couplet was like weeping ghosts and gods. Perhaps he felt that he had written too big. Zhong Kui laughed dryly and found a way out for himself. "I'm rusty. I didn't write it well. It's not even half of my usual skill." Zhong Kui wrote the next 2 couplets in a proper and festive manner. They were proper spring festival couplets and were not as sloppy as the first couplet. The new year brings joy to the rest of the year. After writing the second couplet, Zhong Kui was extremely satisfied. He said that the content of this couplet was the ancestor of all spring festival couplets in the world. Junyang was most satisfied with the third couplet because it was suitable for the occasion. It said that the country was prosperous, the family was prosperous, the country was prosperous, and the old and the young were safe. Even Pei Qian felt that it was pretty good. He finally gave Zhong Kui some face. Chun Pingon carefully put away the 3 couplets and thanked Zhong Kui with cupped fists. Zhong Kui accepted it calmly. Then the 2 of them looked at each other. Chun Pingon reminded him helplessly, "Brush." Zhong Kui asked, "I've already given you 3 couplets with such beautiful meanings. Can't you just give me a brush?" Chun Pingon shook his head and said, "I can't." Zhong Kui wanted to bargain, but he saw that Junyang's face was dark. He guessed that she would personally sweep him out of the house without the little cripple looking for a broom. He sighed and reluctantly handed the little snow cone back to Chun Pingon. He muttered, "The brush on the pole has the word God. It's fated to be with me. What a perfect match. Chun Pingon, you're breaking up an affectionate couple. You're killing the mood." Chun Pingon didn't try to hide it. He put away the little snow cone that Li Shixing had given him and said with a smile, "I really can't give it to you." Seeing Zhong Kui's pitiful expression, Junyang smiled and said, "I'll waive the cost of the couplets. Not only that, but for the sake of the 3 couplets, you can take a jug, of 5 years-old plum wine. Zhong Kui immediately beamed with joy. The official road outside the inn was already filled with dust. The saber-wielding girl, Yao Lingji, and the youth, Yao Xianji, dismounted their horses and went to the entrance of the inn to welcome Qin Pingan and his party. Junyang told Yao Lingji to be careful on the road, and then choked with sobs. The girl's eyes also reddened. She lowered her head and turned away, no longer looking at her mother's worried face. Yao Shun, dressed in casual clothes, stood beside a carriage. In the Yao clan's party entering the capital this time, other than the 3 intentionally empty carriages, there were also 5 tall steeds specially prepared for Qin Pingan. They were all first-class war horses from the Great Spring Border Army. Even the children of the capital's top-notch nobles might not be able to own one. Yao Xin didn't expect that other than the skinny little girl and the stunning woman with the long sword on her back, the rest of Qin Pingan's group of 4 would all choose to ride war horses north. Yao Shun had no objections to this. After greeting Qin Pingan, the old general returned to his own carriage. There were a dozen or so books on the art of war, all of which were passed down through the Yao clan's ancestors. Each book had many notes and insights of the Yao clan's ancestors as they flipped through the pages. Almost every page was like this. Perhaps this was the orderly inheritance of a noble clan, the continuous flow of incense. This time, Yao Zhen only brought 3 Yao clan children. The 3 of them belonged to the same generation. Yao Jinji sat alone in a carriage, while Yao Xinji and Yao Lingji rode side by side at the rear of the party. 7 or 8 accompanying cultivators were scattered among the group. Yao Shun and Qin Pingan frankly admitted that 2 of them were secretly worshipped by the Great Spring Dynasty. If they hadn't been ordered to enter the capital this time, even he, as the highest-ranking general of the Great Spring Dynasty, had no right to mobilize those 2 cultivators. The other 60 or so riders were all old border soldiers who were familiar with archery and horses. There were also a few family members of these old soldiers. Most of them were stewards of the Yao clan's manors, servants, and so on. Qin Pingan was mixed in with the group, riding slowly. Even though Zhu Lian was sitting on a horse, his body was still curled up, rocking up and down with the horse's back. He seemed to be the most casual and amiable of Qin Pingan's 4 retainers. Lu Baixiang was resting with his eyes closed. Wei Xian was like a fish in water in the cavalry group. He was very natural. At the inn, Junyang was unwilling to withdraw her gaze for a long time. The old hunchback was squatting at the door, smoking a pipe. The spirals of smoke covered his wrinkled, weathered face, like the mountain mist between the ravines of the mountains. The little cripple climbed to the roof and looked into the distance. They had just parted, but he was already looking forward to the next reunion with that sword-bearing sister. Zhong Kui came to the small grave. The stone tombstone had already fallen. Someone had even dug up the soil and taken away the items inside the cenotaph. It was a bit fun. Children, after all. Zhong Kui rubbed his head and turned to look at the majestic group. He withdrew his gaze, put his hands behind his back, and staggered back to the inn. He muttered to himself, "The sun rises from the eastern sea, melting gold for 10,000 miles. When the moon sets in the west, the night apes rise. It's a pity that it's not a good book, or else it would be a masterpiece passed down from generation to generation." Zhong Kui thought for a moment, hesitating whether or not he should make a trip to Hure Town. Master was a little too timid. He was, after all, the mountain lord of Defu Academy, and was born in the residence of a saint in the central divine continent. Although that 9-tailed fox's name was at the very front of the second page, written by Lord Bai, since he knew her real name, wouldn't it be a simple matter if he wanted her to die? Zhong Kui hugged the back of his head with his hands. A cool breeze caressed his face. It was as if the autumn wind was still swirling in his raised sleeves. The women in the inn had never seen Zhong Kui like this. First, he set a small goal. For example, 1 second. 341. After Zhong Kuei left the post house, the old Taoist kept him in an old pagoda tree that looked like a piece of jingtang wood. The old Taoist suddenly turned around and arrived at Chun Pingan's courtyard in just 1 step. Chun Pingan, who was still in a daze, quickly bowed and cupped his hands. Junior Chun Pingan greets the old immortal master. Zhong Kuei mentioned his death casually, but when he mentioned the Taoist of Taiping Mountain, he didn't hide his closeness. The old Taoist waved his hand. No need to be so polite. Chun Pingan straightened his back and asked, Old immortal master, why did you come back? The old Taoist looked at Chun Pingan and nodded. You're a real hero if you can tie them down. No wonder Huang Ting and Zhong Kuei looked at you in a new light. Chun Pingan didn't understand, but he didn't ask. The old Taoist was in a good mood and asked with a smile, You call yourself a swordsman. Where's your sword? The old Taoist of Taiping Mountain turned a blind eye to the flying swords number 1 and number 15 that appeared from the blade-strengthening gourd. Chun Pingan said, Honestly, I used to practice boxing and just started practicing swordsmanship. So when I practice swordsmanship now, I'm just holding the sword in the air and visualizing it in my heart. The old Taoist said to himself, If I knew this, I wouldn't have been so busy competing with others. Not only did I lose, but I also missed watching your situation in the lotus blossom-blessed land. The old Taoist was tall and wore a hibiscus crown that symbolized one of the 3 branches of Taoism. His Taoist robe was white, and his hair and beard were white. Chun Pingan didn't know how to answer, so he didn't say anything. There was no need to act smart in front of such a wise old immortal. Any disguise was no different from an old woman wearing rouge or a child wearing an official's robe. It would only make a fool of himself. The old Taoist suddenly asked, I can lend you a sword. 60 years or 100 years, it's negotiable. You can exchange it with treasures or pay guyu. Chun Pingan hesitated for a moment before shaking his head. Thank you for your kind intentions, but I already have a sword. Chun Pingan blushed. Besides, I don't have a single guyu on me. The old Taoist didn't force him. The reason why he wanted to lend a sword to this young man was because he admired his promise with Zhong Kuei. There was also a deeper layer of selfishness and goodwill in it. However, after the words left his mouth, he already felt some regret. It's better not to spoil things. The chaos in the Fusue sect worried the old Taoist. As for why he returned to the small courtyard, it was because he saw the unusual movements in Chunping's lake. It seemed that Zhong Kuei's death had greatly affected his state of mind, but when he looked at it carefully, he relaxed. It was a taboo for cultivators to be like a small boat drifting with the current. As for those whose mental states were as chaotic as willow catkins, they were not even worthy to talk about taboos in the eyes of the old Taoist. They should not be cultivating Tao at all. They cultivated Tao and were lucky enough to climb to a higher realm. Everything they did was for personal gain. They fought for opportunities, treasures, and spiritual energy. When they left the mountain to walk the world, other than showing off and bullying others, what good could they do? But no matter how much the old Taoist couldn't stand Qi cultivators who cultivated their strength but not their minds, he could only guard Taiping Mountain so that his sect wouldn't go astray. Chun Pingan asked shamelessly, Does the old Taoist have a protective mountain formation? The old Taoist nodded and said, My Taiping Mountain has 2 protective mountain formations. One of them has the bright moon mirror as its center. It can shine through all the evil spirits in the world, making them unable to hide. The distance depends on the cultivation of the person who is holding the mirror. Once the mirror shines on one, it can cause one's cultivation to drop temporarily. Then, it's the 4 swords formation's turn. The 4 ancient swords are imitations of the 4 ancient great celestial swords. They're half-immortal weapons. After forming the formation, they're equivalent to an immortal weapon. They can travel thousands of miles In an instant, that old bastard from before, if he hadn't refined one of them, he would have been killed by me. It'll be fine, even if he runs thousands of miles away. Now, he's escaped death. But the realm of immortals is divided into left and right realms. The old bastard has just reached the 12th realm, and his realm is not stable yet. Plus, he's suppressed by the rules of this world. Now, his natal item is destroyed, his real body is pierced with several holes, and his primordial spirit is injured. He's not worth mentioning anymore. When the old Taoist mentioned the old ape with the sword on his back, he was full of murderous intent. The majestic aura around him was so substantial that it was white and misty, like thin streams of water lingering around. The old Taoist calmed himself down, and the vision disappeared. This was actually one of the side effects of the drop in realm. The trouble is that the old bastard suddenly burrowed into the ground and disappeared along this broken ancient dragon vein. It's most likely a premeditated escape route. Ooh, the old Taoist pointed to the top of his head. Previously, I fought with the old bastard, and then I defeated a dark underworld big boss, a certain scholarly sage, who was in charge of guarding the sky screen above the Tongya continent. Naturally saw it, and landed on our Taiping mountain. After learning of Zhong Kuei's death, he was furious and personally went to kill the white ape. Who would have thought that the old bastard would hide it? Now, it's up to Huang Ting, who has karma with it, to find some clues. As long as she finds it, even if Huang Ting dies in the battle, one of the 72 sages in the Confucian temple will be prepared and can kill her in one strike. Chun Pingan wanted to say something but stopped. The old Taoist smiled and said, "This is the worst-case scenario. Huang Ting has always been lucky. She sharpened her temper in the lotus flower-blessed land. With the protection of the 2 ancient swords, chasing after the white ape might be an opportunity for her to break through the realm." Chun Pingan nodded. The old Taoist smiled playfully. "After I forcefully dragged her out of the lotus flower-blessed land, I thought I would have to whine and complain to her for a long time. Unexpectedly, she didn't complain at all. Along the way, she mentioned you many times and said that she would definitely go to Dolly's Dragon Spring to find you in the future." The old Taoist waved his sleeves lightly. "That's strange. I'm not a talkative person. What I said tonight was worth decades of saliva." Back to the topic, the mountain guarding formation of Taiping Mountain has a long history. It can both attack and defend. Many of the great sects and orthodox mountain sects in the Central Plains can't compare to it. I can't teach you how to refine and operate the formation privately, as it involves the fate of Taiping Mountain. However, I have my own mountain guarding formation from an ancient Immortals Cave residence. It has great killing power, and I can sell it to you. However, it requires too much silver and costs a lot of money to build. Maintaining the formation requires even more luck. I originally planned to give it to Huang Ting as her dowry one day if she wanted to establish her own sect in the Tongya continent or get married and become Taoist companions with someone. I'll give it to her as her dowry, but I'll have to fork out more than half of my coffin capital. Chun Pingan swallowed his saliva. It had nothing to do with Huang Ting's dowry or coffin capital. He was shocked by the words "too much silver." The old Taoist priest noticed Chun Pingan's hesitation and laughed. He joked, "Good plan, good plan. I like it." Oh, before Chun Pingan could figure out what was going on, the old Taoist priest no longer mentioned the mountain guarding formation. He reminded him softly, "Chun Pingan, although I don't know what treasure you have on you that can hide from the heavens and prevent others from divining your location and fortune, you must cherish it. It's an item that can only be found by chance. There's only one in the entire Taiping Mountain, and it was left behind by our founding ancestor." Chun Pingan thought of the inconspicuous oil paper umbrella and nodded heavily. He looked at Chun Pingan. The old Taoist priest was very pleased. The woman Huang Ting and the gentleman Zhong Kuei were the few young people that the old Taoist priest took notice of. Now, There was also this Chinpingan. The old Taoist priest felt that whether it was the Tongya continent in the southeast or the vast world, it was better to have more young people like him. The world was in chaos again. There was still a pillar. In order to prevent Zhong Kuei's soul from being taken to the Yellow Springs Road by the big boss of the Mansion of the Dead, the old Taoist priest dropped a level. He knew that he would never have the chance to make up for the biggest regret in his life. After the founder of Taiping Mountain successfully ascended to the immortal realm, he was given the title of Heavenly Lord Guanmiao by his lineage. The biggest regret of the old Taoist priest's life was that in history, whether it was the orthodox world of the Confucians or the Qingming world, as long as a Taoist ascended to the Lord of Heaven from a perfected cultivator, no matter which of the three lineages he belonged to, he could invite the founder to personally hand over a Taoist robe, a Taoist crown, and a token. However, as the newest Lord of Heaven in his lineage, Heavenly Lord Guan Miao didn't get to see the founder leave the Baek Ok Kyung building and descend to the vast world. The old Lord of Heaven didn't dare to make wild guesses, but everyone in Taiping Mountain had been pondering about it. For that reason, the head of the Taiping Mountain sect even went to the academy in the northernmost part of the Tongya continent and asked if the Confucian sage, who had a sacrificial statue in the Confucian temple, had made things difficult for their headmaster to show up. The Mount Master of the academy was also a straightforward person. He didn't want to beat around the bush with the Taiping Mountain clan master, so he asked with a smile, "The other two headmasters may have the same treatment, but the founder of your lineage has a close relationship with the Confucian school. If he wants to come to the vast world, who will stop him?" Ooh. After getting this answer, the old Lord of Heaven became more depressed. After thinking about it, he could only think that his cultivation was high enough, but his great Tao was still small. Therefore, the founder of the hierarch wanted to knock him down. Before the Battle of Taiping Mountain, the old Lord of Heaven thought that if he ascended to the ascendant realm in the future, he would be able to see the founder. Now, it was completely an extravagant hope. There was no regret at all. It was inevitable. When the old Taoist priest was about to leave, Chinpingan said, "Thank you, old immortal." The old Taoist priest asked with a smile, "Why are you thanking me? Are you talking about Zhong Kuei's fall in cultivation?" The old Lord of Heaven shook his head. "No need. Taiping Mountain owes him this." Chinpingan said in a deep voice, "Thank you, old immortal and Taiping Mountain. They let me know that the immortals on the mountain also have a chivalrous heart to be kind to the world." The old Taoist priest was in a good mood. "Well, I didn't expect you to be similar to Zhong Kuei. You are very good at flattering." Chinpingan said helplessly, "It's my sincere words." The old Taoist priest looked at the young man with a smile. "If it's sincere flattery, it will make me feel comfortable." The old Taoist priest left with the wind. A small head was lying on the window, staring at the yard in a daze. It was strange that no one in the post house noticed the appearance of Zhong Kuei and the old Lord of Heaven. Only Pei Qian looked at Chinpingan in the yard in the middle of the night by accident. Chinpingan looked back at Pei Qian. "Go to sleep." As soon as Chinpingan said that, Pei Qian went to get a stool, climbed up the windowsill, jumped down, and landed steadily. Chinpingan asked, "Why aren't you sleeping? What are you doing here?" Pei Qian said fawningly, "I can't sleep, so I want to talk to you for a while." Chinpingan waved his hand and said that he wanted to practice boxing. She could stay if she wanted. After watching for half an hour, Pei Qian felt sleepy. She told Chinpingan that she was going to sleep, took a deep breath, and rushed to the windowsill. She jumped high, probably trying to press her hands on the windowsill and then kick her legs randomly. She thought that she would look cool if she jumped up, but her chin suddenly hit the windowsill. She fell backward. Chinpingan turned his head and couldn't bear to look at her. Pei Qian sat on the ground, covered her mouth, and turned her head. Her eyes were hazy with tears, and she was about to cry. Chinpingan walked over, squatted down, and gently took her hand away. He looked at it and asked with a smile, "Are you still acting like a hero?" Tears streamed down the little girl's tanned face. Chun Pingon had no choice but to retract his smile and help her stand up. There's a little girl who's about the same age as you. She's also so careless, but she can withstand pain better than you. If it were her, she would definitely smile at me right now. She might even comfort me not to worry, Chun Pingon added, but everyone has their own temperament. You don't have to learn from her. The two sat at the stone table. Pei Qian only dared to open her mouth slightly and asked vaguely, "What is her name?" Chun Pingon said, "Her name is Li Baoping. She likes to wear red cotton-padded jackets, and she likes to call me young martial uncle." Pei Qian whispered again, "You like her a lot?" Chun Pingon nodded. How could there be a young martial uncle who didn't like Li Baoping? She was right. Pei Qian was silent. Chun Pingon asked, "Just now you watched me practice boxing. How was it?" Pei Qian was confused. This time she wasn't pretending. She didn't know why he asked this. Chun Pingon was also confused. "Haven't you thought of secretly learning?" Pei Qian asked back, "Why would I learn to walk around like you?" She stood up in high spirits, baring her fangs and brandishing her claws. She pretended to unsheath her sword and poked randomly with her two fingers together. She jumped a few times and even performed a set of turtle fist. After showing off for a while, she said, "Of course I want to learn the most powerful moves." Chun Pingon didn't find it funny. Instead, he looked dignified. On the street of lotus flower-blessed land, the boat flew on the sword, Chun Pingon's school dragon, and the god-beating drum style that defeated Zhongqiu. There were some scattered moves of the devil ding-ing mixed in as well. It was not similar in form, but someone said that if you didn't practice boxing, you would make ghosts laugh. But if you directly threw away all the boxing styles and practiced the gist of trueness, in Chun Pingon's impression, there was only one person who could do that. Sure enough, Chun Pingon asked a question. "You stared at Master Xiao during the day. What did you see?" Pei Qian didn't dare to answer. Chun Pingon said, "As long as you don't lie. It doesn't matter what you say." Pei Qian looked around and whispered, "I think that the one surnamed Xiao is up to no good. He's not a good person." Chun Pingon asked the second question, "Can you see the old Taoist tonight?" Pei Qian nodded hard. Chun Pingon was a little helpless. That was the great supernatural power of Mount Taiping's ancestral master, Fangzong Heaven and Earth. Chun Pingon asked again, "If you have a promising future in martial arts, and you think someone bullied you, what will you do? Tell me the truth." Pei Qian hesitated. "Only half dead with one punch." Seeing that Chun Pingon was about to get angry, she simply broke the pot. She crossed her arms and said angrily, "I'll kill him with one punch." Chun Pingon asked with a smile, "What if you're wrong?" Pei Qian said confidently, "I'm by your side every day. How can I be wrong?" Chun Pingon didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He said with a straight face, "But you'll go out and travel by yourself one day." Pei Qian said firmly, "I won't. Why would I go out alone? There are so many bad guys out there. What if I can't beat them? Also, what if I don't bring enough money and starve every day? If I steal or rob, you'll beat me and scold me when you find out. What can I do? Right? So I better not go out." Chun Pingon asked, "What if one day you're very good at martial arts? Better than me?" Pei Qian frowned and thought carefully. She shook her head and said, "I'm lazy. I like to sleep, and I'm afraid of pain. You know that when I was walking, the soles of my feet were full of blisters. When I popped them, I cried until my throat was hoarse. Back at the inn, when you were fighting with someone, your bones could be seen from your arms, but you didn't cry. But I can't. If I look down at my arms, I might faint from fright. Sai, if there's a peerless martial art that can be learned overnight without suffering, that would be great." Oh, Chun Pingon held back his laughter. "You also know that you're lazy, unmotivated, and timid." Pei Qian drooped her head, dejected. Chun Pingon asked, "Why aren't you saying anything?" Pei Qian felt wronged. My chin hurts. Chun Pingon smiled and turned around. He leaned against the stone table and looked at the night sky. Pei Qian imitated him, but she was small, so she could only lean against the stone table with the back of her head. Chun Pingon said softly, "After the new year, you'll be 11 years old. So you have to read more books and learn more principles." There was still a long way to go. It was more tiring than practicing martial arts a million times, but it was good. It was rare for Chun Pingon to share his inner thoughts with Pei Qian. "When I was in my hometown, I was slightly older than you and had never been to school. Mr. Qi told me that the truth is in the books, but the person is not." Chun Pingon murmured, "I hope that everyone in the world can meet a Mr. Qi when they're young." Pei Qian was still a little girl who only liked to listen to what she liked. For example, Chun Pingon said that she would be 11 years old next year. In this world, only Chun Pingon would remember these things. She was 10 years old this year and 11 next year. The old Taoist priest of Taiping Mountain suddenly stopped and took out the locust tree. Zhong Kuei's ghost appeared and floated down. Above the sea of clouds, Zhong Kuei saw the most familiar person standing not far away. It was the master of Dafu Academy, his teacher. The master of Mount Hill just looked at Zhong Kuei. Zhong Kuei whispered, "Teacher?" The master of Mount Hill seemed to be unable to believe the bad news before. Even now, he still could not believe what he saw. It shouldn't be like this. It shouldn't be like this. He should not have gone to the Bio mansion and let this student, who was the best student in his life, go to Taiping Mountain. He should have stayed obediently in the inn in the border town and stared at the nine-tailed fox that was hiding in plain sight. Although the nine-tailed fox was a big demon in the 12th state, her identity was too special and her seniority was too high. Therefore, her real name had been leaked. As long as Zhong Kuei knew the real names of all the big demons in the world, he would be able to protect himself in the vast world. No one thought that the white ape with a sword on his back in Taiping Mountain was the culprit behind the escape of the demons in the well prison. Zhong Kuei could not stand the current atmosphere and said loudly, "Teacher, it's my duty." Scholars either use their knowledge to educate the common people and support the country, or use their righteousness to get rid of demons and defend the Tao. The master of Mount Hill was furious. "Do I need you to talk about these principles with me?" Zhong Kuei kept quiet out of fear. The old Lord of Heaven sighed. "If the Academy blames us, Taiping Mountain will not shirk." The master of Mount Hill did not treat the old Taoist like how he treated Zhong Kuei. He said respectfully, "My brother will be angry, but he won't blame us. Besides, what did Taiping Mountain do wrong? When did you blame Zhong Kuei for not being able to protect Taiping Mountain? Why couldn't you protect that Earth Immortal?" Zhong Kuei added softly, "Teacher, that old Taoist is Liang Su." The master of Mount Hill was about to get angry again. Zhong Kuei immediately shut up. The old Taoist sighed. "After this disaster, Tongya Continent may be a little better, but Hassa Continent and Fuyao Continent will be in chaos." The appearance of treasures in the 3 continents was indeed the plan of the demon race. Then the old Taoist whispered, "Your academy must protect that young man from the Fushou sect. If he can find out about this." He did not continue. The master of Mount Hill nodded. "Of course, I've already discussed with the Fushou sect. That young man will enter the Dafu Academy under an alias. As for whether he will become a Confucian disciple in the future, it will depend on that young man's intentions." The old Taoist smiled. "If Jihai's disciple in seclusion becomes a gentleman, won't the Fushou sect fight you to the death?" The master of Mount Hill sighed when he mentioned the Fushou sect and the great cultivator Jihai. Jihai admitted that whether it was accepting the young man as his disciple or giving him the weapon, it was all right. However, when he saw the young man, Jihai could not calm down. It will hinder his cultivation, and he will never be able to reach the immortal realm. How will he go to the Great Wall of Sword Qi and kill other 12 realms demons in the future. The old Taoist looked regretful. Tongya Continent's only immortal Tao couple in the upper 5 realms is a rare match made in heaven. It's a pity it will be difficult for Jihai to break through. The more stubborn he is, the harder it is to eliminate his inner demons. The master of Mount Hill smiled bitterly. Some things can be persuaded, but some things are not. The old Taoist sighed. The difficulty of cultivation was as difficult as ascending to heaven. However, a long time ago, it was said that ascending to heaven was not difficult, but cultivating the Tao was difficult. At the peak of the most majestic mountain in the Middle Earth divine continent, there was a god in golden armor, holding a sword with both hands. He was wearing a helmet, so the god's face could not be seen clearly. He stood beside a stone tablet at the peak of the mountain, and an old Confucian scholar sat cross-legged at the top of the stone tablet, looking extremely rude. The old man pinched his fingers in his sleeves and slapped his thigh. Good, good. The god in golden armor twitched the corner of his mouth. The old man was proud and asked, "How is my disciple in seclusion?" The god in golden armor, who had been pestered by the old man for a whole month, said impatiently, "Good, good, good. Is that enough?" The poor old man pointed at the god, who was almost as tall as the giant stone tablet, and laughed. "I like this attitude of yours the most." Then the old man began to talk about his past glory, thinking back to when I quarreled with others, and they lost. They all looked like this. I feel good. The god in golden armor was one of the 5 great gods of the Middle Earth divine continent. He sneered. "Who was the one who suggested that a poor scholar like you enter the Confucian temple? Tell me, and I'll ask him if he's blind." This was a well-known unsolved case of the Confucian school. The old scholar smiled slyly. Guess? No matter how good the temper of the god in Suishan was, he would be irritated if someone nagged at him for a whole month. Moreover, this old man was someone who would not act unless he saw a rabbit. What good could it be? He did not hold back. "Guess your grandpa." The old scholar raised his thumb and pointed at himself. "He's not my grandpa, but our ancestor of the Confucian school." "I wish that he was my grandpa." Sigh, what a pity. The great god of Suishan, who was known for his arrogance and unruliness, had a solemn expression on his face. He straightened his back and released his grip on the sword hilt. He cupped his fists and bowed to the heavens and earth. This could be considered an apology to the holy master. The old scholar continued, "You know what kind of person I am, right? I'm very thin-skinned, and I always like to tell myself that I won't accept a reward if I don't deserve it. But I'm talented, I write well, and I'm good at reasoning. So our Saint Master came to me and earnestly advised me, and I was very moved. He told me a lot of things that I thought were ordinary, but there was one sentence that I felt touched the bottom of my heart. Since ancient times, sages have always been true heroes, but heroes don't necessarily have to be sages. When I heard it, I felt that our holy master understood me, so I made a small request to our ancestor." The god in Suishan said in a low voice, "I don't want to hear it." "Shut up." The old scholar wrung his hands and lamented, "Why can't you tell the good from the bad?" The god in Suishan sneered, "If I could tell the good from the bad, why would I let you go up the mountain?" The old scholar rubbed his chin and felt that he was not in the right in this matter. He immediately changed his words. "That old cow's nose in the Eastern Sea is really not likable, but he's still passable. He's quite generous and doesn't lose face. I know that he gave that child something good, although it doesn't help with cultivation. It's better than coincidence. It's better than Alliance's broken bamboo hat. Just based on this, I won't argue with him about the dirty things he did in Lotus Blossom Blessed Land." The god in Suishan said sarcastically, "Even if you want to arm wrestle with him now, can you?" The old scholar said earnestly, "We scholars still have to compete with people in terms of reasoning. Fighting and killing, piercing through the sky, it's not true ability." For the first time, the god in Suishan didn't refute. The old scholar covered his sleeves with both hands. The astral wind on the peak of Sui-shan was surging. Even the golden armor of the god in Sui-shan had ripples of talisman. However, the old scholar's sleeves and hair didn't flutter at all. The old scholar said softly, "It's hard for a saint to die, but it's hard for a gentleman to live." Among the 100 schools of thought, only our Confucian school doesn't care about guardians. The academy is the greatest guardian of all scholars in the world. In the 3 great academies and 72 academies, there are all such gentlemen who died before becoming saints. I feel that these honest gentlemen who are not smart enough are the backbone of our world. When the old scholar reached this point, he suddenly ran out of words. He turned his head and shouted, "Blockhead! Think of an explanation." The god in Sui-shan said indifferently, "Indomitable spirit." The old scholar slapped his thigh again. "Great!" The god in Sui-shan suddenly said, "You've never been a proper gentleman of the Confucian school." The old scholar was silent. In the Confucian temple, a saint walked out from his clay statue. The statue was very tall, and the statue was very close to the saint in the middle. He was also holding the hand of a young man who had followed him from another world to the vast world. After leading the young man out of the gate, the saint turned his head and looked at the empty position of the statue. He smiled at the young man and said, "If you have a chance in the future, you can compete with someone to." "342. Pei Qian stared at the long golden bridge and recited the teachings of the sage. Zhu Lian was thinking. The long bridge across the buried river gradually disappeared. Pei Qian was a little thirsty and had no desire to study. She wanted to learn boxing and swordsmanship, but unfortunately, Qin Pingan was not willing to teach her. As for Zhu Lian and the others, even if they were willing to teach, Pei Qian was not willing to learn. Qin Pingan was still in the mysterious state of meditative forgetfulness. What was even more strange was that he found himself floating out. His spirit had left his body and was suspended in the air. Looking at himself sitting cross-legged, he felt very strange. Unlike the separation of the souls of Ding Ying and the eunuch in the python costume, this time it was somewhat like the legendary Yin spirit. It was the same as the gentleman Zhong Kuei that night at the inn. It was just that Zhong Kuei had cultivated both the Yang spirit and the Yin spirit at the same time. At this time, Qin Pingan was drifting with the spiritual qi and astral wind in the buried river. He was far less stable than Zhong Kuei's Yin spirit and Yang spirit. If Qin Pingan was just a toddler, then Zhong Kuei was a strong young man who could climb mountains and wade through rivers as if he were walking on flat ground. Pei Qian and Zhu Lian did not notice the strange phenomenon at all. Almost at the same time, the two Qin Pingan had a thought that could not be dismissed. Qin Pingan, who was drifting, turned his head to look at the lower reaches of the buried river. Then, sitting cross-legged, Qin Pingan opened his eyes and said softly, "I need to practice the sword furnace stance here. Tonight's situation is a little different, so I can't go into detail. Pei Qian, Zhu Lian, you may need to help me keep watch for a few hours." Zhu Lian nodded and smiled. "It's my duty." Pei Qian stomped his foot and sighed. "You should have said so earlier. I should have brought some snacks for supper." The out-of-body Qin Pingan took a step toward the buried river. In an instant, he was already dozens of feet away. He directly came to the surface of the buried river, like a piece of wood floating and sinking in the water. After Qin Pingan stopped, he adapted to the strange environment of stepping on the void. With a tap of his toes, he would float forward very far. Qin Pingan leaned forward and touched the surface of the buried river lightly, like a dragonfly. He was like a mountain immortal flying in the wind, or a pure martial artist of the 8th realm of the far travel state. His sleeves fluttered as he rode the wind to travel far away. Qin Pingan did not know that under various coincidences, This was the embryonic form of a Qi refinement warrior's Yin spirit, shedding one's mortal body and exchanging one's bones, condensing one's divine energy and having a body outside one's body. This was the Yang spirit, and it loved the light. With a single thought, he would be able to enter the underworld free and unfettered. He was an Yin master who loved to roam the night. At night, he visited the water god temple. Chun Pingon felt that even if he just took a look, he would be back soon. As for the Chun Pingon by the riverside, he closed his eyes and performed the sword furnace formula with both hands. Although one was sitting and the other was in a mental state, the two were one. The out-of-body Yin master saw and felt everything. Chun Pingon, who was practicing the sword furnace stance with his eyes closed, was very clear. He was completely immersed in it. The mystery of the great Tao was extremely mysterious. It was only at this moment that Chun Pingon understood why cultivators would leave the mortal world and focus on cultivation. It seemed that the scenery in the eyes of these Qi refinement warriors was already beyond the mortal world. At this moment, Chun Pingon by the riverside seemed to be practicing the sword furnace formula. In fact, he continued to close his eyes and visualize the long bridge in his heart. Compared to the 2 times at the lotus flower-blessed land, it was much more stable, although he still felt that he could not walk on it and cross the river. However, he should be able to walk on the bridge and view the river. If not for Zhu Lian beside him, Chun Pingon would have gone up and tried. The reason why he visualized tonight was not only because he thought about whether a gentleman should save or not, but also because he thought about the relationship between saving others and saving oneself. When he brought Pei Qian with him, Chun Pingon only wanted her to read and memorize books. He did not talk about any of the principles that he had figured out himself. However, as long as he looked at Pei Qian's actions and words, it was as if he was looking at himself in the mirror. Chun Pingon could not help but reflect on himself. Chun Pingon did not feel much about the contents of the books and did not understand the true meaning. However, with Pei Qian around, Chun Pingon would think more about it. For example, Chun Pingon would reflect on himself 3 times a day, restrain himself, and return to etiquette. Only by reading 10,000 books would one be able to attain enlightenment. Wonderful! Pei Qian had already memorized the first book. It seemed that after tonight's visit to the water deity temple, Pei Qian could probably start reading the second book. Reading was not about how much one read. It was about how many words one read. This was not a logical principle. He could talk to Pei Qian about it. However, she would probably just ignore it. It was said that there was once a monk who was illiterate. In the end, he only read one scripture and became a Buddha. On the bank of the buried river, there were 2 people who were like rainbows. Their figures were blurred and disappeared in a flash. They rushed downstream. When they saw the 3 people by the river, they nodded slightly as a greeting. When they disappeared into the night, Zhu Lian retracted his gaze. It turned out that after returning to the post house, the master and disciple changed into Taoist robes. They only told Yao Zhen that they had something to do tonight and could return to the post house before dawn. Yao Zhen would not stop them. In fact, he could not stop them. Even Yao Zhen, who was the head of the Yao family, did not know about the background of the 2 people who were stationed at the border. Yao Zhen even suspected that the master and disciple of the Taoist sect were directly under the emperor's command. They prevented the great cultivators of the North Jin kingdom from assassinating him and causing chaos in the border army. At the same time, they monitored the movements of the Yao family in the border army. After all, he had a relative who had just resigned from the Ministry of Personnel. For this reason, Yao Zhen privately asked Yao Jinji if he should deliberately make friends with the 2 people. He did not expect them to protect the Yao family who was going to expand in the Mirage City in the future. He wanted to take the opportunity to form a good relationship with them. She did not agree. She said that the 2 people's identities were special and they could not be roped in. Officials served the emperor. If the emperor was wise, then the officials had to be smart. They didn't even have the thought of trying to figure out the emperor's heart. It was useless to think too much. However, this only applied to border officials like the Yao family. The close officials by the emperor's side were a different matter. Yao Shun was not convinced. His family was on the verge of death twice. If it were not for Qin Pingan saving him twice, he would have been dead. He might even be accused of colluding with the enemy country and plotting to usurp the throne. If he still wanted to keep himself clean now, when he arrived in the Mirage City, there would be no border army around him. Wouldn't it be more dangerous and unpredictable? Yao Xin thought of the disciple of the county guard, who got off the horse and became a civil official. For a moment, he felt uncomfortable. Was it like what his granddaughter said? Would he have to deal with this kind of little bastard often in the future? Yao Jinji smiled and said the opposite when his aunt married into the capital. The Yao family still wanted to clean up the snow in front of their door and abide by the rules of the ancestors. It was wrong. When they arrived in the Mirage City, under the premise that the imperial court accepted his grandfather, it was right to continue to be wise and protect themselves. If they competed with those rich and noble families, the Yao family would not be able to gain a foothold in the capital. However, it was not like they did nothing and were controlled by others. Yao Jinji said a famous sentence saying, "When the water reaches the end, sit and watch the clouds rise." Yao Zhen sighed. When Yao Jinji was still young, he had used his father's mouth to raise objections to his grandfather, Yao Shen, when his aunt married that Li Shiling who had knelt outside the Yao family's ancestral hall on a snowy day. The general idea was that the Yao family had followed the rules of their ancestors for hundreds of years. Once they made an exception, the entire Yao family would know that the two had true feelings for each other. However, outsiders would not care about this. Mirage City would not care, and His Majesty the Emperor would not care either. The Yao family's children could not marry into a rich and noble family, since they had made an exception once with the Yao family's border army, which was loyal and devoted to the Lu family. Make another exception? Without a first, there would be no second. But with a first, a second, a third, a fourth, and a fourth would follow. This was common sense. Grandfather, if I, Yao Jinji, were an outsider, I would suspect that the Yao family felt that living in a corner was too stifling. When the old general heard this, his face was filled with anger, but his heart was filled with grief and indignation. Yao Jinji calmly handed his grandfather a cup of tea. He smiled and said, "General, drinking wine can increase your heroic spirit. But when you arrive in Mirage City and grandfather becomes an official, you should change to drinking tea." Yao Shen angrily took the teacup and drank it all in one gulp. He was still drinking wine. "Blue sea tonight," Yao Jinji smiled sweetly. The figures of the two Taoists on the riverside were like two wisps of smoke, much faster than the speed of a galloping horse. This pair of Taoist master and disciple, the old man came from an unorthodox Taoist sect called Golden Peak Temple. Don't think that unorthodox Taoist sect is not pleasant to hear. In fact, it is already very impressive. There are not many Taoist cave sects that are qualified to be listed as unorthodox in the entire continent. The Taoists of the Golden Peak Temple liked to cultivate their minds in the secular world. There were not many of them, less than 100 of them. Once they entered the secular world, they would often conceal their names and identities. They did not like to rely on their backers or ancestors. The current master of the Golden Peak Temple was already 500 years old. He was a genuine nascent soul earth immortal and had a great reputation in the northern part of the Tong Yi continent. The old man's common name was Yi Miaofeng, and his Taoist title was Taoist Baozhen, which was derived from the saying, "Live a long life and see a long time. Keep the truth in all things." He belonged to the line of the master of the Golden Peak Temple. The only direct disciple, Xiao Yuanran, was the young Xiao Yuanran that Yin Miaofeng met by chance after he left the mountain and entered the secular world. It took Yin Miaofeng a total of 14 years to decide to take him in. During this period, Taoist Baozhen set up 3 major tests, and Xiao Yuanran passed all of them. Xiao Yuanran followed Taoist Baozhen to the Golden Peak Temple to meet the master of the Golden Peak Temple. He paid his respects to the statue hanging in the ancestral hall, and his name was recorded in the sect register. From then on, he officially became a disciple of the Golden Peak Temple. In the end, he followed his master to the Great Spring Dynasty. The 2 of them became the consecrators of the Liu family and were responsible for watching the border of the southern border for 10 years. Although Xiao Yuanran looked like a handsome young man, he was actually in his 40s. The 2 of them were both cultivators of the Dragon Gate realm. Taoist Baozhen admitted that he had no hope of becoming an Aurus Core realm cultivator in his lifetime. Xiao Yuanran's aptitude was far better than his. He had reached the Dragon Gate realm above the sea at such a young age and was truly a cultivation genius. When the master of the temple heard that Xiao Yuanran had broken through at the border of the Great Spring Dynasty, he specially sent him down the mountain and gave him a magic weapon of the sect. He also promised that as long as Xiao Yuanran successfully reached the Aurus Core realm, he would also give him a precious treasure that had been passed down for 1,000 years. When Xiao Yuanran returned to the mountain, he would take it as a congratulatory gift. Therefore, Yin Miaofeng hoped that he could use the solid foundation of the Great Spring Liu family to help Xiao Yuanran reach a higher level and become a Aurus Core realm cultivator. Only then would he become an immortal. Qi cultivators below the Aurus Core realm were still in the big and small cages. Regarding the matter of General Yao Zhen going to the capital to take up a post, Xiao Yuanran had been holding it in for a long time. Tonight he finally asked, "Master, did the Yao family really escape the disaster just like that?" Yin Miaofeng asked, "Why, are you very disappointed? If the Yao family can escape unscathed, Yao Jinji can continue to live her peaceful life. Maybe when she reaches the Mirage City, she will soon marry into a rich and powerful family, and it will be difficult to meet her again. Therefore, you are not very happy in your heart?" Xiao Yuanran shook his head and smiled. It is inevitable to feel disappointed. However, cultivation is to cultivate the heart and let nature take its course. If the Yao family is destroyed, I will naturally protect Yao Jinji and protect her under my wings. However, since the Yao family has overcome the crisis, it means that Yao Jinji and I are not fated to meet. There is no need to force it. There will be opportunities in the future. Yin Miaofeng smiled and said, "There are often 1,000-year-old trees in the deep mountains, but there are rarely people who are 100 years old in the mortal world. Yao Jinji is not a cultivator. Now that she is beautiful and moving, it is normal for you to be attracted to her. However, 20 years later, even if the opportunity comes, she will already be an old woman. At that time, if you are lucky, you might already be a land immortal. Will you still be attracted to a mortal woman with a faded appearance?" Xiao Yuanran smiled and said, "Then we will talk about it when the time comes." Xiao Yuanran was silent for a moment. His ears whistled like the wind as he asked, "Master, why did we suddenly visit the Bayou Manor this time? Is it related to the flying sword message we received from the capital yesterday?" Yin Miaofeng smiled faintly and said, "In short, it is not a small matter." Xiao Yuanran smiled helplessly. Since his master did not want to say more, he could only suppress his curiosity. The Bayou Manor was the manor of the buried river god. It was similar to the Jin Huang Manor where the third prince had escorted the prisoners. However, the Jin Huang Manor had lost its owner. Now, it was mostly a gathering of mountain spirits and ghosts. After this battle, the northern Jin kingdom's luck could be said to have been greatly damaged. The Jin Huang mountain god would soon be escorted to the Mirage City. The Pine Needle Lake Water Deity Temple which had been at loggerheads with the northern Jin kingdom for hundreds of years, collapsed even earlier. The remnants of the water deity temple were only a few shrimp soldiers and crab generals. However, Xiao Yuanren thought of something and laughed involuntarily. The mountain god's wife, who had just been married by the Jin Huang mountain god, became a prisoner in the blink of an eye. This woman was really unlucky. She thought that she would be able to be husband and wife for hundreds of years, which was far better than a pair of lovebirds in the mortal world. She did not expect such an ending. He just did not know how the Mirage City would deal with her. However, these trivial matters of the mortal world were just interesting things on the path of cultivation. What Xiao Yuanren saw was the great way of the earth immortals. What he thought in his heart was immortality and longevity. Xiao Yuanren's heart was full of pride. There was no one around on both sides of the buried river. He laughed and said, "Master, I am going to learn from the big dragon and walk on the river." The young Taoist from the Golden Peak temple floated to the surface of the river and stepped on the water. Every time he stepped on the river, there was a huge splash of water. However, there was not a drop of water on his Taoist robe. Yin Miaofeng was still floating by the river. He looked at the graceful posture of his proud disciple and scolded in a low voice, "Brat, when you become an earth immortal in the future, what will happen?" Chun Pingon only knew the approximate distance and location of the water god temple. Fortunately, he only needed to follow the river and keep an eye on both sides. According to Yao Zhen and Yao Jinji, the water god temple was built on a nameless hill by the river 300 miles downstream from the post house. The hillside was gentle. The temple fair was held from the 1st to the 15th of March every year. There were more than 100 incense parties for the gods to perform their skills. It was very lively. The high officials and dignitaries in the nearby counties would give porridge and tea during the temple fair. Yao Shen sighed with emotion at that time. For the gods of mountains and rivers, opening a mansion was the first major threshold. If they could upgrade their mansion to a palace, they would really achieve Tao. It was no different from a certain immortal family on the mountain obtaining the word sect. Yao Jinji emphasized another strange thing about the water god temple. The side hall enshrined a statue of the goddess of inspiration. It was very effective in praying for children. Almost every day, there would be women coming from afar. Most of them were from wealthy families and had difficulties in childbirth. They would come to the side hall of the water god temple, kowtow, burn incense, and give some money. They would be able to get a small clay doll with a red string around its waist and tie it to their wrist. Once they were successful in giving birth, they would not need to return home to fulfill their wish. However, the clay doll they brought home could not be thrown away. It had to be enshrined as a distant reward for the goddess of inspiration's kindness. However, what Qin Pingon really wanted to see was in front of the water god temple. There were more than 200 white jade tablets. Most of them were beautiful writings of the imperial court and scholars praising the god of Buried River after the god of Buried River helped the Great Spring Lu family to settle the drought. In less than 4 hours, Qin Pingon, who was constantly looking left and right, floated along the water of the Buried River and finally arrived at the mountain by the river. The night was deep and the gate of the water god temple was closed. However, Qin Pingon could still see the brilliant lights from afar. This was also the reason why Qin Pingon could see the water god temple at a glance. Qin Pingon suddenly realized that although Pei Qian and Zhu Lian could not see him, what if there were Qi refinement warriors of the middle 5 states at the water god temple? Would they see through him at a glance and see him as a demon that appeared at night? This made Qin Pingon somewhat hesitant. Could it be that he had to travel 300 miles for nothing? Including the way back, it would be 300 miles. However, after thinking about it, Qin Pingon, who was floating in the middle of the buried river, still decided to try going ashore. The worst outcome was that he would glance at the gate of the water god temple from afar and alert the temple attendants or the cultivators here. He would then be chased for 300 miles. He could only let the old general at the post house, Yao Zhen, come forward to explain. At this moment, a familiar voice rang in his ears. "In Spirit Night roaming? Chun Pingon, aren't you a pure martial artist? Can't you be more reasonable?" Chun Pingon turned his head and did not know whether to laugh or cry. 30 steps away, a green-robed scholar was squatting on the surface of the river. His hands were clutching a bunch of hair, as if he was trying to pull someone out from the buried river. It was Zhong Kui, the desert mad saber that laughed proudly in the pugilistic world. Chun Pingon came to Zhong Kui's side and asked, "This is—" Zhong Kui raised his head and smiled. "I was fighting for territory at the Water God Temple just now. I was thinking of burning the first incense after daybreak and praying for the gods to bless me so that Junyang would be more pleasing to the eye." Chun Pingon pointed at the hair in Zhong Kui's hand. "I'm talking about this." Zhong Kui rolled his eyes and said, "What else could a water ghost that died unjustly in the river be? It was probably attracted by your Een spirit. If it ate you, its cultivation base would definitely skyrocket. I saw it poking its head out and looking around. Its face wasn't as ugly as a normal water ghost's. Instead, it looked rather fresh and pretty. I wanted to make a deal with this female ghost. Come out and chat with me." Because Zhong Kui's Een spirit and Yang spirit were not roaming out of his body like that night, his entire body was filled with great spirit. Tonight, he was like the En's usual, deliberately concealing his qi. Therefore, the water ghosts at the bottom of the river did not sink into the depths of the river and shiver like that night. Otherwise, if Zhong Kui only went near the water god temple, the water ghosts buried in the river would probably have their souls scattered. Zhong Kui's 2 sleeves contained the austere autumn wind. It did not matter if you were a water ghost that died unjustly or an evil ghost that suffered retribution. Chun Pingon looked at the female ghost's hair in Zhong Kui's hand, and then looked at Zhong Kui, who was tugging at the river with the female ghost. Chun Pingon asked, "Is it fun?" Zhong Kui nodded. Chun Pingon turned his head and looked at the water god temple in the distance. Zhong Kui loosened the hair in his hand. The shadow under the river seemed to have been pardoned and disappeared in a flash. Zhong Kui stood up and stretched out his hand to press on Chun Pingon's Een spirit's shoulder. He smiled and said, "Look carefully, and you will know whether it is fun or not." The 2 of them suddenly fell into the river. The Een spirit roamed at night and saw all things in the world. It was as bright as day. Even in the river, at a glance, there was no obstruction in his vision. His eyesight was on par with the martial cultivation of Chun Pingon's real body. Chun Pingon had seen many ghosts and monsters, but this was the first time he felt disgusted. Not far away was the water god temple and the people's lights, but even so, under the river, Chun Pingon and Zhong Kui were surrounded by densely packed water ghosts. They were motionless, and most of them were dressed in snow-white clothes. Their pitch-black hair covered their faces and fell to their waists. They looked like reserved ladies who were out on the streets, wearing a hat that was commonly known as a maid's hat. Not only that, Chun Pingon looked down and saw a pair of silver-white eyes that were as big as lanterns. It was unusually cold and stared at the 2 of them. However, he could not see its body clearly. The 2 of them were at least a mile apart, but the pair of eyes were still so huge. One could imagine how huge it would be if one looked at it from a close distance. Zhong Kui smiled and said, "It and the water ghosts were all attracted by you, but they did not dare to eat you. First of all, although your Een spirit is only in its embryonic form, it is still somewhat unusual. They did not dare to act rashly, but they were really envious and kept gathering together. Moreover, they were harboring evil intentions, hoping that you could alarm the monster at the bottom of the river and kill it so that they could have a share of the loot. In the end, you just happened to stop at the water deity temple and stopped moving. The demon below is probably about to explode in anger and doesn't dare to act rashly. After all, The Jade Turing Manor where the river deity was buried is not far from here. Since he was here, he should take things as they came. Chun Pingon looked around, as if he was admiring the scenery. Zhong Kui was also looking around and shouted, "The beautiful water ghost lady just now, are you still there? If you are not willing to continue being a water ghost, I can slap you to death. As for whether you can reincarnate, I can't guarantee. But it is not difficult to help you break away from the monster at the bottom of the river and not help it do evil and harm people." The pair of lanterns became slightly bigger. Chun Pingon subconsciously squinted his eyes and looked over. It was just like when he went fishing for eels in the fields when he was a child and saw one by chance. Its head and body slowly swam out. This monster buried in the river, roughly estimated, was actually bigger than the 2 black and white pythons on the Chiduan Mountain. Chun Pingon asked, "The river deity buried in the river does not care about it." Zhong Kui smiled and said, "Does not care? No matter what, this bad-tempered water god does not like to show up because she has tried to kill this monster again and again. She has already hurt the foundation of her golden body 3 times. Almost every 30 or 40 years, she has to teach this monster a lesson. In 100 years, there will even be a real life and death battle. The worst time was when cracks appeared on the golden body of the water god temple, and more than half of the Bio Manor was drowned." Chun Pingon was even more confused. The imperial court does not try to encircle and suppress it? If the imperial court of the Great Spring Country can't do it, the academy will not care? Zhong Kui held the back of his head with both hands. The world is not simple. This water demon is able to live until today because, other than its cultivation, it relies more on its intelligence. Moreover, the central part of the Tongya continent is so big, and there are so few people in the Dafu Academy. There are even fewer people who can kill this monster. Scholars in the academy have to cultivate their body and mind. They are very busy studying every day and strive to be a sage, a gentleman, a saint, and a great saint who can be sculpted in the central divine continent's Confucian temple. There are even more things to do besides studying. Besides, the Great Spring Dynasty does have a gentleman waiting for you. Ooh. Chun Pingon nodded, understanding in his heart. During the trip to the Lotus Flower-blessed land, he had a panoramic view of the human world. Zhong Kui only needed to say that there was already a gentleman in the Great Spring Country. Chun Pingon understood at once. Presumably, the academy was also involved in the competition between the schools. However, Zhong Kui's next words opened Chun Pingon's eyes. He pointed to the lanterns at the bottom of the river and said, "Why don't you try glaring at me again? Do you believe that I will skin you alive and send you to the river deity buried in the river as a congratulatory gift?" The water demons slowly retreated. The water demons also dispersed. Chun Pingon asked, "Congratulatory gifts?" Zhong Kui nodded and said, "The reason why I came here is because I received news that the Mina River Bio Mansion is going to be promoted to the Bio Palace. The Great Spring Country's Lucia's decision is acknowledged by the Academy. In fact, the Great Spring Country is not qualified to confer the title of Palace. I guess it is the gentleman in the Mirage City's way of mending the pen after a sheep is lost. A river deity who obtained the title of Orthodox must first be recognized by the imperial court. The monarch would confer the title, and the Ministry of Rights would bestow golden letters, jade archives, silver tokens, and iron certificates. After being recorded in the country's imperial registry, the deity would be qualified to set up an ancestral temple, build a golden body, and receive incense from the human world. At the same time, the deity would have to obtain the approval of the neighboring academies of the continent. Otherwise, it would still be an orthodox temple of a country, but an obscene temple of a continent. Some small temples of local water deities could be ignored, but large temples of water deities would be regarded as incomplete. They would try their best to plead the emperor to ask for a book from the Confucian Academy and worship it. As for which saint the Confucian book was written by, it could be determined at their discretion. Usually, the Academy would give it to them, but there were also a few stubborn water gods who would openly ask for a certain classic of a certain saint. However, this kind of situation was rare, and it was even rarer in the Tongya continent. How could there be many water deities who dared to compete with the 72 academies in the world? Zhong Kuei did not tell Qin Pingan the whole truth. The reason why he joined in the fun and temporarily left He Town was that the notoriously irritable water deity of the Bio mansion was not flattered by the fact that she was about to be promoted to the palace, nor was she grateful to Lady de Quan Lu and the Dafu Academy. Instead, she declared that she wanted a certain sage's book to guard the water deity palace. Otherwise, she could just continue to hang the plaque of Bio Mansion. As for that sage's book, it had nothing to do with sage. This was what made Lady de Quan Lu break down the most, because that book was written by the sage of literature in the past. When Zhong Kuei heard that it was such a farce, he felt that he had to come to the Bio Mansion. It was just that he did not expect to meet Qin Pingan, who was traveling with the Yin spirit, to 3:43. Qin Pingan was a little annoyed. He thought to himself that he should not have done as he pleased. The 300 miles of waterway had attracted the attention of these water demons and water ghosts. If there was a conflict, the blade-strengthening gourd was still with his body. Previously, when he practiced the 6-step stance on the river, he was very inexperienced. When he threw a few punches, they were weak and powerless. The Yin spirit seemed to be born not good at martial arts. When he thought of the pair of lantern eyes at the bottom of the river, Qin Pingan felt a little scared. Zhong Kuei seemed to have seen through Qin Pingan's thoughts. Yin spirits like to roam the world at night. This is your first time out of body. The new Yin spirit came to the buried river temple of all places. According to the Qi cultivators, this may be an opportunity that can only be encountered by chance. You still have to deal with it carefully. When it comes to opportunities, it is not always a good thing. Qin Pingan asked, "Then is the attendant in the water god temple a cultivator? Can he discover my Yin spirit identity?" Zhong Kuei said in annoyance, with Empress Berryhe's personality, she would fight the water demon to the death every few days. There are so many vengeful souls and malicious spirits in the river, all of them controlled by the water demon. Do you think that the water deity temple where her golden body is placed wouldn't have an expert guarding it? Otherwise, they would have been swallowed by that self-proclaimed immortal yellow long ago, along with the temple and the hill. Qin Pingan blushed with shame and said, "That seems to be the case." Zhong Kuei finally said a piece of good news. "But don't worry, your Yin spirit is very weak. As long as you don't enter the temple to burn incense, no one in the temple will be able to tell." Zhong Kuei frowned and walked around Qin Pingan. He clicked his tongue in wonder. "Qin Pingan, have you encountered 2 big disasters? The first time was very early, and you hurt your destiny. The second time was a few years ago, and you broke the longevity bridge?" Qin Pingan hesitated for a moment and nodded. He had always been cautious. Hence he made an exception and did not deliberately hide it. Something like that. It was not only because this person was a gentleman of the Dafu Academy, but also because Zhong Kuei called him Mr. Qi. Zhong Kuei rubbed his chin and fell into deep thought. Qin Pingan asked, "How can you tell?" Zhong Kuei was still sizing up Qin Pingan as he slowly said, "Trees have growth rings, so you can tell their age. This person's soul is actually more or less the same. It's just that the human body is a small world, while the world is a large human body. The human skin, flesh, blood, tendons, and bones are like a wall between the two." Seeing the confused look on Qin Pingan's face, Zhong Kuei gave an example. For example, between how Ran Heaven and Qingming Heaven, cultivators want to check each other. Even if you're familiar with the divine ability of viewing mountains and rivers from the palm, It won't work even if you're a 12th realm immortal. But when your Eem master manifested, your soul became clearer and clearer, allowing me to see many clues. Zhong Kuei suddenly laughed and said, Chimpingon, it must be hard for you to be a mender. Since the natal porcelain was broken, Chun Pingon could not grasp any fortune in the Pearl Grotto heaven. What was broken was the longevity bridge. His body was leaking wind and rain, which was why he needed to practice the mountain quaking fist to preserve his life. When Zhong Kuei said that Chun Pingon was a bitter tinker, he hit the nail on the head. First, there was the sage of the Baoping continent who could recite poems which could cause the enemy to be exposed to the astral wind. And then there was the gentleman of the Tongyi continent, Zhong Kuei, who was even more unfathomable. Chun Pingon suddenly had a more complex and profound feeling towards the Confucian Academy. Chun Pingon asked, You want to enter the temple to burn incense? Won't there be a problem if the Academy does this? Zhong Kuei could not help but laugh. If some pedantic teachers of the Academy knew about this, there would be some criticism. But it's not a big deal. Scholars are not as rigid as you think. Zhong Kuei was surprised, and his face was full of mischief. Well, thanks to you, I can experience the temper of the goddess of the buried river. Zhong Kuei's lips moved slightly. The buried river around the two of them was like a pillar in the middle of a river, bypassing them. At the same time, a burst of faint luster appeared. A large umbrella covered their heads, concealing their figures. Then Zhong Kuei grabbed Chun Pingon's arm. Come with me to watch the show. The buried river became extremely turbid, surging up and down, as if there was a series of muffled thunder exploding in the river. 3 or 4 miles away from the water god temple, the bottom of a section of the river had become a battlefield. Chun Pingon looked into the distance and saw a petite figure holding an object. Every time she waved it, a brilliant silver arc would appear in the water. Because the speed was too fast, the silver lines constantly accumulated like a messy cursive script full of a great style. The figure emitted a faint golden light, and in the darkness, it was like a lamp that had been lit. It was especially eye-catching. The woman was very short and seemed petite and delicate. She looked young, but in fact her looks were average. She even had a baby face and was round, but her body was covered in golden light. Her eyes were sharp, and she was very powerful. There was a long saber at her waist, a long sword on her back, and an iron spear in her hand. It was extremely long, almost as tall as her. The scabbard was greenish-purple, and more than half of it was wrapped in golden threads. At the intersection of the scabbard and the hilt, there was a 5-colored cloud rising. The scene was magnificent, and the long sword in the scabbard must be extraordinary. She came and went in the water like the wind, without any obstruction. She was as fast as lightning, and the long spear in her hand slashed the huge body of the monster in the water several times. Blood splattered everywhere, and the water of the buried river was filled with the smell of blood. Once, she was hit by the head of the water monster and was smashed to the bottom of the river, causing a rumbling sound. In the blink of an eye, she burst out and pierced the lower jaw of the giant monster with her spear. The monster's wails shook the sky, and it twisted its body crazily, causing huge waves to rise in the buried river. Even the people at the water deity temple noticed the abnormality, but they were not afraid. They stood on their tiptoes and began to look into the distance, treating it as something new. In addition to being violent and violent, the short woman was also a girl in black who liked to scold people when fighting. Evil creature, you're rebelling. It's already good that I didn't find trouble with you. Forget it. You're an evil creature without an ancestral grave. Since you have the guts to come to my temple, I'll leave a few 100 pounds of meat here. Don't think that I'm afraid of you, because you have someone in the imperial court. Every year, you send 700,000 to 800,000 taels of silver to the Mirage City, and you've always wanted to remove the title of His Excellency from my Bayou Manor. even if the buried river temple becomes the great spring temple someday. So what if I don't want it? I said that I'll chop you into 18 pieces. And I won't just chop you into 17 pieces. Evil creature, come, 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 eat my spear again. Later, I'll ask the manor to make a bowl of stir-fried eel noodles. It'll taste very good. The monster was huge, and it was golden in color. It was naked and scaleless, and that kind of greasy feeling made people want to vomit. It was originally a monster in a famous spring lake. Things in the world had turned into spirits after a long time, but its cultivation was slow. Although it had obtained a great opportunity early, after more than 600 years of diligent cultivation, it was still blocked outside the threshold of the Dragon Gate realm for more than 100 years. Later, it was guided by an expert who was traveling around the lake. It left its nest in the lake and went ashore. After going through ups and downs, it started to walk down from the source of the buried river, imitating the flood dragon walking on the river. It broke through the bottleneck and was able to enter the Dragon Gate realm. If it had been allowed to walk down the water unimpeded, it would have reached the junction of the buried river and entered the sea. It didn't expect that when it passed by the buried river temple, that bitch actually despised it for killing some ordinary teachers. She said that she wanted to enforce justice on behalf of heaven, and even risked her life to fight it. At that time, it had just entered the Dragon Gate realm, and its momentum was at its peak, so it didn't take her seriously. The lake where its nest was located was also guarded by the water god, who was just a follower of the monster. The water god bowed to it, and every year it would pay tribute to it. From the section of the river outside the buried river temple, both sides had been fighting upstream. That battle was earth-shattering, and in the end, the river spread 300 miles on both sides of the river. Fortunately, the river was in the wilderness, so it didn't affect the common people. It was no match for the buried river god in the water, so it could only retreat upstream and recuperate for decades. After the Dragon Gate realm was stabilized, it could transform into a human form. It went ashore in the form of a strong man, and with the treasures, it personally went to the Bayou Manor to ask for forgiveness. Who knew that the bitch whose brain was damaged would attack without saying a word? It was also ferocious at that time, and both sides used all their treasures. Compared to the first battle in the river, it was even more tragic. More than half of the Bayou Manor was submerged, and many were destroyed. Cracks appeared on the river god's golden body of the water god temple, and it didn't gain any advantages. One of its natal treasures, and one of its treasures were damaged, and the other was destroyed. It retreated in a crushing defeat. In the following 200 years, it regarded the battle of the Bayou Manor as a great humiliation. Even though its cultivation had skyrocketed, and it was already close to the threshold of the gold core realm, it still didn't transform into a human form. It swore that it would only swagger ashore on the day that the crazy bitch's golden body collapsed, and the temple was abandoned. As for the pile of fragments of the golden body, it was naturally its meal. Perhaps it could ascend to the gold core realm in one fell swoop, without having to go to the great river. However, in a serious battle in the water, it really wasn't a match for the buried river god. It didn't gain any advantage even once. After more than 200 years of dealing with it, it seemed that the old woman was determined to stop it at the upstream of the buried river. Because of this kind of stupid thing that harmed others without benefiting herself, the progress of her golden body was slow, even though she received so much incense from the human world year after year. Tonight, it suffered another defeat without any suspense. It quickly retreated upstream. When the short woman saw that it had made up its mind that as long as she couldn't kill it, it would come ashore to harm the people, only then did she stop angrily. The iron spear had already fallen to the bottom of the river during the battle. She sheathed her saber and sword and found the weapon that she was most comfortable with. While cursing, she flashed and returned to the Bayou Manor. Only then did Zhong Kuei and Qin Pingan appear together. The two of them went ashore and went to the water god temple on the mountain. There were nearly 1,000 people waiting to open the door and burn incense. The foot of the mountain was full of carriages and donkeys. As a result, there were many supper stalls outside the temple, coupled with the strange scene in the upstream section. Everyone was excited. Zhong Kuei accompanied Qin Pingan to look at the white jade inscriptions. One by one, they were like bamboo shoots after the rain. Most of them were prayers for rain from the past emperors and local officials of the Great Spring Dynasty. Some of them were similar to the content of the self-condemnation decree, as well as the Xieyuan after the successful prayer for rain. Qin Pingan read these inscriptions quickly and glanced through them. Zhong Kuei had already gone to the front of the forest of inscriptions. He squatted on the ground and looked at an ancient stone tablet that was seriously worn out. There were only a few broken crosses left on the tablet. The content was intermittent, and many words were missing. Qin Pingan came to Zhong Kuei's side and found that it was a poem without a signature, probably because of the long years, wind, sun, and rain. Only about half of the words were left. Heaven and earth are deaf, the sun and moon are dim, the mountains and rivers are haggard, the grass and trees are withered, the cheerful people in the sky complain. Bound by an iron letter to the Bayou Manor, the thunder god, the thunder god, the thunder god, the old man between heaven and earth, the wind and clouds are swallowed and spat out, good at martial arts, a drop of golden water from the sky. The sky is full of flying lines like a machine, sweeping away the heat of the world. Zhong Kuei asked, "Can you see anything?" Qin Pingan shook his head and said, "Just recognize the words." Zhong Kuei said with emotion, "Teacher once said that the words on this stone tablet are actually a long-lost Taoist cultivation formula." Qin Pingan asked, "Then you see the knack?" Zhong Kuei said seriously, "Just recognize the words." Qin Pingan laughed. The two stood up. The entrance of the ancestral temple was crowded with people. Zhong Kuei complained, "Because of you, I can't burn the first incense." But soon Zhong Kuei said helplessly, "There must be officials or dignitaries waiting at the back door. That small door will open 1 to 2 minutes earlier than the main door. So the ordinary people outside the temple, no matter how many days or years you wait, as long as you don't go to the back door, you won't be able to burn the first incense in your life." Qin Pingan hesitated and said, "In my hometown, there is a Buddhist saying, 'Don't ask for help from outsiders.'" Zhong Kuei said, "That's a good saying. Buddhism emphasizes on faith, which is to have a firm belief in the right heart. About the first incense, many pilgrims in the world have misunderstood. The first incense is not the first incense in the incense burner. Like you said, don't ask for help from outsiders. The first incense is the first incense of every sincere person. The first incense of this life, the first incense of this year, and the first incense of this month are all the first incense." Qin Pingan nodded and said, "That makes sense." Zhong Kuei smiled and said, "Do you think it's easy to be a gentleman in the academy? You need a lot of knowledge." Qin Pingan asked, "Then can you write a poem for me?" The title is "What's the Feeling of Looking at the Inscription on the Rain Prayer Tablet?" I often see this in the literati's writing. Why don't you have a try? Zhong Kuei looked up at the moon and said, "Tonight is a good night to go up the mountain and go into the water, to visit the mansion, and to get close to the deities. But it's not suitable to recite poems." Qin Pingan laughed again. Zhong Kuei flew into a rage out of humiliation. "Qin Pingan, you're being boring." Zhong Kuei smiled and asked, "Do you want to go to the Bio Mansion with me? That's the future water god palace. It's very rare. There are only a few in the whole Tongya continent. If you are lucky, you can see the goddess of the buried river." Qin Pingan said, "Didn't I see her just now?" Zhong Kuei patted his forehead. But this pat made him have a sudden inspiration. Lucky chance. The lucky chance of your master's night tour might be with the Bo mansion and her. Chun Pingon shook his head and said, "Forget it. I have to go back, quickly." Zhong Kui looked as if he had seen a ghost. How could there be someone in the world who did not take lucky chances seriously? There was a commotion at the foot of the mountain. Zhong Kui grabbed Chun Pingon and said, "Trouble is coming. Let's go take a look." The old woman in charge of the temple stood side by side with a sage-like old cultivator at the foot of the mountain. They blocked the path of a woman in white. The people at the supper stall in the distance were pointing and gossiping. It turned out that the woman's face was sickly pale. Not only that, although her dress looked no different from a commoner's, but if one looked closely, the path behind her was like a bamboo basket leaking water. The path was wet, and the traces were obvious. The old woman held a dragon-headed walking stick and hit the ground heavily. She sneered and said, "A little water ghost dares to offend the water god temple. You are asking for death." The old cultivator laughed and said, "She is an evil ghost in the water. It doesn't seem appropriate to say that she is asking for death." The old woman smiled sinisterly and stared at the rebellious river ghost. It was just a little fellow. Her soul would be scattered with a single strike of the walking stick. Killing her would be considered a merit. The water ghost woman was trembling. She bit her lips and mustered her courage. Looking at the two high and mighty figures, she said timidly, "Old immortal in the temple, immortal master, I am here to find a scholar. He said that he can help me break free from the river demon's restraints. I don't have to continue being an accomplice to the evil." The old woman raised her eyebrows. "What a joke! You came ashore for no reason. It must be the river demon's scheme." The old cultivator stroked his beard and laughed. "Shall I do it, or shall you do it?" The old woman gripped her walking stick tightly and was about to kill the ghost. However, she realized that she could not lift the dragon-headed walking stick no matter what. She turned her head in shock and saw a smiling scholar who said to her, "Let's talk nicely. This lady is not lying. I did promise her this matter. It's not easy for her to risk being tortured by the water demon to come ashore to find me. If I'm the liar who spouts nonsense, she will be miserable for the next 10 or 100 years. She might become a soul wick buried under the river and burn in the water until her soul is exhausted. This kind of torture is more terrifying than any torture in the world." "Ooh." Zhong Kui smiled at the female ghost who had pulled his hair previously and said, "Lady, you are very brave and have good taste. I'll help you fulfill this wish. Just because you dare to come ashore, I'll fight for the chance to reincarnate." The old woman's face flushed red. She could not move the dragon-headed walking stick in her hand at all. She flew into a rage out of humiliation and said, "Ignorant child, what nonsense are you talking about? You want to protect the river demon's water ghost under the water god's nose?" The old cultivator's eyes were gloomy, and his words were even more sinister. "This person has ulterior motives. Perhaps he wants to collaborate with the river demon to harm our water god." Zhong Kui ignored him and stared at the water ghost's eyes. There was fear, regret, and a hint of guilt towards the downtrodden scholar in front of her. Zhong Kui smiled and nodded. "Just based on your kindness, even if Sir scolds me, I will make an exception for you. At least in front of me, Zhong Kui, good will be rewarded. There is no distinction between humans and ghosts. Lady, please wait a moment." Zhong Kui stretched out his hand and gently pulled downwards. The dragon head crutch, which weighed over 100 kilograms, was nailed directly into the ground and disappeared without a trace. With one slap, the old temple attendant spun several dozen times in the air and fell over 100 feet away. With another slap, the old cultivator fell into the buried river. Chun Pingon smiled and said, "It's reasonable, but it's a little impolite." That was what Zhong Kui had said to him at the inn. Zhong Kui laughed and said, "Ask yourself honestly." Zhong Kui stopped smiling and said shamelessly, It's fine as long as it's reasonable. The word etiquette is too big. I'm just a gentleman, not a saint. I don't need it for the time being. The female ghost buried in the river opened her mouth wide. She could guess that the scholar in front of her was a Qi refinement warrior with a high Tao, but she definitely did not expect him to be able to slap the two old immortals to the point that they could not resist. Zhong Kuei's aura was completely different. He strode forward and waved his sleeves. He stood in front of the female ghost and said in a low voice, "Report your name, hometown, and birth date." The female ghost did as she was told. Zhong Kuei nodded, indicating that he understood. He closed his fingers and gently pressed them against the female ghost's forehead. He said calmly, "I'm Zhong Kuei, a gentleman from the great Fu Academy." Chun Pingon realized that other than him and the female ghost, all the citizens outside the water god temples seemed to have fallen into silence. The river of time seemed to have paused for a moment. Zhong Kuei said slowly, "I hereby announce to Fengdu that this woman has gone to the underworld. No ghosts can invade her, and no Yama can humiliate her. All the negative karma will be written off. I'll accept it and let her reincarnate to receive great fortune." Chun Pingon raised his head abruptly and saw that 1,000 feet above the buried river, dark clouds covered the bright moon. He could vaguely see the head of a ghost that was as big as a mountain. It had an astonishing aura, and its appearance was exactly the same as the highest-ranking ghost messenger in Fengdu that was depicted in some of the celestial paintings on the mountains. Then, the sea of clouds became thicker and thicker, falling down and covering the water of the buried river. The legendary official of the netherworld slowly walked out of the black fog. After he reached the shore, he quickly stopped in his tracks. He lowered his head, and on his head was the official hat of the netherworld. He cupped his fists and said, "As you wish." As he cupped his fists, there were clanking sounds. It turned out that his arms were wrapped with two chains that hung down to the ground. Zhong Kuei retracted his fingers. The female ghost spirit began to dissipate. Like fireflies, they floated towards the ghost messenger standing on the riverbank. She choked with sobs and said, "Thank you, young Master Zhong. I hope I can repay your kindness in my next life." Zhong Kuei smiled and waved his hand. "No need. Don't get involved with me anymore. In your next life, you can be a rich young lady." In the end, the female ghost was taken away by the great ghost messenger of Fengdu that was similar to a hunting envoy. The buried river and the dark clouds in the sky suddenly scattered. At the last moment, the ghost messenger intentionally or unintentionally glanced at the Yin god Chun Pingon. Zhong Kuei wiped the sweat from his forehead and let out a mouthful of turbid air. He turned his head and reminded Chun Pingon, "Your Yin god is indeed unusual. It's actually not suppressed. Could it be that you've walked through the river of time before? That's impossible, right?" Chun Pingon didn't answer this question. He only said, "I think Jinyang will fall in love with you." Zhong Kuei's eyes lit up. "You really think so?" Chun Pingon smiled. "I'm just being polite with you. Don't take it seriously." Zhong Kuei smiled bitterly and then muttered, "You really did something that doesn't follow the rules." Zhong Kuei suddenly tilted his head and rubbed his chin with his palm. He clicked his tongue and said, "I'm so awesome. It's rare to see a man as handsome and capable as me." Chun Pingon nodded in agreement. "You can even write limericks and be an accountant." Zhong Kuei sighed. "It's so boring to chat with you. Bayou Manor was not built on the banks of the buried river, but in the middle of a valley about 10 miles away from the river. In addition, the mountain roads on both sides of the river were impassable, and there were few signs of human habitation. Therefore, it was a difficult task for all the local officials to visit Bayou Manor. Fortunately, Water Goddess was elusive, which saved them a lot of trouble. Many of the mansions of the local mountain and river deities were visited by local officials once a year, which had long been the custom in the officialdom. Yin Miaofeng and Xiao Yuanran were cultivators of the Golden Peak Temple. Of course, they didn't find it difficult. Yin Miaofeng announced his name in front of the main gate of Jade Turing Manor. In addition to his status as a consecrator of the Great Spring Dynasty, he also announced his sect, the Golden Peak Temple. It couldn't be helped. All the cultivators of the Great Spring Dynasty had heard of the weird temper of Water Goddess. Yin Miaofeng was afraid that if he didn't mention the Golden Peak Temple, Jade Turing Manor might not open its doors tonight. However, Daoist Baozhen was wrong. Even if he mentioned the identity of the Golden Peak Temple and Xiao Yuanran's Grandmaster, Jade Turing Manor's main gate was still closed. Even the janitor didn't show up. Yin Miaofeng looked unhappy, but he had to swallow his anger. He once again begged the Water Goddess to open the door. He also admitted that he had a secret order from His Majesty. Xiao Yuanran became more and more curious. What important matter did his master want to cause the two of them to be locked in the door? In a huge manor that covered an area of more than 100 acres in a brightly lit hall, a short girl stepped on a bench and ate a bowl of noodles on the table. To be precise, it was a big bowl. It was bigger than two of her heads. It was stir-fried eel noodles. There were quite a few stewards and maids standing in the hall. They were all water ghosts that died unjustly in the burial river. One of the old men asked softly, "Goddess, are you sure you don't want to see the two Taoist priests from the Golden Peak Temple?" The girl didn't even raise her head. Her chopsticks flew as she ate the noodles, making a clattering sound. She said vaguely, "See my ass. It's just the same excuses. It's so annoying." She suddenly raised her head and said to a simple and honest man who looked like a cook. He was taking off his sleeve, "It's cooked well. Next time, add more chili. 3 or 4 ounces of chili. The taste will be even better. Don't forget, it's best if it's the Chow Tian pepper from Lu Lao San's shop. That's the most authentic spicy one." The cook seemed to stutter. He nodded and said, Ma, I know." The short woman rolled her eyes and said angrily, "Mother, your grandpa's mother. I'm still a virgin." Suddenly, she was shocked. She slapped her chopsticks and stood up abruptly. Her face was full of murderous intent. "Damn it, there's someone who dares to make trouble at the ancestral temple. He's got some guts." A wisp of smoke appeared on the table, like someone burning incense. The smoke curled up and an old woman's voice sounded. After listening attentively to the story, she burped with murderous intent. She quickly lowered her head and bent down. She picked up her chopsticks and ate a big mouthful of stir-fried eel noodles. Then she wiped her mouth and strode out. When she was near the threshold, she said to the old steward, "I'm going to the ancestral temple. Send away the guests outside. Tell them that unless the imperial court can get the academy to take out the book, our Bio mansion would rather guard the old horizontal board." The old steward frowned. Although he respected the water god, he was not afraid. He asked directly, "Goddess, what if the two immortals of the Tao sect get angry and beat me up until my soul is gone? What should I do? Then who will buy things for you in the marketplace in the human world?" She spat. "If you're afraid of death, then you're afraid of death. Don't make excuses for yourself." Although she said so, she stepped out of the threshold and disappeared. Only her words echoed outside the Bio mansion. "Speak properly. You're not allowed to kill. No, you're not allowed to kill ghosts." In the Temple of the Buried River, the figure of a short woman appeared out of thin air. She carried a knife and a sword, but did not bring the iron spear. In the boundary of the Golden Body Temple, she came to the two culprits in one step. "You two, what's the matter? Why do you want to cause trouble here?" The words of the old woman in the temple, who was forcibly thrown in by the provincial governor, can only be trusted to a certain extent. I don't believe her exaggerated words, but I'm clear about the turmoil here. Tell me, I'll listen. She, who was confronting Qin Pingan and Zhong Kui, quietly retreated as she spoke. She was not afraid of anything, but she felt too embarrassed to raise her head and talk to others. When she no longer needed to raise her head, she stopped and remembered something. Oh, right, I'm the local water god of the buried river. Zhong Kui told her the process concisely and to the point. The truth of the matter was very clear. After listening, she nodded gently and said, "That's about it. Then you can walk around freely. I'll ask the old woman in the temple to behave and not make trouble for you." Zhong Kui saw that she was really going to leave, so he quickly urged her to stay. "I really have something serious to talk to you about." She looked dignified. As the Orthodox water god, who governed the water transportation of the buried river, the previous treacherous movements in this place had concealed the secrets of heaven. It was as if a radius of more than 10 miles was shrouded in mountain fog, causing her to be unable to investigate the strangeness. However, she had a rough idea of the other party's general strength. Compared to that troublesome river demon, he was only stronger and not weaker. Even if she was in the ancestral temple and her combat power was a notch higher than that underwater, but when it came to fighting, she was a girl. If she could avoid fighting, then she would not fight. Since that scholar had made things clear, then she would just treat it as a chance encounter. "You go your way, I'll go back and eat my bowl of eel noodles." She did not expect the scholar in front of her to have something serious to talk about. Was it about the Bo mansion's promotion from the mansion to the palace? She asked directly, "Are you from the Defu Academy?" Zhong Kui smiled and said, "The water god guessed correctly." "As expected." "Don't say as expected." "Stop, stop." She raised a hand and interrupted Zhong Kui's polite words. She said angrily, "You scholars like to flatter." "It's true." Chun Pingon found it interesting. Zhong Kui scratched his head. "Can I exchange it for a saint's book? Do you know that the emperor of the Lu family of the Great Spring will be in a difficult position if you are so stubborn? The gentleman from the academy in the Mirage City might also be angry at you for not knowing what's good for you. It's not that our Dafu Academy is unreasonable and arrogant. It's just that your request is too unreasonable. Water goddess." She nodded and said, "I know that my request is too much, so don't agree to it. I don't care about the Bo Palace." "Oh, right. I hope that the Academy will not vent your anger on the Imperial Court of the Great Spring. If there's anything, come at me. I'll take responsibility for my own actions. The Bo mansion still has this bit of responsibility." Zhong Kui said helplessly, "I don't understand. Why do you have to ask for that saint's book?" "Water god. Could it be that you know that saint?" The goddess of the buried river shook her head vigorously. "I'm just a small water god. How can I know that Wen Sheng, who is more knowledgeable than the heavens? I've read his book and feel that his articles are like pearls. They are much better than the Sage of Rites, who is very reasonable, but it's a pity that his wording is dull, and the second saint, who is even less knowledgeable. Yes, if the Holy Master is compared to Wen Sheng, he can barely be considered comparable." Zhong Kui blinked. "Water god, aren't you afraid of being struck to death by lightning when you say this in front of a gentleman from the Academy?" "Ha!" After all, Zhong Kui was from the most orthodox lineage of the second saints. Moreover, his teacher, the mountain master of the Defu Academy, came from the second saint's residence in the Central Plains. Zhong Kui was angry, but he did not do anything to the water god in front of him. If he did not scare her, his conscience would not be at ease. Actually, the real reason was that Zhong Kui was worried that his teacher, who was overseeing the central plains of the Tongyi continent, would be attracted by the strange phenomenon here and use his supernatural powers to observe the mountains and rivers here. Then, if he did not speak up for justice now and regain some face for his lineage, would he not be scolded to death by his teacher when he returned? She probably also realized that she had spoken without thinking and was already disrespectful. Therefore, she blinked her eyes. "I still have a bowl of noodles at home that I haven't finished. I have to go back. It's not delicious when it's cold, Chun Pingon stood at the side without saying a word. His heart was already in turmoil. 344. The old woman in charge of the Burial River Temple was a trusted follower of the local provincial governor. In addition to the recommendation of the provincial governor, she spent a lot of money to build a relationship with the Ministry of Rights in the Mirage City. That was how she got such a lucrative position. Many chi cultivators were jealous of her. Previously, the old woman complained to the Azure Turing mansion using the method of burning incense. Now, even without the reminder of the water goddess, she stopped and completely gave up the idea of revenge. She didn't dare to. She absolutely didn't dare to. The young gentleman of the Dafu Academy could kill her with just a fart. Why had the great Quan dynasty prospered for decades and vaguely had the power to be the leader of various countries in the central part of the Tongya continent, other than the wise emperor and the gathering of civil and military officials? Everyone knew that it was because there was a gentleman in the Mirage City. The traditional strong countries, such as the North Jin dynasty and the Southern Qi dynasty, did not even have a sage from the academy. The gentleman from the academy in front of them was so young. It was a great deterrent in itself. There was a world of difference between a man in his 40s and a young prodigy who won first place in one fell swoop. The old woman in charge of the temple and the old cultivator who had returned to the shore were like two children who had made mistakes waiting to be beaten by the teacher. They were old immortals in the eyes of the common people, but their relationship with the Bio mansion was very ordinary. They knew that the water goddess looked down on them from the bottom of her heart. For the sake of the provincial governor's mansion and the imperial court, the water goddess turned a blind eye. As long as they did not go overboard, she would not argue with the water goddess temple. It was just that tonight was a little difficult, because the water goddess and the ancestral temple were no longer their protective talisman. Zhong Kuei scolded sternly. One is in charge of burning incense in the ancestral temple, and the other is a cultivator of the imperial court of the great Quan dynasty. You have no compassion at all. Without knowing what is right or wrong, you want to use your power to commit crimes. No wonder there are so many ghosts buried under the river. Apart from the scourge of the big demon, the two of you can't escape the blame either. The old woman and the old cultivator were so scared that their faces turned white. The words of the teacher of the academy after tidying up his clothes were as heavy as 10,000 pounds. They were not empty words. The short woman said in a low voice, "The flood of ghosts in the river is mainly my fault." Zhong Kuei waved his sleeve and did not give the water goddess any face. That's two different things. These two people's duties were so important, yet they wanted to save time and effort. They were unwilling to ask even half a question, unwilling to think even the slightest bit. What kind of dereliction of duty was this? They aren't rich men who can just lie down and enjoy life. Here, their every move is related to the fate of the imperial court. The two of them were about to be torn apart. Judging from the situation, the righteousness of the imperial court was already involved. If the young gentleman continued to lean on the academy's principles, wouldn't the two of them be doomed eternally? The old woman was the first to kneel down and beg for mercy. It was nothing more than some words that she would never do it again. The old cultivator also bowed and said that he had let down the imperial court's trust and that he would do his best in the future. Zhong Kuei snorted coldly and said, "Since it's your first offense, I'll let the water god deal with you." The two of them hurriedly stood up to thank her and apologized to the water god. Zhong Kuei felt that the two of them were an eyesore. He waved his sleeve and reprimanded. "Why aren't you returning to the ancestral temple to reflect on your mistakes? Don't make a fool of yourself here." The two of them left awkwardly. Zhong Kuei turned his head and said to the short woman seriously, as the water god of the buried river, and worshipped by thousands of people, "You should at least take care of the people below you." Don't always stare at that river demon. The incense of the divine path is not just about fighting and killing. If the people who burn incense are sincere, even if there is only one incense stick a year, the incense will not stop burning. However, if the people under your jurisdiction are blinded by greed and come here to burn incense only for the sake of asking, and do not have much sincerity towards you, what can you do? After hundreds of years of incense, the sky is filled with incense. Even in the middle of the night, there are hundreds of people waiting outside to enter the temple to burn incense. The momentum is even greater than that of the Confucian Temple and the city god pavilion in the Mirage City. The true amount of incense and how much it weighs every day is unknown to the ordinary people and the temple attendants. However, as the water god of the buried river, how can you not know? If not for the existence of the Hall of the Goddess of Inspiration, which helped you to attract a large number of sincere women to burn incense and worship, you would have long been destroyed by the talented river demon and the water god temple and by you mansion. For the first time, the short woman felt guilty and embarrassed. Zhong Kui did not speak anymore. Chun Pingan's heart had already calmed down. During his 2 travels to the vast world, outsiders had only mentioned Mr. Qi and the sage of literature 3 times. City god Shen, one of the beautiful clothes nation of the Aquarius continent, and the old Taoist of the lotus blossom blessed land, had mentioned the theory of order. Then there was the water god in front of him. She had actually studied and became the sage of literature's worshipper. Furthermore, it was not just a normal admiration. It was close to obsession. Even Qin Pingan did not dare to say that the old man's knowledge was on par with the sage of literatures. When Cui Dongshan talked about his teacher in the past, he only said that the sage of literature was extremely knowledgeable and was like the sun in the sky in the eyes of the scholars in the world. He did not compare him with any of the statues of the Confucian Temple. Moreover, to ask the Dafu Academy for a book of Confucian classics and worship it in the ancestral temple was related to the foundation of a god's golden body. Moreover, it was related to the palace that the gods of mountains and rivers dreamed of. Chun Pingan was shocked and puzzled by the short woman's decision, but he was also happy from the bottom of his heart. It was as if he had finally met someone who was on the same path in the vast world. Zhong Kui said to Qin Pingan, "Do you know why it makes sense? It's not just about 2 slaps. It's not even about my identity as a gentleman." Chun Pingan was indeed curious and asked sincerely, "Why do you say so?" Zhong Kui said generously, "It's because of the Confucian Academy's use of the books of the sages and thousands of years of education. The 72 academies were established in the 9 great continents, causing everyone on and off the mountain to revere them. If the teachers of the academy only relied on force, they would not be convinced, and would only accumulate disadvantages. I, Zhong Kui, am just taking advantage of the trees planted by my predecessors." Chun Pingan felt that it was a little strange. Zhong Kui's current words and actions were completely different from usual. Of course, there was nothing wrong with what Zhong Kui said. Zhong Kui rolled his eyes and put on a posture of listening attentively. He laughed out loud and said, "Sir, you're finally gone. I think I've already dealt with tonight's storm. It's a blessing in disguise. Ha ha. Maybe the next time I return to the academy, Sir will even praise me." Chun Pingan was speechless. This was the Zhong Kui he knew. The goddess of the buried river had her eyes opened, and almost doubted whether this person's identity as a gentleman was fake. Zhong Kui patted his stomach and said, "The bowl of noodles I told you about has made me addicted. Let's go to your Bio mansion for supper?" Chun Pingan frowned and said, "There's a supper stall not far away." Chun Pingan was no longer ignorant of worldly affairs. The statue of the sage of literature was not only moved out of the Confucian Temple, but also smashed. All the books he wrote were banned and destroyed in the vast world. Back then, The 72 academies in the 9 continents were either personally led by the Hill Master or at least a gentleman abbot. They were responsible for supervising the imperial court to carry out this matter without any mistakes. Once he got involved in the Buried River Temple, the Imperial Court of the Great Spring, and the Dafu Academy, he would be used by someone and could possibly harm others and himself. The dispute of the literary lineage had already been settled, and the future generations did not need to be reasoned with. Why? Because the sages had already explained everything. The water goddess with a delicate figure seemed to have changed her mind and began to invite the 2 of them to the Bio mansion. She laughed and said, "The stall outside the temple can't compare to the supper of my Bio mansion. Go, 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 I'll take out a jar of 100-year-old wine to entertain the 2 of you." She wanted to use the identity of the gentleman of the academy to intimidate the 2 consecrators of the Liu family outside the Bio mansion. She was complacent and felt that her scheme was not inferior to that of the river demon. The more she thought about it, the happier she was. She laughed foolishly. Chun Pingan felt a little helpless. The water goddess was too honest. Wasn't it obvious that the supper of the Bio mansion was not easy to eat? It wouldn't be too late for her to be secretly happy after tricking the 2 of them into the mansion. Zhong Kui pretended to be blind and turned a blind eye. He pulled Chun Pingan and only said that he wanted to see if the 100-year-old wine was comparable to the 5-year-old plum wine in the inn. She could no longer hide her appearance at the water goddess temple tonight. Zhong Kui reprimanded the old woman in the temple on the spot. The short woman simply let go of her hands and stretched out her hand towards the buried river. The river water immediately surged, and a water column gushed out. After sweeping to the shore, it turned into a lifelike yellow flood dragon that was 1,000 feet long. Outside the temple on the mountain, the flood dragon docilely bowed its head. The buried river god leaped onto the dragon's head. Zhong Kui pulled Chun Pingan and flew up, standing on the neck of the yellow flood dragon. It twisted its body and returned to the buried river from the shore. Then it quickly swam towards the Bio mansion downstream. The people on the shore who were waiting to open the door to burn incense saw the water goddess's heroic appearance and supernatural powers with their own eyes. They all knelt and kowtowed. After getting up, everyone's faces were filled with joy. They felt that this trip was not in vain. What a blessing it was to be able to see the water goddess's spirit. The 3 of them rode on the flood dragon formed by the river water and quickly arrived at the Bio mansion in the quiet forest. It seemed to be quite far from the river, but in fact, the mansion was connected to the water vein under the mansion. The mansion was located at the center of a formation. It could gather the essence of the buried river and absorb the fate of incense from the entire buried river. This was the foundation of the water goddess. The golden statue in the ancestral temple was only an external manifestation. The Taoist master and disciple from the Golden Peak Monastery, Taoist Baojin Yin Miaofeng, and his disciple Xiao Yuanran. Other than being refused entry by the water goddess, they also had supper. The old butler had asked the chef to make some specialties that looked, smelled, and tasted good. In addition, there were 2 pots of fine wine to entertain the 2 consecrators who had said that they would not leave until they saw the water goddess. The old butler felt a little guilty. The 2 guests who had come from afar had extremely good tempers. They did not barge into the mansion, nor did they speak harshly. The old Taoist Baojin only smiled at them and asked for supper. This made the old butler, who was afraid of being beaten to death, feel very touched. The flood dragon turned into a stream and rapidly disappeared outside the mansion. Zhong Kui understood and glanced at the short girl beside him. The water goddess laughed dryly and pretended to be stupid. When the master and disciple saw Zhong Kui, they immediately stood up to welcome him. After walking down the steps, they bowed and introduced themselves. Although they had not personally seen Zhong Kui leave the inn to teach the 2 princes a lesson with his yin and yang spirit, Yin Miaofeng had long heard of Zhong Kui's name. The two of them had first discovered that every time the Yao family's cavalry fought a great battle at the border, a slovenly green-robed scholar would appear far away from the battlefield. He would watch the battle from afar and never interfere. After the battle ended, he would quietly leave. Later on, when another great battle broke out, a green-robed scholar would quietly arrive. Yin Miaofeng used his identity as a consecrator to inquire about this matter in the Mirage City, but no one could find out about this person's background. Later, with the help of the Golden Peak Temple, they found out that Zhong Kui was the youngest gentleman in the history of the Dafu Academy. He was a sage at the age of 12 and a gentleman at the age of 18. At the age of 20, he received the prefix of the gentleman's title, upright. Obtaining the two words upright was not something that a hill master of the academy could decide. It required the personal verification of the sage of the academy's lineage and the approval of several sages who had statues in the Confucian temple. This was because every gentleman was known as a quasi-sage. The reputation of the Dafu Academy was not as good as the other two academies located at the north and south ends of the Tongyi continent. However, in the eyes of the Confucians of the continent and the immortal abodes of the sects, Zhong Kui, as a native scholar of the Tongyi continent, was very close to various powers and land immortals. In order to get this gentleman to take charge of their country, the strongest dynasties of the Tongyi continent tried their best to befriend the Dafu Academy. Even the master of the Golden Peak Temple would have to treat the gentleman Zhong Kui as an equal. Therefore, Yin Miaofeng and Xiao Yuanran did not dare to show any disrespect. Xiao Yuanran felt that his master, Daoist Baozhen, was deliberately showing respect and flattery to Zhong Kui. This cultivation genius of the Golden Peak Temple felt uncomfortable in his heart, but he did not show it. Yin Miaofeng had to show such a humble attitude. The matter of the Azure Turing Mansion had reached a critical juncture. As the proud disciple of the Mountain Lord of the Dafu Academy, Zhong Kui might be able to play a decisive role. When the time came, not only would he complete the secret mission in the Mirage City, but he would also be able to help to Quan rope in a future Confucian sage. Then, his most valued disciple, Xiao Yuanran, would have a backer outside of the Golden Peak Temple. Naturally, Zhong Kui had seen this pair of Taoists before, and more than once. His impression of them was not bad, but it was not good either. Otherwise, he would have greeted them long ago. After Yin Miaofeng explained the purpose of the night visit to the Azure Turing Mansion, Zhong Kui found that the buried river god did not seem to be involved, which made him angry and amused. However, he came to the buried river tonight for this matter. Moreover, the matter of the river demon bribing the Mirage City was not simple and had violated his taboo. Therefore, he simply said to Yin Miaofeng, "I will persuade the water goddess about the matter of the Azure Turing Mansion's books. You can rest assured and report to the Mirage City. Of course, you can be more flexible in your wording. If the matter is successful, you will be rewarded. If not, you will not be punished. As for why I am helping you this time, there are reasons, but you don't have to blindly think about it." Yin Miaofeng thanked him gratefully and left with his disciple Xiao Yuanran. The old butler led the way, bringing the water goddess and the young guest who seemed to have an even greater background to the mansion's guest hall. Chun Pingan walked beside Zhong Kui and looked at the scenery of the Azure Turing Mansion. On the screen wall, there was a vivid picture of the water goddess temple and the buried river. Incense rose in spirals, smoke rose, and the river surged, making the sound of flowing water. Only the water goddess could see Chun Pingan's Yin spirit. The Taoist master and disciple could not see through it. This was because Chun Pingan was in the ancestral temple and the Azure Turing Mansion, which belonged to the boundary of the buried river. As for the river demon and the water ghost, as long as the former was in the rivers and lakes, its attainment was profound, especially in the buried river that it chose to walk on. In fact, it had already obtained a supernatural power close to that of the water goddess, so it could also see it. As for the water ghost with shallow attainment, it was more like the drunkard had smelled the fragrance and was naturally attracted. They came to a bright hall with candles as thick as an arm. The bowl of stir-fried eel noodles was still on the table. Chun Pingan looked at the big bowl and was stunned speechless. Zhong Kuei's expression was normal. He sat down at the table and said to the water goddess with a smile, "Come with me too. There's no need for such a big bowl. A small plate will do." She nodded and looked at Chun Pingan. "Young master, do you want supper?" The yin spirit was not like the yang spirit of a cultivator's external body. It could not eat delicacies in the human world, and only used the spiritual energy of heaven and earth as nourishment. Chun Pingan smiled and shook his head, saying that there was no need. The water goddess and the gentleman sat at the same table, eating the eel noodles in their bowls and basins. Zhong Kuei's voice sounded in Chun Pingan's heart lake. "This water goddess is good at refining weapons. I don't know what kind of opportunity she had, but she obtained an ancient inheritance. She used the poem on the stone tablet to pray for rain as a refining technique. It's said that the quality of this chant is very high. It's the foundation of the Tao of that immortal in the upper 5 realms. Therefore, some people are very concerned about it. However, due to their reputation, they can only take it slowly." As Zhong Kuei said, the goddess of the buried river had refined a total of 9 weapons. 2 of them were ranked as Dharma treasures. In the process of fighting with the river demon, 3 of them were destroyed. Those were the Dharma treasures that allowed her to firmly suppress the river demon for more than 200 years. It was just that she had too many weapons. When women in the world went out for an outing, they would change their makeup and clothes. When the goddess of the buried river patrolled the territory, she would choose a weapon based on her mood. After eating supper, the water goddess spoke frankly to Zhong Kuei. "I'll have to trouble you to give me a definite answer. If I insist on asking for the book of the Sage of Literature, will the Dafu Academy find an excuse to destroy the Bio Manor? Or will they deliberately make things difficult for the Lius of the Great Spring? Sooner or later, the kingdom of Northern Jin and Southern Qi will be destroyed." Chun Pingan looked at her in a new light. Zhong Kuei shook his head and smiled. "The Dafu Academy won't be so unreasonable. At most, the Bio Manor will destroy its own future. In the future, no matter how much you and the Great Spring Kingdom contribute, there will be no hope for you to be promoted to a palace. You must know this in your heart. Today, whether it's because you feel that the Bio Manor is unjust or because you really admire the Sage of Literature's moral writings, you have rejected the Dafu Academy's good intentions. From now on, you will be recorded in the Academy's records. In the future, when you perform great deeds that benefit the common people and contribute to the country, you will still only be able to hang the Bio Manor's plaque. When the time comes and you feel that the Academy is unfair, you might as well reconsider your choice today." She nodded and said, "I'll remember it. When the time comes, I will definitely not blame the Dafu Academy. An eye for an eye. Actually, it's me who offended the Dafu Academy's dignity." Zhong Kuei sneered. "You still know?" The little water goddess of the Bio Manor dared to reject the Dafu Academy's conferment. In the eyes of the other 3 academies in the Tongyi continent, wouldn't it be the biggest joke? Zhong Kuei's seemingly understated conclusion carried a lot of pressure and risk. Scholars were the most concerned about face. Perhaps it would not be a big deal if they suffered a big loss, but if they were to be slapped in the face in public, they would most likely be killed. Therefore, Zhong Kuei's words tonight were the biggest protective talisman for the Bio Manor and the Buried River Temple. After all, Zhong Kuei was without a doubt the next Hill Master of the Dafu Academy. There were even rumors that Zhong Kuei had a chance to become the Grand Chancellor of a certain academy. She smiled awkwardly. "Do you want another bowl of noodles?" Zhong Kuei clicked his tongue. A bowl of noodles to protect the Bio Manor. A bowl of noodles to protect the Great Spring Empire. Water Goddess, you have a good plan. Zhong Kui's mouth was unforgiving, but he still ordered another bowl of noodles. Because it was really delicious, she even asked for 2 jars of good wine. The aroma assailed the nose, and it was much better than the wine Chen Pingan had drunk. Excluding the forgotten worries wine from the inverted hanging mountain, perhaps only the osmanthus wine could compare. However, drinking and eating noodles had nothing to do with him. Before drinking, Water Goddess repeatedly said that this century-old wine should not be drunk too much. One person could only drink 3 big white bowls at most. If one drank too much, even an immortal would be drunk. Then Chen Pingan saw Zhong Kui and her drink 4 big bowls each. 1 jar of wine was emptied, and not a single drop was left. Water Goddess even asked the servants to bring another jar to the table. Therefore, Chen Pingan saw 2 drunkards with terrible alcohol tolerance. Zhong Kui wailed about Junyang. Water Goddess spoke loudly and slapped the table from time to time to help boost her momentum. At this moment, she stepped on the chair and gave herself a thumbs up. She asked Zhong Kui, who she had just acknowledged as her brother, "What do you rely on to survive in the martial world?" Zhong Kui was still talking about his Junyang. She then asked and answered her own question. "Backbone. You have to have a straight spine and hard fists. You have to be open-minded when you talk and behave." "Brother Zhong Kui, I think you are a good person. You are responsible, like a big man. I will acknowledge you as my brother. In the future, I will do anything for you." Chen Pingan sat at the side in boredom. He thought that if the little boy in green from the river water snake was present, he would probably say that it must be that friend who was loyal and patted his chest loudly. Zhong Kui pointed to the opposite side of the table. The direction of his finger was far away from Water Goddess's seat. He said with drunken eyes, "Isn't surviving in the martial world the business of martial artists? You are a water god." "No, it seems that the water god calling herself a martial artist is the most legitimate." "All right, you are right. However, backbone can't be eaten." "Ooh." Water Goddess raised her eyebrows and took a big gulp of wine. She said with a slurred tongue, "I usually have food to eat. I am very full. Stewed snake meat, stir-fried eel noodles. It is said that my chef used to cook for the emperor. His skills are superb, so I still have to have backbone." Zhong Kui shook his head. "You have your backbone. It has nothing to do with me. I only want Junyang." Chen Pingan stood up and was about to go to the entrance of the hall to enjoy the scenery. He could not drink the good wine that was close at hand. In the end, it was annoying to look at it. At this moment, Zhong Kui sat up straight in horror. His green robe suddenly trembled, and the smell of alcohol disappeared from his body. Water Goddess knocked her head on the table with a bang. Her head tilted, and she fell into a deep sleep. Chen Pingan turned his head to look. There was only a figure of medium height wearing a Confucian robe. Zhong Kui bowed. "Disciple Zhong Kui greets teacher." That person's voice was deep as he said slowly, "I am an outer disciple of Fushang's sect. Some time ago, I accidentally encountered a disaster. After the news was passed to the academy, the other party seemed to have sensed that something was wrong. It was a great demon of the upper 5 realms. It destroyed half of Fushang's sect's mountain gate. Of the 2 pure jade realms in Fushang's sect, one died, and the other was injured. The great demon was seriously injured and tried to escape to the West Sea. Fortunately, it was stopped by the leader of Taiping Mountain who rushed there first. However, most of the demons that Taiping Mountain suppressed at the bottom of the well for thousands of years just happened to escape at this time." Zhong Kui's face was solemn. "Teacher, what should I do?" That person sneered. "It is not to drown your sorrows by drinking in the middle of the night." Zhong Kui lowered his head. "I know my mistake." That person sighed. "Before dawn, leave for Taiping Mountain. At that time, you and all the other academy disciples will have to listen to the Taoist priest of Taiping Mountain. Do not rely on the academy's identity to act on your own. Do you understand?" Zhong Kui nodded. I understand. Zhong Kui wanted to say something but stopped. He should be the Dafu Academy's mountain master. The scholarly man shook his head. Only cultivators of the upper 5 realms are qualified to encircle and annihilate that great demon. Zhong Kui was silent. The scholarly man finally said, Zhong Kui, you have to be careful. In this disaster, everyone has the possibility of dying. Even I am no exception. Zhong Kui nodded. He suddenly realized something. Your town? The scholarly sage hesitated for a moment. We can put it aside for now. Zhong Kui's eyes were complicated. The Dharma image of the sage arriving at the Azure Touring Manor had already dissipated in an instant. Chun Pingon stood at the door, dumbfounded. Fusho sect, Taiping Mountain. They were all sects of the Tongya continent that Chun Pingon happened to be familiar with, especially the fairy of the Mirror Heart Chamber in the Lotus Flower Blessed Land. Her real identity was the female Taoist priest of Taiping Mountain named Huang Ting. The most inconceivable thing was that the great demon had actually caused one of the immortal couples of the Fusho sect to die, and the other to be injured. Zhong Kui stood up and looked at Chun Pingon. Chun Pingon was puzzled. What's wrong? Zhong Kui smiled bitterly. I might have a difficult request. Chun Pingon immediately understood Zhong Kui's thoughts. Is it that little snow cone? Then Chun Pingon shook his head. Zhong Kui's expression dimmed, but he felt that it was reasonable. Chun Pingon smiled. I can't give it to you, but I can lend it to you. Zhong Kui asked, Really? Have you thought this through? The battle this time is extremely dangerous. Not to mention me, Zhong Kui, even my teacher, may lose his life. Aren't you afraid that by borrowing my little snow wall and helping me to write with spirit, it may be destroyed in the battle formation one day? Aren't you afraid that even if I, Zhong Kui, don't die, I won't pay you back? Chun Pingon blinked and extended 4 fingers. Zhong Kui laughed. I understand. Ask yourself. Chun Pingon suddenly thought of a problem. Let my real body come to the Azure Touring Manor? 300 miles of water will take a lot of time. Zhong Kui, why don't you go to the post house and get the little snow cone by yourself? Zhong Kui thought for a moment. You can get the water goddess to bring your real body here. It'll be quick, because there are some things that I need to do in the Azure Touring Manor. It's not suitable for outsiders to see. Zhong Kui walked to the table as he spoke. He tapped the table with his fingers. Water goddess, are you still pretending to be asleep? She smiled and sat up, leaving the table. I'll go and fetch this young master's real body now. However, I'll have to trouble your real body to jump into the buried river after I count to 10. As the water goddess counted, her figure swept towards the buried river near the Azure Touring Manor to fish someone out. This was the unique ability of a god. After counting to 10, Chun Pingon smacked his head, feeling helpless. After a moment, the water goddess brought back Chun Pingon's real body, and a little follower. Zhong Kui laughed heartily. Chun Pingon asked, How does the Yin god return? Zhong Kui waved his sleeve and shook a gust of wind. He gently blew Chun Pingon's Yin god into his real body and reminded him, before you can have a Yang god to protect you, don't roam the night with your Yin god so easily in the future. Chun Pingon let out a long breath. He took out the small snow cone from the square-inch object and handed it to Zhong Kui. After Zhong Kui took the small snow cone, he asked, How do I return it to you in the future? Chun Pingon smiled and said, You can send the small snow cone to Chun Pingon of Lapa Mountain in the Dali dynasty of the Aquarius continent. After Zhong Kui nodded, his expression became stranger and stranger. Zhong Kui could not help but ask, Don't tell me you really know Mr. Chi from the Cliff Academy? I know a lot of things about the Pearl Grotto Heaven. Chun Pingon neither nodded nor shook his head. The water goddess drank a mouthful of wine to calm herself down. Then she asked carefully, Then, do you know Mr. Chi's teacher? Chun Pingon scratched his head. took off the blade's strengthening gourd, and drank the wine. It seemed that the old man was the one who taught him how to drink. At that time, the old scholar was carried behind a young man. The old man patted the young man's head with all his might and shouted that the young man wanted to drink. First, set a small goal, such as 1 second. Remember, scholar's residence. F. 3:45. Pei Qian said that he wanted to go to the entrance to look at the screen wall. The incense in the temple would float, and there would be a fragrance. The water would move, and there would be sounds. It was too interesting. The water goddess waved her hand and summoned a young maidservant to bring Pei Qian over to enjoy the scenery. Remembering that a scholarly sage from another lineage had just left, Chen Pingan put down his wine gourd and said, "My hometown, Longquan County, was actually the earliest Lizhu grotto heaven. Mr. Qi was a teacher in the school, but I was poor when I was young and did not go to school. My neighbor next door was Mr. Qi's student and often mentioned it, but Mr. Qi has naturally seen it before. After all, the town is only so big." Zhong Kui sat back at the table and poured a cup of wine with a smile. Of course, he did not completely believe Chen Pingan's words. A young, pure martial artist had the blade-strengthening gourd and 2 natal flying swords, and could even travel at night. Even if there were hidden dragons and crouching tigers in Lizhu Grotto Heaven, and Chen Pingan had other good fortune, Zhong Kui would not believe that Chen Pingan and Qi Jingchun had only met. However, Chen Pingan had some reservations, so Zhong Kui did not probe further. Although the knowledge of the literary sage had been banned by the major academies, it was not a big deal for the private library to have a few works of the literary sage. Not to mention knowing Qi Jingchun, it did not matter even if he had gone to that school. As long as Chen Pingan was not a direct disciple of Qi Jingchun's lineage, there would definitely not be any trouble. Even if it was true in the territory of the Dafu Academy in the Tongya convent, it did not matter. There was Zhong Kui and his teacher. However, if it was in the 2 academies at the north and south ends, it would be hard to say. The water goddess's eyes lit up. She placed her hands on the table and asked hurriedly, "Have you seen a literary sage? Is he a particularly elegant old man with a laurel belt? His sleeves are cool, and there is a hint of gentleness in his seriousness. Furthermore, one can tell at a glance that he is an otherworldly expert with great knowledge. His temperament is similar to the mountains and forests in paintings." Chen Pingan could only say against his will, "I've never seen him." The water goddess's eyes were filled with regret and pity. The former was for herself, while the latter was for Chen Pingan. She slumped back into her seat and gulped down a large bowl of wine. After wiping her mouth, she sighed, "That's truly a regret in life. To think that you've never met an old man like that. Try to meet him in the future, or else your life won't be complete." Chen Pingan smiled helplessly. "All right, I'll fight for it." She recalled something. "Then have you seen a guy called Cui Shi? He's a bastard who betrayed his master despite being the eldest disciple. There's also that sword immortal whose sword skills are divine. His name is especially domineering. He's called Swazwa. It's said that his sword skills are invincible. There are also people like Mao Xiaodong. There are so many disciples of the literary sage. You should have seen one of them, right?" Chen Pingan raised the wine pot. "It's a pity. Let's drink." The water goddess slammed the table and said angrily, "Drink my ass. What's wrong with you? If I were born and raised in the Dragon Pearl Grotto Heaven, the first thing I would do after leaving my hometown would be to visit the literary sage. If I can't enter the merit forest of the academy, I'll settle for the next best thing. At the very least, I have to scold Cui Dong, see his swordsmanship, and play chess with Mao Xiaodong." Chen Pingan echoed, "That makes sense. Water goddess." Zhong Kui held back his laughter. "Scold Cui Dong? Water goddess, it's not that I'm looking down on you. Even though that Dali Imperial Tutor's realm is rumored to have plummeted, he can still crush your golden body with 2 fingers, the water goddess said confidently. Can he hear me scolding outside Dali's capital? Zhong Kui rolled his eyes and said, Then he really can't hear you. The 3 of them drank their wine. The atmosphere gradually became solemn. After the great demon lurking near the Fusho sect was exposed, it went on a rampage, killing one and injuring the other of the unpolished Jade realm couple who were experts in joint attacks. The battlefield was still on the Fusho sect's mountain. Even if that great demon had the advantage of an innately strong physique, it would still need to be at the 12th realm. A great demon of the immortal realm, who should have been famous, had actually been hiding in the central region of the Tongyi continent for countless years. The Fusho sect and the academy did not notice it at all. Moreover, coincidentally, when the leader of Taiping Mountain went to stop it from entering the sea, the prison that suppressed the demons in Taiping Mountain suddenly opened and successfully escaped. In addition, there were ancient treasures and immortal weapons in the Hasa continent, the Tongyi continent, and the Fuyao continent. The 3 continents had already attracted countless cultivators to fight over them. The water goddess asked carefully, May I ask if your mountain master is really not afraid of dying after leaving the academy and taking the lead to kill the demons? Zhong Kui laughed angrily and said, Can you think of my husband a little better? Besides, anyone in the world can ask this except you, water goddess. In the past 200 years, you took the initiative to leave the Green Turing Manor and the Water God Temple. How many battles have you fought with that demon? The water goddess took a sip of wine. That's different. I'm just a small water goddess. Your husband came from the residence of a saint in the Confucian temple. Zhong Kui glanced at her and said, Is that the logic you saw from the sages' books? The water goddess flew into a rage out of humiliation. It was fine if he scolded her for being short-sighted, but she could not allow it to involve the Sage of One. She slammed the table and stood up. Zhong Kui, if you continue to speak so strangely, spit out the noodles and wine. Zhong Kui took a sip of wine. I'll drink your wine. He took another sip. I drank it again. It's delicious. The water goddess was so angry that her face turned livid and her body trembled. Chun Pingon said softly, There's a memorial arch in my hometown. One of the 4 plaques says, Do not pass on. This is probably the reason why Mr. Zhong Kui made such a choice. Previously, Zhong Kui had said why the world was willing to abide by the rules set by the Confucian school. Mr. Zhong Kui's actions today, regardless of whether he lives or dies in the end, the 3 of us, not to mention Zhong Kui, who is a student, at least you, and I will feel that the learning style of the Great Fu Academy is enough to make people look up to you. If I have children in the future and they go out to travel the world, I will definitely let them come to the Tongyi continent and go to the Great Fu Academy. Zhong Kui nodded and raised his wine bowl to toast Chin Pingon. The water goddess nodded and agreed. She also toasted Chin Pingon with a bowl of wine. All good things must come to an end. Zhong Kui put down his wine bowl and prepared to leave the buried River Jade Turing Manor after finishing the last thing. Pei Qian ran all the way to the threshold of the hall and cupped his hands in water. His face was filled with joy. He shouted to Chin Pingon, as if he was presenting a treasure. I fished out a handful of water from the screen wall. Do you want to take a look? She lowered her arm and closed her fingers between her hands. There was really a pool of green water. Chun Pingon looked at it and said, Return it. Pei Qian nodded and returned the way he came. Behind him was the maidservant who was covering her mouth and laughing. The water goddess felt that her youngest daughter was quite interesting. She smiled and said, It's just a handful of buried river spirits. It's not worth much immortal money. Young master, you don't have to ask her to put it back. Chun Pingon shook his head and did not explain in detail. Zhong Kui also carried a fengzuan item with him. It was a small and exquisite bronze paperweight divine beast called Xieji. He took out the small snow wall that was engraved with the words "with spirit" and 3 golden talisman papers. The background was a faint seal script. Chun Pingon did not know what was good for him. He only felt that it was slightly different from his golden talisman papers. However, the water goddess was an expert in these talisman papers. She said in surprise, "Wind Thunder paper? They are the Dragon Claw seal, Jade Tendon seal, and Lingji seal. These are valuable. When my Green Turing Manor first opened up the manor, we only talked about talisman papers. The Great Spring Imperial Court only rewarded us with a piece of Wind Thunder paper with the Dragon Claw seal pattern." Seeing that Chun Pingon's expression was calm, as if he did not know how precious the talisman paper was, the water goddess explained, "The talisman written on this talisman paper is the best at impeaching ghosts. Even the high and mighty earth immortals like the Oris Core and nascent soul stage cultivators would treasure this item. It is extremely expensive. Cultivators below the Oris Core stage would probably go bankrupt if they wanted to buy these 3 pieces of Wind Thunder paper." It was not that Chun Pingon did not know the value of the golden talisman paper. Back in the Battle of the Brushui country, he followed the old sword sage Song Yusin to carve the formation. A royal consecrator once took out a golden talisman and summoned a golden-armored deity to block Chun Pingon's surprise attack. Chun Pingon saw with his own eyes that after the old man threw out the talisman, he had a pitiful look. Now, that even Taiping Mountain is not peaceful, you can imagine how chaotic the central part of the Tongya continent is. It's not right to travel to Jianghu without a few protective talismans. Zhong Kui placed the 3 talisman papers on the table and held a small snow awl in his hand. Before he drew the talisman, he said softly, "Chun Pingon, friends are friends, but it's better to be casual when exchanging money. I'll help you write 3 talismans, the Heaven, Earth, and Human Commander talisman. It has a strong murderous aura and is perfect for suppressing and killing ghosts. It's a set of talismans that I created myself and can be used alone. It's enough to scare off ghosts in the Oris Core stage and even ghost kings in the nascent soul stage." Chun Pingon patted his shoulder and smiled. "Since it's so valuable, I can lend you the small snow awl for a few more days." Zhong Kui shook his shoulder and shook off Chun Pingon's hand. He rolled his eyes and said, "I'm not familiar with you." The water goddess was speechless. She could not guess what kind of relationship the 2 of them had. One was willing to lend an upper-grade magic weapon, while the other was willing to give 3 pieces of Wind and Thunder paper. Zhong Kui started to put on an act, just like how he wrote the couplets in the inn. He held a brush in one hand and hovered in the air, ready to draw the talisman. He shook his sleeve and raised it high. The sage once said that if one has read more than 10,000 books, one can write like a god. "Water goddess, bring me some wine." The water goddess brought him a bowl of wine. Chun Pingon reminded him, "Don't get carried away. Draw the talisman properly. If it doesn't work, you can make another piece of Wind and Thunder paper for me. You said it yourself, friends are friends, but money is more important." Zhong Kui put down the bowl of wine resentfully. Chun Pingon said again, "I'm just joking with you." Zhong Kui's face was full of resentment. The water goddess was a little impressed by this young master who wandered in the night. "Do you really not take the gentlemen of the academy seriously?" Zhong Kui took a big gulp of wine and burped. Then a mysterious scene appeared. Wisps of snow-white spiritual energy, which seemed to be the righteous energy of the scholar, were exhaled by Zhong Kui. The wisps of righteous energy wrapped around the tip of the small snow cone pen. Zhong Kui's drawing of the talisman was even more unorthodox. He did not put his pen on the talisman paper. Instead, he recited a poem. "Fong Zhang Si Fong Ge Iron Cavalry encircled Dragon City." Then he shook his wrist gently, and a string of small people the size of rice grains fell from the tip of the pen. Upon closer inspection, they were actually horse-riding generals in silver armor. More than 100 cavalry quickly arranged themselves on the wind and thunder talisman paper and stopped their horses. Zhong Kuei, who was holding the pen in his right hand, pointed at the talisman paper with 2 fingers on his left hand and said in a low voice, "Freeze!" The silver-armored cavalry instantly melted and turned into the golden talisman paper. In an instant, it turned into a talisman. The other 2 talismans were similar in terms of talisman drawing. They were worthy of the reputation of having ghosts and gods under my wrist. The water goddess was greatly impressed, as expected of the quasi-saint of the Great Fu Academy. Not to mention moral essays, just this talisman attainment was probably enough to make a talisman warrior of the unpolished jade realm slap the table in admiration. Zhong Kuei handed the 3 talisman papers to Qin Pingan. "The 3 talismans are done." Qin Pingan carefully took the talisman and asked with a smile, "Are you tired from drawing 3 talismans?" Zhong Kuei patted his stomach and sneered, "It's a piece of cake. I'm full of strategies. I'm hiding 100,000 armored soldiers and 3 talisman papers. That's all." Zhong Kuei was dumbfounded because he saw Qin Pingan take out another 3 talisman papers after putting away the 3 talisman papers. The topmost one was also made of golden material, but it was not the wind thunder paper with ancient seal patterns. It seemed to be even older. Qin Pingan gently placed them on the table and said with a smile, "Since you're not tired, help me draw 3 more. It's best if it's a thunder dharma talisman, a guiding talisman that can break through some obstacles in the mountains and rivers, and a talisman that can imprison a sword cultivator's intrinsic flying sword. For example, the water well talisman." The water goddess was filled with doubts. This young master from another place was really extraordinarily rich. Zhong Kuei wiped the sweat from his forehead and sighed. Forget it. I'll be a good person to the end. Write another 3 talismans." After some thought, he made up his mind. Zhong Kuei said in a deep voice, "I'll write you a 5 thunder talisman, the main dharma that the celestial master of Mount Longhu is good at. Thunder Dharma is the leader of all Dharma. Thunder Dharma inheritances are mixed, and Mount Longhu is the most orthodox and main Dharma. My master has traveled to Mount Longhu several times and met the great celestial master once. He happened to learn a 5 thunder talisman, 5 dragons biting a pearl that contains lightning and surges into the void." He realized that Qin Pingan's gaze was strange. Zhong Kuei exclaimed and said bitterly, "Can't you let me rest for a while before I start? I've written 3 superior-grade talisman papers in one go. I'm exhausted. I didn't expect you to take out 3 such good talismans. If I had known, I would have pretended to be humble." Qin Pingan smiled and sat down. "It's not too late to draw talismans after drinking. I won't rush you." Only then did Zhong Kuei heave a sigh of relief. He drank a large mouthful of wine and took out the golden talisman paper at the top and placed it properly. The small snow all that was hovering more than a foot above the talisman paper had lightning flashing and thunder rumbling at the tip of the brush. Purple lightning and white lightning were so close that there was a vast, heavenly might. The water goddess's heart trembled in fear. After writing the astonishing 5 dragons biting a pearl talisman, Zhong Kuei wrote a barrier-breaking talisman. Then he sat down on the chair and stared blankly at the last talisman paper made of green material. Qin Pingan understood. He reached out to pick up the talisman paper and said with a smile, "Forget it, I won't scare you anymore." The 2 talisman papers from before were enough. Zhong Kuei's expression was solemn as he grabbed Qin Pingan's arm that was holding the green talisman paper. "I must draw this talisman. However, I need to prepare it properly and be careful when I write. If I make a mistake, even if you, Qin Pingan, don't hit me, I will scold myself." Qin Pingan asked, "Can you draw it?" Zhong Kuei retorted, "What's there to be afraid of? Of course I can draw it. I just feel that drawing an ordinary well talisman would be too wasteful if it could only imprison and imprison the flying swords of sword cultivators below the nascent soul realm. Chun Pingon praised, Zhongkui, your talent in talisman drawing is much stronger than mine. Zhongkui said helplessly, you are a pure martial artist. Do you think I should be happy that you are inferior to me in talisman drawing? Chun Pingon was speechless. After a moment of silence, he did not disturb Zhongkui's recuperation and the noble qi in his chest. However, he made a decision in his heart. Zhongkui took a deep breath and said to the water goddess, send all the ghosts out of the green touring manor. Let them return after I succeed in drawing the talisman. Although she did not know why, she still used the river-burying god and the green touring manor lord's unique spells to expel all the stewards, maidservants, and servants in the manor. Zhongkui stood still with one hand behind his back and the other holding the small snow awl. A cool breeze blew in his sleeves. In an instant, the green touring manor began to tremble. The underground water veins surged. The water goddess found it difficult to breathe. She retreated and tried her best to distance herself from the gentleman from the Great Fu Academy. However, she still felt extremely uncomfortable. She only felt slightly better after she left the hall. She bit her lips and her eyes were in a daze. This scholar named Zhongkui was definitely not as simple as a gentleman from the academy. When Zhongkui put down his brush, he chanted softly, the sword rises, the river clears, the mountains collapse in all directions, the sea of the 9 provinces boils. After the talisman was completed, the talisman gallbladder that would only be hidden in the talisman appeared on the spot. It was a white-robed sword immortal that was a finger tall. It floated above the talisman and drew its sword agilely. Sword chi circulated and moved as fast as lightning. Zhongkui's face was slightly pale. He kept the small snow awl and took a big gulp of wine. Although he was exhausted, he was all smiles. This talisman is also self-created. It's a talisman that I'm most proud of. It's named the Sword Suppression Talisman. It uses the majestic sword intent of an ancient sword immortal to suppress all intrinsic flying swords below the upper 5 realms. The talisman paper is excellent, and my talisman is also drawn well. It's unlike the Waterwell talisman that only traps a flying sword for a moment. Once this sword suppression talisman is used, it can directly deprive a golden core realm's intrinsic flying sword. The flying sword of a nascent soul realm sword immortal cannot be trapped for too long. It will break out of the talisman sooner or later. Remember, this talisman must not be taken out easily. If outsiders see it, my master has warned me that this sword suppression talisman does not follow the rules. It's too targeted at sword cultivators and will easily bring trouble to yourself. Chun Pingon felt a little guilty. You've worked hard. Zhongkui smiled and waved his hand. He spoke to Chun Pingon telepathically. This talisman paper is the manuscript of the sage's family's fundamental knowledge. Do you know how rare it is? Even my master only kept 3 of them with him when he left the central divine continent. He used one when he crossed the sea, and another when he reached the Tongye continent. Now he only has one left. It's my master's precious treasure. Even I can only look at it and not touch it. Therefore, if it's only a golden talisman paper, the power of my sword suppression talisman will be greatly reduced. It will only be able to trap the intrinsic flying sword of a golden core realm sword cultivator for at most 5 minutes. Zhongkui cheered happily and began drinking again. Chun Pingon flicked his wrist and secretly passed a talisman paper to Zhongkui. Zhongkui was dumbfounded. He stared and said, "Are you crazy? It's fine if you don't know its value, but I've already told you how rare it is. Why are you treating it like child's play? Hurry up and take it back." Ooh. Chun Pingon did not allow any explanation. He released his fingers and allowed the green talisman paper to float down. Zhongkui had no choice but to quickly catch it and put it in his sleeve. Chun Pingon took off the blade-strengthening gourd and raised it high. He chuckled softly. I wish you success on your trip to Mount Taiping and slaying demons. Zhong Kui wanted to say something but hesitated. In the end, he did not say anything. He silently raised his wine bowl and clinked it with the blade-strengthening gourd in Chun Pingon's hand. They both drank a large mouthful of wine. Zhong Kui finished the wine in his bowl and stood up. I'm leaving. Chun Pingon cupped his fists and sent him off. Zhong Kui was about to leave. Chun Pingon reminded him, Aren't you going to ask the water goddess for a jar of wine? Zhong Kui's eyes lit up. He gave Chun Pingon a thumbs up. The water goddess was a heroic person. Naturally, she would not be stingy. She brought 2 jars over, but Zhong Kui kept one and gave it to Chun Pingon. Chun Pingon did not stand on ceremony. Coincidentally, the inn's green plum wine was finished. He slowly poured the 100-year-old wine from the Azure Touring Mansion into the blade-strengthening gourd. Zhong Kui carried the wine jar, and his figure flashed. He flew through the air and came to the shore of the buried river. Just as he was about to cross the river, he suddenly stopped. It turned out that he saw his master's Yin spirit, as if waiting for him on the shore. Zhong Kui quickly hid the wine jar behind him. The hill master of the De Fu Academy was a middle-aged man with a wooden expression. He walked slowly on the shore of the buried river. Zhong Kui followed behind him. The 72 academies in the world had 72 hill masters. Their realms were different. The highest could be in the immortal realm. However, there was no lack of hill masters who were only in the nascent soul realm. For example, Mao Xiaodong of the Great Sui Kingdom's New Cliff Academy was only in the nascent soul realm. However, with the hill master overseeing the academy, a nascent soul realm cultivator was comparable to a jade pure realm cultivator. No one dared to underestimate him. This scholar who came from a saint's mansion was not high or low among the hill masters of the academy. He was in the jade pure realm. In the De Fu Academy, he was in the immortal realm. However, this time, he went to the seaside in the west of the Fuho sect to pursue the great demon. After leaving the academy, he was only in the jade pure realm. The hill master said softly, The other party may have a backup plan. Therefore, I don't want you to shrink back. I just want you to plan before you act. Even if you are subduing demons around Taiping Mountain, you cannot let your guard down. Zhong Kui nodded and said, I understand. The hill master stopped in his tracks and extended his palm. A green talisman floated in his hand. Keep it and protect yourself. Zhong Kui did not reach out to take it. Mister, did you not use your supernatural powers to check on the Bayou Manor when you were by the river? The hill master reprimanded softly. Previously, you summoned the ghost servants of the underworld without permission. As the hill master of the De Fu Academy, it is my duty. How can I not investigate? When you were in the Bayou Manor, you were only interacting with friends. Naturally, I saw no evil. If it were not for the fact that I could not give you this talisman in front of outsiders, my Yin spirit would have left long ago. Zhong Kui smiled. Mister, you are right. You are right. I have learned my lesson. The hill master did not mind. Why not? Zhong Kui could only be honest. Other than the brush that I hit it off with, my friend also gave me a green talisman. It was made of the same material as yours. The hill master frowned and kept the talisman in his hand. He seemed displeased and asked, Why did you accept such a valuable item? Zhong Kui was speechless. He thought carefully. I don't know why, but it seems that I should have accepted it. Please punish me. The hill master was silent for a moment. You don't have to hide that jar of Bayou Manor wine. Since you have made a good friend, isn't it worth drinking? Remember, you can drink, but don't delay the journey to Mount Taiping. And don't do it again. Zhong Kui scratched his head. Was Mr. possessed by a ghost? Mr. was famous for being old-fashioned. He followed the rules everywhere and was scrupulous in everything. He was best friends with the hill master of the academy in the Julu continent, who made mountains collapse and the earth crack when he made a move. The night roaming in spirit returned to his real body in the blink of an eye. The hill master was a little sad. Looking at the interaction between his disciple Zhong Kuei and the young man, he could not help but think of his own youth. He was more or less jealous of someone with the surname Qi, along with the descendants of the saint's mansion and the disciples of the rich families and sections. It was because the person who called himself Alliance was the person they admired the most. He liked to tell people that Xiao Qi was his friend. Whoever dared to bully him, he would beat the coffin of his ancestor. In the Jade Turing manner, the water god's first sentence after Zhong Kuei left was earth-shattering. I know that you've met the old master Wensheng, and it's definitely not a casual encounter. Chen Pingon was unmoved. Why don't I know? The water god sneered. Are you still pretending? Zhong Kuei can't recognize your identity and can't see through your knowledge because he doesn't belong to the old master Wensheng or the Qi Jingshan of the Cliff Academy. Who am I? I've read all of the works of the old master Wensheng countless times without missing a word. I know very well how great the old master Wensheng was when he participated in the debate between the three sects. The Qi of literature is magnificent. No matter what book you read, your Qi will be different. Who am I? I'm a buried river god after all. The Qi reading technique is my specialty. Looking at the water god, who spoke with certainty, Chen Pingon asked with a smile. So, her face instantly fell and her aura disappeared. Have you really never met the old master Wensheng? Chen Pingon nodded. I have. The water god lay on the table with a resentful look in her eyes. She suddenly jumped up. You have? Chen Pingon extended a finger and gestured for us to speak softly. The water god looked at the young man, who really knew the old master Wensheng in a daze. Oh my God! How can there be such a handsome young man in the world? Otherwise, after getting him drunk, we'll become sworn brothers, right? If that was the case, wouldn't it mean that he had some sort of relationship with Lord Wensheng? She wiped her mouth and laughed foolishly. She thought to herself that her schemes were indeed unparalleled, as expected of someone who had read so many books about the old master Wensheng. She had not read the books for nothing. She would definitely not embarrass the old master Wensheng. Chen Pingon regretted saying that he knew the old master Wensheng, too. 346. The first watch is the human, the second watch is the fire. The third watch is the wandering ghost, the fourth watch is the thief, the fifth watch is the rooster crowing. The world is white. Tonight, in the middle of the night, the river was filled with Yin energy. Over at the relay station, there might have been the Yao family iron cavalry station there. Their weapons were solemn, and they blocked that terrifying aura. Yao Jinji was practicing the money lesson in his room. It was commonly known as the Forest of Fire Pearls. It was one of the secret methods on the mountain. Although it was called a secret method, it was not really considered a mainstream method. Yao Jinji had obtained it by chance in the library when he was young. All these years, he had treated it as a pastime. With 3 copper coins, he would toss it to the ground to ask for divination, or 6 coins to ask for lessons. 6 copper coins would be placed in a bamboo tube. After tossing the copper coins out, he would look at the front and back, ask about the future, and judge whether it was good or bad. Yao Jinji himself didn't really believe in the theory that it worked sometimes. Today, she used 3 coins to ask about his future prospects in the capital. Great luck! He also used the 6-coin question method to test the length of Daquan Lusher's dynasty. Afterwards, Yao Jinji put away the copper coins one by one. His face was full of doubt, and he couldn't figure it out no matter how much he thought about it. He could only mock himself that it was wrong to not ask about the common people and ask about ghosts and deities. She was no longer bothered by the results. She got up and walked to the window. She saw Yao Lingji practicing his swordsmanship. A little further away, there was a room that was still lit. Without guessing, he knew that Yao Xinji was reading a book on the art of war by the light of a lamp. She sat back at the table, thinking that she could often go to Mr. Lu to play chess, give the little girl named Pei Qian a few exquisite small things, and find an opportunity to give the young Mrs. Lu something appropriate. Because as a woman, she could see the hidden meaning in the depths of Xiao Yuan Ran's eyes, but she clearly saw through it, but pretended not to understand. During this journey to the north, she had only spoken 2 or 3 sentences with the young Taoist priest, and had deliberately looked at his back once. As for that young consecrator, it was funny to say that he thought that he could hide everything with an indifferent expression in front of her. She was certain that her unintentional gaze that time was enough to cause ripples in the heart of an ambitious cultivator. Yao Jinji had always believed that this was more important than 1,000 words. What's more, a person's words were never excessive. Whether or not it entered one's ears was one thing, and whether or not it entered the hearts of others was another. Women who were beautiful and men who were powerful had an innate advantage. When Yao Jinji thought of this, he felt a little depressed. Why was someone able to get along with him peacefully? From late at night until daybreak, Zhu Lian stayed by the riverside, pacing back and forth. Strange things happened one after another last night. First, the little girl, Pei Qian, said that she saw a golden bridge on the river. Then, Chun Pingan stopped the sword furnace and said that he and Pei Qian should go back to the relay station first. Chun Pingan then jumped into the river, and Pei Qian jumped in without saying anything. After that, a whirlpool appeared in the middle of the river. The spiritual energy on the surface of the river made Zhu Lian feel uncomfortable. The whirlpool wrapped Chun Pingan and Pei Qian in it. It suddenly appeared and disappeared, leaving Zhu Lian with a blurry figure of a short girl. It was said that the Tongyi continent was only one of the 9 great continents in this vast world. The world was vast. How big was it? Cultivators were incredibly powerful. Earlier, Zhu Lian was a little depressed. He was like a rich gentleman who suddenly entered the capital and found that he couldn't buy anything with the money in his pocket. He was still a little disappointed. However, Zhu Lian cleaned up these thoughts very quickly. Instead, he was filled with a heroic spirit and fighting spirit. Zhu Lian might be all smiles all day long, following Chun Pingan everywhere. However, he had not wasted a single moment in the past few days when his martial arts cultivation had been advancing bravely and ferociously. The other 3 were not inferior to Zhu Lian. Wei Xian was carefully examining the world, seeing the world in detail. Sui Yu was in seclusion in the carriage, comprehending the sword. Lu Baixiang was a genius, skilled in zither, chess, calligraphy, and painting. This was the most intangible advantage of Zhu Lian, Lu Baixiang, and the other 3. Without exception, they were all once invincible in the world. As pure martial artists, their state of mind was almost flawless, and they were most worthy of the word pure. Between the 4 of them, there was a secret competition. The bottleneck of the 7th level depended on who broke through it first. As long as they entered the golden body of martial artists, the 8th level of the Imperial Wind Realm and the peak of the 9th mountain were no big barriers to them. It was just a matter of time. Zhu Lian looked up at the sky and began to return along the path he came from. He weighed a pebble in his hand, gently rubbing it. The pebble was constantly blown away by the wind by the riverside. Other than the bottleneck of the martial way, the 4 of them were naturally dissatisfied with their own shackles. Wei Xian was the founding emperor of the Nanyuan kingdom, Lu Baixiang was the founder of the demon sect, and Sui Yu was a female sword immortal who even wanted to break the rules of the blessed land. To say that the 4 of them were wholeheartedly convinced by the young man holding the 4 scrolls and were willing to work like cattle or horses, not to mention Chun Pingan, even the child called Pei Qian wouldn't believe it. However, the four of them had a deep impression of Chun Pingon after the incident at the inn. Zhu Yen clenched the pebble in his hand and muttered to himself, looking at Chun Pingon's natural attitude now, Lu Baixiang should be the first to reveal the truth. Is that why the two of them are so close and relaxed? After Zhong Kuei finished drawing the stunning sword suppression talisman, he left the buried river with his teacher one after the other. The fate of the mountains and rivers of the Bai Yu manor gradually stabilized. The young female servant brought Pei Qian back to the main hall. Previously, Pei Qian was at the projector wall. She had just thrown the buried river spirit back to the projector wall when she saw the chaotic scene of the incense burning and the churning of the river water. It was as if the river water would gush out of the stone wall and flood the manor in the next moment. Pei Qian was shocked and clamored to return to Chun Pingon's side to stay. The water ghost servant girl, who was wrongfully buried in the river many years ago, was chased out of the manor by the water deity's power. Pei Qian was left standing alone at the projector wall, wailing until her throat was hoarse. Now that she had returned to the main hall, Pei Qian's face was still streaked with tears. She stood timidly at the threshold, not daring to enter. She still had some eyesight. She knew that Chun Pingon was discussing business with someone. If she had caused trouble again and angered Chun Pingon, Zhong Kuei had interceded for her last time. This time, no one would speak up for her. Chun Pingon turned his head and asked, "What's wrong?" Pei Qian ran into the main hall like a wisp of smoke and sat on the chair beside Chun Pingon. She sat upright and said with a bit of grievance and guilt, "I just returned the water to the projector wall. I don't know the reason, but the earth shook and the mountains shook. Chun Pingon, I really didn't do it on purpose. You mustn't be angry." Chun Pingon flicked Pei Qian's forehead and said with a smile, "You still know how to be afraid." When Pei Qian saw this, she was relieved. That frightening phenomenon most likely had nothing to do with her. With a boost of confidence, she immediately straightened her back. The fragrance of the wine on the table assailed her nostrils. She was really hungry. Besides, she had seen many supernatural beings. In the past, Pei Qian had heard the storytellers under the bridge tell those supernatural stories in the lotus flower-blessed land. They always talked about how a cup of wine and a peach in the underwater dragon palace and the immortal mansion could increase one's lifespan after eating. She asked tentatively, "Can I have a sip of wine?" Chun Pingon glared at her. Pei Qian immediately pretended to be enlightened and said, "I'm still young. Why would I drink wine? Chun Pingon, you should drink more." The water goddess, who was straightforward by nature, was amused by this mischievous little girl. "There are still many hundred-year-old waterflower wine in the residence. I'll give you a jar later. As for whether Chun Pingon snatches it away to drink or leaves some for you, I don't care." Staying by Chun Pingon's side, Pei Qian was not afraid of anything. She said in an old-fashioned manner, "If you really want to give me wine, I'll have to thank you. However, I'm still young and can't drink wine. Otherwise, it will affect my learning. Next time, we'll come to your house as guests. When we can drink wine, don't be stingy. Otherwise, you'll be letting down your identity as an immortal." The water goddess clicked her tongue in wonder. She carefully sized up Pei Qian's features. The more she looked, the more moved she was. She said to Chun Pingon half-truthfully, "What a spirited little girl. Why don't you let her stay in the roaming jade manor? I'll help you take care of her. In the future, she'll take over the position of the buried river goddess of the roaming jade manor. I promise to teach her everything and refine 2 magic treasures for her. In at most 200 years, she'll become the most powerful water goddess in the Great Spring Dynasty." Pei Qian stood up in a panic and said angrily, "Don't talk nonsense. I still have to go to the Dragon Spring County of the Aquarius continent to help my family put up spring couplets." Chun Pingon tactfully rejected the water goddess's suggestion. If he did not bring her along, he would not be at ease. The water goddess did not insist. However, She was not joking when she said those words just now. If Pei Qian, who she had taken a fancy to, really stayed in the roaming jade manor, she would really do her best to let the little girl inherit the buried river deity position. She would also do her best to forge and refine two magic treasures, even if it went against her nature, and she had to feign civility with the Great Spring Dynasty and the Great Spring Academy. She would still win the title of Palace for the roaming jade manor. Then, she would be free to slaughter the great demon that had been causing mischief in the river for 200 years. Even if she had to sacrifice herself, it would still be a merit that would benefit the 900,000 people on both sides of the river. It would be worthy of the sage's teachings that she had read from the Sage of Literature's books. As for why she, the water goddess, had such an affinity with Pei Qian, it was even more difficult to understand. As a long-established deity that oversaw a region of land and water, the buried river deity had great fortune. Otherwise, she would not have been able to comprehend a celestial mantra that was the foundation of the 5 upper realms from a stone tablet that no one cared about. Just now, she had carefully used the deity's qi observation technique. If she did not look, she would not know. However, when she looked, she was shocked. She was already considered to be one of the best in the world, who was lucky enough to have the golden form. The dark and thin little girl in front of her was even more outstanding than her. She was a first-class deity. In layman's terms, it was a pity that she was not a deity that enjoyed the incense. The so-called golden form was a bit similar to the innate sword embryo of the sword cultivator. The Buddha of Buddhism was blessed by nature. When he cultivated on a certain correct path, he would make rapid progress. People with the golden form were mostly born thin and small, but their bones were extremely hard. In the world, there was a technique called Jin Liang. It focused on how much a person's backbone was. The golden form was the most important kind in the world. Their temperament was tough, easy to be impatient, and decisive in killing. Especially in the 5 elements, the golden form was solemn and dignified. Therefore, they were born to be officials and generals. It was just that the water goddess's eyesight was very good, but it was still not good enough. Pei Qian's qualifications were outstanding and had long been beyond the scope of the 5 elements. Therefore, when Zhu Lian saw Pei Qian, he also felt that the little girl was a martial arts genius. Even Yao Jinji, who had previously bought the copper coins, thought that the little girl might be a genius in divination. As long as he followed her to study divination, he could get twice the result with half the effort. Only the gentleman Zhong Kuei had a more comprehensive and far-reaching view. It was a pity that Pei Qian met Chen Pingan, who did not reason with her. As for practicing martial arts or cultivating the Tao, Pei Qian did not even think about it. This little girl was now trekking through mountains and rivers with Chen Pingan. As long as she could have a talisman worth an entire mansion pasted on her forehead, she would be overjoyed and would not feel tired walking. This was probably what it meant by everything has its weakness. No matter if Pei Qian followed Zhu Lian to practice martial arts or stayed in the Jade touring manor to become the next buried river deity, no matter how high her achievements were, there was no hope that she would be grateful to Zhu Lian and the water goddess. Perhaps one day there would be a conflict, and she would be slapped to death by Pei Qian. After that, she would feel that it was natural. You guys have angered me, and I am more capable than you. If I don't kill you, am I supposed to stay by your side and be an eyesore? It was just that when it came to Chen Pingan, Pei Qian's thoughts were completely different and could be said to be unique. However, the two of them were only fated to be in this mountain and were completely unaware of it. The water goddess waved her hand, and the maidservant silently retreated. Only then did the water goddess ask, Chen Pingan, I am a straightforward person, and you are even more so. Otherwise, Zhong Kuei would not have interacted with you in such a manner. Then, shall I speak my mind? Chen Pingan nodded. Please speak your mind, water goddess. The water goddess's expression was solemn. as if she was preparing her words and had something important to discuss. Chun Pingan did not know why. Logically speaking, Zhong Kuei had already helped to settle the matter of upgrading the manor to the palace, so there should not be any difficulties in the Jade Turing Manor. However, since she was so solemn, Chun Pingan waited quietly for her to continue. She asked slowly, "Chun Pingan, you've met the Sage of Literature. Then, is the Sage of Literature a lofty mountain that people look up to? Is the Sage of Literature so eloquent that every word he utters is worthy of admiration? Is it because after listening to those profound and simple truths of the great Tao, one would have the thought that we juniors should just kowtow to him?" Opposite the table, the water goddess was in high spirits. Fortunately, Chun Pingan did not drink. Otherwise, he would have spat out a mouthful of wine on the spot. Pei Qian did not know who the Sage of Literature that the water goddess was talking about was, but from her tone, it seemed like Chun Pingan knew that rather powerful old man. She felt honored and crossed her arms in pride. Chun Pingan drank a mouthful of the 100-year-old water-flower wine of the Jade Turing Manor in the blade-strengthening gourd. He hesitated for a moment and could not bear to destroy the mighty image of the Sage of Literature in the water goddess's heart. He chose and said, "Old Sir is naturally very knowledgeable and has an extremely good temper. He treats others kindly and never puts on airs. When he is outside, he is very approachable." How could he not be approachable? He was small and had traveled the world. He looked like a poor old scholar. It was more appropriate to replace approachable with ordinary looks. He was even worse than Zhong Kuei at the inn. He liked to abduct people to drink. When he drank, he liked to pretend to be drunk and go back on his word. However, Chun Pingan could not bear to tell the water goddess the truth. He was afraid that if she was not careful, her Tao heart would really collapse. This time, the water goddess did not need to drink from the big white bowl. She picked up the jar of wine and took a big gulp. "The Sage of Literature is indeed, as I thought. Oh, the heavens! He is extremely knowledgeable, but he also bemoans the state of the universe and sympathizes with mankind. He walks in the mortal world, is amiable, and treats the world well." Back then, the Sage of Literature was only ranked fourth in the Confucian Temple in the Central Plains. He was not allowed to accompany the Saint Master. How preposterous! The water goddess chattered nonstop and kept defending the Sage of Literature that she respected greatly. Chun Pingan did not reply, but he thought of many true scholars and people who yearned to be scholars. Mr. Qi's husband, Mr. Qi, the lotus flower blessed land, Zhong Qiu, who looked like Mr. Qi, Chun Pingan, and the child Chao Qinglang, who looked like him. Everything in the world, reasonable and unreasonable, will eventually land in one place. Where my heart is at ease is my home. Chun Pingan didn't say anything. He just drank the wine. The wine was so delicious that he thought of those wonderful people and things. The old elementary scholar Wen Sheng's theory of order, Mr. Qi's not disappointed, Zhong Qiu's clear conscience, and Chao Qinglang's hope. Chun Pingan would definitely not become a drunkard today. Perhaps, as Alliance had said, he would really become a wine immortal. One was talking to himself, while the other was thinking to himself. They both drank and did not need anyone to persuade them. The so-called cellar storage of the water-flower wine of the Azure Turing Manor was hidden in the river Essence. After 100 years, it would naturally age and become sweet. It was easy to drink, but the after-effects were not small. The water goddess was really drunk. She sat cross-legged on the chair and shook her head. She said that she envied Chun Pingan to death. He had seen the Sage of Literature and was so familiar with the sage. He had achieved the great fulfillment in his life, but she did not have such luck. She sat on the altar every day. It seemed that the water goddess temple was filled with incense, which was even more exuberant than the Mirage City. However, there were so many selfish desires mixed in the incense. She did not like many of them. She wanted to ask the sage of literature face to face. The sages had said so many principles. There were so many statues of gods in the Confucian temple. There were so many scholars who had read the books of the sages. Why was the world still so unbearable? It always made people more and more disappointed, making her dislike the human world more and more. In the end, the water goddess counted with her fingers and said the classics in the books of the old scholar, Wen Sheng. She complained that the people of the world were not willing to learn such a good principle. Was it because the old scholar, Wen Sheng, was too knowledgeable that the people of the world could not touch it? In the end, she scratched her head with both hands and was at a loss. Pei Qian rolled his eyes. All right, I shouldn't drink alcohol in the future. If all women become crazy like this imperial concubine after drinking alcohol, it would be too laughable. There was one thing that was good about Qin Pingan when he drank. Before he was drunk to death, his eyes would always be brighter as he drank. He looked completely new and his eyebrows would be raised. It was as if his fist technique was no longer restrained, but released. It was as if the lethargy of his youth was suppressed by the pressure of the wine. However, this did not mean that Qin Pingan was becoming more and more sober as he drank. It was just that when he was drunk, he would not be able to suppress his nature. Before drinking, he would be cautious. For example, he would always cover the surface of a bronze mirror with both hands, or a lamp in a shabby room with both hands. He did not want others to see it. After drinking, he would release his hands and let out a bright light. Qin Pingan placed the blade-strengthening gourd heavily on the table and said loudly, "Why is old Mr. Wensheng's knowledge too high? Isn't it useful? It's very useful. I want to tell you that this theory is applicable everywhere. Good people can learn it. Evil people can learn it. Emperors can learn it. Commoners can learn it. Immortals on the mountain can learn it. Demons and ghosts can learn it. And even the gods of the mountains and rivers can learn it. As for whether you are willing to apply it or not, that's a matter for after you learn it. Learning this knowledge first is beneficial." Qin Pingan subconsciously sat up straight and imitated the gentleman Zhong Kui. He also imitated Mr. Qi, who was teaching in the school. After learning the true knowledge of the world, one will have the source of living water in one's heart. I feel that old Mister's knowledge, the word order, is great knowledge. True knowledge can be learned by everyone. Do you want to learn it? The water goddess's eyes were in a daze. She slammed the table and said, "I'll learn it if you say it." Qin Pingan leaned forward slightly and wrote the word order on the table with his finger. The purpose of this knowledge is the word order. Apart from the order of etiquette and rules, there is a huge river that benefits the common people. Qin Pingan, don't know much. I'll only say what I know, and what I'm not wrong. Now, I'll use the content that old Mister told me that night to tell you the meaning of the order. Qin Pingan recounted the opening content of the old master's discussion of the Tao that night in detail. Fortunately, Qin Pingan had a good memory. Even though he was drunk, he did not make a mistake. The first chapter was divided into order. Everything in the world had a sequence of events. He could not skip any link. He could only choose what he wanted to talk about. Otherwise, everything in the world would never be able to tell right from wrong. Otherwise, there would only be positions and no right or wrong. It would be as if everyone in the world was pitiful and hateful. How could he really be reasonable? Could it be that he could only rely on his fists to speak after he could not reason with them? That would be ridiculous. The second chapter was about judging big and small. There were big and small differences between right and wrong. He had to use the good techniques of the legalists and the techniques of the Taoists. The third chapter was about determining good and evil, using etiquette and rules as the basic yardstick, combining local customs and people's morals. He had to determine good and evil. The fourth chapter was about combining knowledge and action. If one was wrong, he had to correct it. Chun Pingon took 2 hours to explain the contents of these 4 chapters in detail. This knowledge of order is the best knowledge. However, it is extremely difficult to start and act according to the purpose of this knowledge. I don't know why old Mr. Wen Sheng advised me to drink. I don't know why he cut down the Rain Master statue and flattened the Flood Dragon Ravine without reason. I also don't know why Zhong Kui, a gentleman, is not like a gentleman of the Academy. I don't know why the old monk of the Temple of Heart said that the world owes good people. I don't know why the old Taoist brought me to see the blessed land of lotus blossoms. Good people are rarely rewarded, while evil people are rarely punished. Chun Pingon wanted to combine knowledge and handling matters. However, he would often start to doubt himself as he spoke. He told the water goddess, who was listening attentively across the table, that Chun Pingon still felt that the principles he had figured out were still too small, especially when it came to the complicated good and evil, as well as the fine details of people's hearts. He was far from being qualified to make final conclusions. Chun Pingon sat there and talked to himself most of the time. Another 2 hours passed. Time slowly flowed by like the river outside the green Turing Manor. The water goddess had already stood up and stood respectfully. She bowed slightly, like a student listening to the teachings of a teacher. She engraved it in her heart and did not dare to miss a single word. Pei Qian seemed to have heard it, but she also seemed to be absent-minded. She lay on the table with her face pressed against the table. She looked at Chun Pingon, who had spoken so many principles in one breath. In her memory, other than the battle with Chao Qinglang on the street outside the alley, he had fought the imperial tutor, the great demon Ding Ying, and Chun Pingon without much words. After leaving the blessed land of lotus blossoms, he had killed the big green water buffalo with one strike near the Jin Huang residence at the border of the northern Jin kingdom. On the second floor of the inn, he had asked to search his conscience and killed the arrogant and despotic young duke with 3 punches. Chun Pingon said that he did not understand many things in the past. Actually, the little girl, Pei Qian, did not understand either. Why was it that Chun Pingon, who was reasonable and kind to everyone in the world, was the only one who treated her badly and had the worst temper towards her? She still felt that staying by his side, even if she was scolded and beaten, she still felt that she didn't feel wronged. She felt at ease and felt that she could do whatever the guy beside her wanted her to do. She did not need to think too much about anything. Of course, she still felt very irritated and troublesome. However, these emotions were much better than when she was alone in the capital of the Nanyuan kingdom like a little lonely ghost drifting here and there year after year. She always felt that one day she would freeze to death or starve to death. It was probably because of tonight's situation that Chun Pingon would still say what she approved of the most. What he said might not be the most reasonable and right. Chun Pingon would see all kinds of good people in the world. Pei Qian only wanted to see all kinds of evil people in the world. In the green Turing Manor, the 3 golden words on the plaque were dazzling and overflowing with golden light. The water ghosts in the manor were shocked and surprised to find that the entire manor was filled with faint golden light flowing like water. The water of the buried river outside the green Turing Manor was sparkling under the moonlight. It was especially bright. Many water ghosts who had died unjustly could not help but swim from the gloomy bottom of the river to the surface. Then, bathed in the moonlight, they dissipated one after another, as if they had been freed. In the water god temple on the buried river, the good men and women who were waiting outside to burn incense for the first time in the morning burst into an uproar. It turned out that the vague image of the water god's golden body in the temple suddenly rose from the ground. It was dozens of feet tall and looked down on the world. The 2 words golden body on the clay statue became more and more true to its name. It was majestic and awe-inspiring. In the depths of the buried river, the great demon that was only a hair's breadth away from the golden elixir realm was hiding in a nest at the bottom of the river. It should have been the most comfortable, but At this moment, it felt as if it was in a pot of oil and was extremely tormented. It had no choice but to rush out of its nest. It roared loudly and stirred up huge waves, escaping frantically upstream along the buried river. Every time it wanted to go ashore to commit murder, the riverbeds on both sides were like cages, causing it to run into walls everywhere. It was forced to run around in the deepest part of the river, unable to harm the people on both sides of the river. The sky was slightly brightening. In the hall of the Green Touring Manor, the water god's sleeves fluttered. Golden light flowed all over her body, especially in her chest. There was a golden pill that was spinning, illuminating the entire hall with a golden light that far surpassed the candlelight. There was a saying in the book, "If you hear the Tao in the morning, you can die in the evening." She had never thought that she would have such good fortune to hear the Tao in the night and form the golden elixir in the morning. The water god bowed to the ground and was deeply grateful to the young man in front of her. Her face was already filled with tears as she cried tears of joy. "Since you are the direct disciple of Master Wensheng, why did you lie to me?" 7. That you're tuning in to the Mystic Fist YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.